The main character of this story can try HN. You all probably know me by now, right? Today, among his peers. Series. If you enjoy it, please give it a like, a view, and a subscribe. The main character of this story is Seo Gil, an ordinary high school student who's an outcast among his peers. He's accidentally transported into the world of a webtoon he was reading. It all started this morning, on the bus to school. Seo Gil was engrossed in his favorite webtoon, reading through the comments, when suddenly his classmate, Seo Jun, appeared, asking if she could sit next to him. Not like he could say no, Seo Gil had to agree. The truth is, he and this girl weren't close at all in class. They barely ever spoke, yet today she wanted to sit with him. In class, Seo Jun was quite popular and got a lot of attention. But Seo Gil couldn't care less, because of one particular incident. That day, out of nowhere, Seo Jun handed him a pack of cigarettes and asked him to hold on to them for her. A whole bunch of question marks popped up in Seo Gil's head. They weren't close, so why ask him to hold them? She explained that she'd been caught by a teacher for this once before. If she got caught again, she'd be in serious trouble. So, she wanted to ask Seo Gil to hold them for a bit. He could just give them back to her at lunchtime. Seo Gil hesitated but reluctantly took the pack, stammering as he asked why he had to be the one to help her. Seo Jun smiled warmly and said it was because they were friends. This sent a strange, indescribable feeling through Seo Gil's heart. Affection increased by 20. In the end, Seo Gil accepted the pack of cigarettes. Even though he was only holding them for a short while, he still felt his hands tremble. A high school student with cigarettes, it was just unbelievable. His eyes glanced towards the third row from the back of the classroom. That was where Seo Jun and her friends, the popular kids in class, were all gathered. It would be a little weird to go over there and hand her the cigarettes now. Suddenly, he heard someone in that group mention the fire sword. It was a detail from a popular new webtoon. Seeing a common topic to talk about, Seo Gil instinctively spoke up to join the conversation. He said that the fire sword was a weapon the author had very carefully planned for the main character to use. But judging by everyone's reactions, it didn't go over well. They all looked indifferent and awkward. Seo Gil felt like he was suffocating. He thought talking about a shared interest would help him fit in. But the problem wasn't the topic of conversation. It was that Seo Gil had rudely interrupted without knowing his place. And now, it was just embarrassing and awkward. Just as he was about to say something to salvage the situation, Seo Jun suddenly spoke up. What a weirdo. Those words stabbed right through Seo Gil's heart. Everyone was completely indifferent to him. They all acted like they didn't know him and had no desire to. Even Seo Jun, who had called them friends just a few hours ago, acted like a complete stranger. You could say that in this class, Seo Gil was completely and utterly isolated for no reason at all. As Seo Gil stood there, trembling and lost, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. It was Won Kim. He showed up and tried to smooth things over for him. But it didn't seem to matter much. Everyone just turned and walked away. Even Won Kim shot him a look of contempt. During gym class, Seo Gil was still feeling humiliated about what happened earlier. He should have just kept his mouth shut. He shouldn't have gotten involved in pointless things. Whether it was cigarettes or opium, it had nothing to do with him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And to top it all off, a soccer ball was flying straight at him. Seo Gil furiously clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with fire as he thought about those scumbags. He raised his leg, gathering all his strength, wanting to unleash a legendary kick and pour all his frustration into the ball. But life doesn't go as planned. When the author has it out for you, everything you do turns into a joke. Seo Gil missed the ball, causing it to veer off course and fly straight into the goal. It was truly a bizarre miracle. Unbelievable. He thought he'd get an earful for it, but surprisingly, no one on the team even paid him any mind. They treated him like he was invisible. At the same time, they just assumed the goalie was too busy reading a webtoon to notice. This left Seo Gil completely baffled. A little later, Seo Gil hid in a bathroom stall to read the webtoon that the goalie was so obsessed with. After reading it, he found it incredibly boring with nothing appealing about it. Just then, his classmates unexpectedly walked into the bathroom. Gym class must have ended. If Seo Gil walked out now, it would be too weird. They'd definitely point and whisper. But before he could even leave, that pack of scumbags was already bad-mouthing him right there. But thanks to that, Seo Gil learned that Won Kim, the guy who always seemed to defend him, only did it out of pity and contempt. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The crowd of classmates in the bathroom thinned out. Only 2 slackers were left, waiting right outside the stall Seo Gil was in. They were probably looking for an excuse to mess with him. But just as Seo Gil thought he hadn't been discovered, one of them suddenly appeared at the stall door and let out a cold, mocking remark. How pathetic. At that moment, Seo Gil felt both helpless and heartbroken. He was sick of webtoons where the main character lost to stronger enemies. For him, failing in real life was already miserable enough. Seo Gil was fed up with this cruel, crappy reality. He wished he could be the main character of a story, too. It was as if Seo Gil's heartfelt cry had reached the gods. His likability suddenly skyrocketed. A bolt of lightning struck Seo Gil's school, creating a powerful tremor. Everything before Seo Gil's eyes went dark. It all became a blur. When he came to, Seo Gil had been transported to a completely different space. He had become a nameless person, and what's more, he was in the middle of a match in a massive arena. Before him stood a beautiful girl named Nagi, a level 1 swordsman. And I'm just a student with the lowest possible rank. Just moments ago, Dean, the rank 2 protagonist of this webtoon, was struck by a single slash from Nagi's sword. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. In an instant, Dean's armor was shattered, and he collapsed. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. The referee declared Nagi the winner. 2 other characters up here are discussing it. The guy with 2 horns is impressed that the result was as predictable as ever and demands a refund. The blonde girl argues that there was clearly a surprise, since Dean managed to break through Nagi's absolute zone. But the man isn't interested, because he lost anyway. The blonde girl scoffs. What a newbie. She yells right in his face. I'll only say this once. In every single match up until now, this is the first time anyone has ever stepped into Nagi's absolute zone. You just witnessed a historic event. But he still seems skeptical that no one has ever gotten through. The blonde girl confirms it, because Nagi is the highest rank. She gets excited. It's an impenetrable defense that no one can overcome. Look at that earth-shattering power. This is the absolute zone. And this is Nagi's ultimate technique. And the moment Seo Gil appeared was right then. When the lightning struck, it hit the stands directly across from Nagi. The blonde girl coughed violently from the smoke, wondering what was happening. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her beloved grilled lamb skewer had fallen. She mourned for it, because she had been saving the tail end to eat last. But the horn guy stammered, calling out to her. His face was stunned as he said, You just said this was the first time anyone's ever entered the absolute zone, right? He pointed forward. Over there. The blonde girl quickly forgot her sorrow and looked where he was pointing. Nagi's eyes were now filled with killing intent. Seo Gil had entered Nagi's absolute zone and now had her sword pressed against him. The entire stadium was terrified and stunned by the sight. Something extraordinary had just happened. A nameless man was standing before Nagi, the highest-ranked fighter. And the announcer realized with a shock, this man is standing inside the absolute zone. Dean, defeated and lying on the ground, couldn't believe his eyes either. Even Dean, the rank 2 fighter, had only barely managed to break through. And yet, Seo Gil had crossed it in the blink of an eye. He looked pretty impressive at that moment, but in reality, Seo Gil was scared out of his mind. He was trembling, with no idea what was going on. Looking up at the stands, he wondered to himself what was happening. Just a few seconds ago, he was in a bathroom stall. In that moment, Seo Gil suddenly realized. The person standing in front of him was someone he knew. He remembered the image on his phone screen. This was a scene from the webtoon he was reading this morning. Nagi, her expression still terrifying, demanded he state his name. If Seo Gil remembered correctly. This girl was a character from the webtoon player. He suddenly broke into a wide grin, realizing that this meant. Seo Gil thought this was all a dream. Believing that, he confidently crossed his arms and replied, You want to know who I am? Then, speaking like a god, Seo Gil stepped closer to Nagi, ignoring her warning not to move. Nagi is a swordsman class, a common class you see often. Seo Gil cockily put his hands on his hips and asked Nagi what she would do if he moved. Without another word, Nagi directly activated her power. Her strength lies in her fundamental training methods, which help her develop exquisite techniques. Dean, watching this, grew worried as Seo Gil continued to approach. Nagi's face was like ice. If you move, I will slice you to pieces. And she has perfected them to a masterful level. Nagi directly activated her absolute zone. The entire arena was enveloped by Nagi's power. Everyone in the stands was scared out of their wits. They all felt an unnatural chill. Dean was stunned that Nagi still had so much energy left. He had no idea what the true limit of her power was. This pressure, this is the absolute zone. Dean thought Seo Gil was done for. It was impossible to even stand firm against this killing intent. At this point, our hero was still frozen with a giant question mark over his head. Dean wondered if he was okay. But Seo Gil wasn't afraid, because he thought it was a dream and was just wondering where the strong wind was coming from. Well, it feels nice and cool. Nagi sighed, taking that as his refusal to back down. She gripped her sword, accepting his challenge. With overwhelming presence, Nagi commanded him, "Come." Dean watched, his soul shaken. When she fought him, she didn't even bother to touch her sword. Dean wondered just how strong this guy was. But in reality, Seo Gil was just a coward who thought this was a dream. He was terrified when he saw the sword. Seo Gil blurted out an apology, which made Nagi pause. He looked pathetic, apologizing profusely. He figured that even in a dream, anyone would be scared with a sword pointed at them. But then, he didn't know where he found the motivation, but Seo Gil told himself not to run. He remembered being mocked by his friends. If he ran away, even in his own dream, he'd be a useless loser for the rest of his life. A voice inside him screamed, "Don't." Nagi maintained her cold expression. Seo Gil told himself not to run. It was just a dream, anyway. He mustered all his courage, stepped forward, and asked Nagi, "Do I look like an easy target to you?" At that moment, he stepped into Nagi's absolute zone. She immediately swung her sword, holding it to his neck. Dean, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of simple move is that? Maybe this isn't a dream. This is just a foolish act." But there was a reason Seo Gil recklessly charged forward. Nagi's sword was completely still. This proved she had no intention of killing him. Seo Gil was certain she wouldn't actually cut him. He believed Nagi just wanted to scare him by showing him the difference in their power. That was true, but what Seo Gil didn't know was, the moment this sword was drawn, Seo Gil stared blankly. He didn't even realize when his entire body had been sliced into pieces. Him being cut into pieces was an absolute certainty. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted, and Seo Gil vanished from the arena. The entire stadium buzzed with whispers, wondering how it happened. Nagi stood there dazed, muttering 3 words, "The commentator." Meanwhile, Seo Gil was still stunned, his eyes wide open. But he was in a completely different place, standing in front of a golden-eyed girl. This girl had no specific identity. She was just marveling at how stupid he looked. She kept calling him, "Hey," while Seo Gil just stood there looking clueless, full of question marks. Then he stammered, asking where he was. Suddenly, a flame tightly wrapped around Seo Gil's neck. That was probably the girl's power. She was going to forgive him for staring at her without permission, but the fact that he dared to ask a question angered her, making her think he wanted to fight. Seo Gil was utterly astonished by that power. He was left suspended in midair with the flames blazing. Just as Seo Gil was about to kick the bucket, a voice suddenly intervened, and he was saved from the brink of death. Seo Gil clutched his neck, coughing violently. The person who just saved him was a blonde young man. He was probably the first person to like his comment and the one who brought him here. He greeted Seo Gil and introduced himself. Perhaps unable to reveal his true identity, he told him his name was Arthur. Arthur was the god of this world. He looked incredibly arrogant and was carrying a massive sword. The girl he had just trapped in the flames kept screaming, demanding to be let out. Arthur told her to keep it down because she was ruining the mood. Then he turned his attention back to Seo Gil. Seeing his terrified demeanor, he was confused. Meanwhile, Seo Gil was still wondering, this guy is God? Arthur slammed his blade into the ground right next to him, scaring Seo Gil shitless as he endlessly apologized and begged for mercy. Arthur finally realized that Seo Gil didn't understand the situation he was in, so he explained it to him. Arthur spread his hand out in front of him. He laughed in amusement and declared that he had chosen him to become a player. He was stunned by Arthur's words. A player? Me. Dean, the agile swordsman. Him. Along with Nagi. Her. Arthur leaned in close to his face. And you too. Seo Gil froze, stammering, and me? He squatted behind him and asked, I'm a player just like them? Arthur rested the sword on his shoulder and walked away arrogantly. That's right. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Hearing his stammering voice, Arthur turned around. Why? Seo Gil put on an extremely displeased face and yelled, Why does it have to be me? He was completely dumbfounded by his words. Seo Gil got up close to Arthur and shouted, Why do I have to become a player? And fight monsters like them? Taking advantage of the momentum, he got right in his face and yelled, making Arthur step back. There's a limit to how ridiculous this can get. Who are you to decide what I have to do? Arthur stared at him in confusion. Decide? Weren't you the one who decided? Hearing his words, Seo Gil looked confused. What? Suddenly, he remembered the words he had posted on the Webtoon. If this comment gets top, I'll completely destroy that girl who uses the flame sword or whatever. LOL. Arthur turned away, bringing up his dark past, making him sit behind him, clutching his head in regret. I'll completely destroy that Nagi girl or whatever. But this Nagi girl is in the terrarium heaven. So shouldn't you become a player first and head to that tower? Seo Gil lowered his head, questioning it. All this because of one stupid comment. A heavy voice echoed in his ear. One stupid comment. Arthur pointed his sword straight at Seo Gil's head and said sternly, Then you should have thought carefully before writing a comment, right? Seeing the sword pointed at him and Arthur's serious face, Seo Gil squeezed his eyes shut in fear. Suddenly, Arthur burst out laughing, startling him. Ha ha ha, just kidding, kidding. He stabbed the sword into the ground and explained, Well, I'm not forcing you to do this. Arthur turned to him. Right now, you have the right to quit the game. But man, I didn't expect you to want to return to reality that badly. Hearing his words made him remember. Seo Gil lowered his head, recalling his past. Reality. Reality. He remembered the past where everyone, including Kim Tae-gun, humiliated him. A place full of people who constantly bullied him. Suddenly, Seo Gil realized, wait a minute. Arthur sat down next to him and asked, So, do you want to go back? At that moment, his mind suddenly calmed down. Seo Gil woke up from the dream he thought he was having all along. Go back? To a place like that? He spoke up with a serious tone. God. No, Arthur. Seo Gil looked up at him with a serious face. If I defeat the highest rank, what do I get? Arthur smiled as if he had gotten exactly what he wanted. He shouted his reply. Anything. A hand reached out in front of him. In that case, Seo Gil reached out and grabbed Arthur's hand. I accept the game. Let's give it a try. Arthur took his sword and swept it in a circle, creating a golden ring around him. All right, now I'll send you back to the tower. Seo Gil listened intently. Oh, I forgot. This is the last time I'm saving you. If I interfere again next time, things will get very complicated. So be careful. He raised his hand, and a current of electricity appeared. All right, I'm starting. Seeing the lightning in Arthur's hand, he immediately spoke up. Wait. Hearing that, he pulled his hand back in disappointment. What? I was just about to show off. Seo Gil questioned him. Are you just going to let me go empty-handed? Arthur's face clearly wasn't serious as he replied. Well, yeah. Why are you so irresponsible? You're God, aren't you? He anxiously brought up a kid's anime he used to watch. Even in Pokemon, you get starter items. At least give me something. Listening to their conversation, the sword in Arthur's hand grimaced. But I don't have any items to give you. What? Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the sword. I've had enough of this. The white-haired girl from earlier angrily marched toward Seo Gil. Hey. Her face clearly showed killing intent. Do you think God is your buddy? Seeing her angry, Seo Gil was terrified, flashing back to his past. Huh? This feeling. He remembered the group of people looking at him with disdain in his old world. Just like back then. She crossed her arms and said sternly, Know your place. Terrified, he bowed his head to her feet and stammered, Why yes, ma'am. Arthur witnessed the whole thing from behind. He couldn't hold it in. A snort, followed by a loud laugh, made the two of them turn to look. Arthur burst out laughing. You two are hilarious. Suddenly, he had an idea. The two of them stared blankly at Arthur. Let's do it this way. He spoke up about the boy's earlier request. Seo Gil, you wanted an item, right? A hand grabbed her shoulder. Then, Arthur grabbed her shoulder and pointed at her, leaving her stunned. Take this kid with you. She looked at him in disbelief, while Seo Gil wore a confused expression at Arthur's words. They both paused for a beat, then shouted in unison. What? She cried out in protest. My lord, I won't do it. You want me to go down to the human world with an idiot like him? Seo Gil also launched into a tirade of disagreement. That's right. I don't want to go with this she-devil either. Arthur spoke up to calm them down. All right, calm down. His hand pushed her towards the circle that had been drawn earlier. I've already decided. So then, her foot stepped into the golden circle of light Arthur had drawn, but she still whined. My lord. He smirked as he sent them off. Have a nice trip. The golden circle of light surrounding them suddenly turned blue and flashed. Arthur formally introduced her. Her name is Excalibur. Despite her personality, she is still the legendary sword I forged with my own hands. I'm sure she'll be of use to you. Excalibur turned to him, crying, My lord, Arthur put on a teasing face. Remember to buy me some merino ice cream when you get back. Merino? What's that? Along with her terrified scream, the circle of light enveloped their bodies and shot up into the sky. It landed in the human world. The impact sent up a thick cloud of smoke. The figure of a boy stood in the smoke, coughing a few times. TCH. Seo Gil coughed violently and complained. This damn smoke again. Isn't there any other way to travel? A small figure in the smoke stammered. Hearing the voice, he asked worriedly, Excalibur? Are you there? What a lame name. She looked down at her own body, speechless. What is this? Excalibur cried, grabbing her hair and screaming. What the hell is this? Seo Gil looked at the girl in front of him and thought, she's turned into a little kid. Wha? He asked out loud. What in the world happened to your appearance? She pouted and snapped back. Like you don't know. This is all your fault. Behind the two of them as they argued, someone suddenly approached. After they left, Arthur suddenly remembered. Oh right, I forgot to tell them. The two looked around, wondering, where are we anyway? It looks like people live here. Arthur grinned mischievously. It wouldn't be any fun to just drop them somewhere random, right? So, I've prepared a little compliance mission for them. A large man wearing a fox pelt stood behind Excalibur. She was so focused on her new form that she didn't notice the danger approaching. That's not important. The problem right now is my form. Seo Gil froze when he saw the large man behind Excalibur. She still didn't realize the danger was getting closer and pestered him. You're not even going to answer? Are you ignoring me? The man behind her raised his hand, about to strike. Seo Gil yelled, Look out! His blow struck the ground where Excalibur had been standing. The impact sent her flying. After landing the blow behind Excalibur, he quickly rushed in front of her. He struck Excalibur repeatedly, leaving her no room to fight back. His attacks were too numerous for her to dodge, and one landed squarely on her shoulder. He pulled his arm back, winding up for the next blow. You little brat. A huge explosion erupted where she was, making Seo Gil cry out worriedly. Excalibur. She narrowly dodged his powerful attack. Seeing her, he asked with concern, Are you okay? I didn't see him approach from behind. Seo Gil turned to the large man in front of them and demanded, Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The man's face darkened as he heard the boy's words and sat up. Who am I, you ask? Well, a group of men dressed in red like him appeared from all sides. Let us tell you, we're the Red Hood Bandit encampment. He scowled at the two of them. The price for trespassing here is very high. Red Wolf. Priest. Player. His massive shadow blotted out the sun. Are you prepared? Red Wolf ordered his waiting soldiers. Get the girl first. Yes, sir. 3 men holding weapons rushed towards Excalibur. Realizing the trouble they were in, she clicked her tongue. Excalibur scowled in disgust. This is why I hate the human world. Behind her, a terrified Seo Gil stammered. What? What do we do now? Shut up. She turned and yelled at him. We're out of options. Hey, you idiot. Hold on tight. A ray of light shot out from Excalibur. Hold what? Her body shrank into a different form. Seo Gil stared in astonishment at Excalibur. This is... A sword appeared in his hand. The men who were charging in to attack stopped in their tracks, witnessing the scene before them. What? The kid suddenly. That's an ego weapon? Seo Gil held the glowing sword in his hand and said confidently, "This thing can help me win." Red Wolf looked at the sword and realized, wait a minute, that thing. Arthur, watching from the heavens, couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the heck is that? The boy trembled as he held the incomplete sword in his hand, frozen. Seo Gil looked helplessly at the sword in his hand. We're screwed. The voice of God rang out, explaining the reason for Excalibur's new form. Excalibur is an ego weapon, a sword with a soul. A legendary sword that will grow along with her master. And she possesses an infinite source of power. He paused here, then continued with amusement. However, that means, right now, she's completely useless. Seo Gil trembled as he held the sword, terrified by its power. But when he realized the thing he needed was just a crappy stick, he cursed helplessly. We're screwed. Seo Gil. Class, student. Lowest rank. Meanwhile, Excalibur saw her pathetic form and screamed in despair. What the hell is this? Thanks to her master's rank, Excalibur was mercilessly nerfed. Excalibur. Class, ego sword. Lowest rank. She collapsed, curling into a ball and muttering to herself. This is the worst experience of my entire life. I can't believe I could turn into such a piece of trash. It's over. I want to go home. Seeing this, Seo Gil anxiously ran over to her and asked, Hey, what are we supposed to do now? Only to receive a blunt reply from Excalibur. Do whatever you want. Just leave me alone. Hearing that, he could only reply, all right, fine. The leader of the Red Hood Bandits watched this scene, growing angrier by the second. His presence was being completely ignored. Red Wolf said with annoyance, how ridiculous. So you're just trash after all. You'll pay the price for destroying the Red Hood's shelter. Hearing this, Seo Gil asked in terror, what do you mean, pay the price? Seeing his fear, the other gang members chimed in with threats. A man with a scar across his eye said, it won't just be a leg or an arm. The blonde guy next to him added, I called dibs on the eyes. Looking at their massive blades, Seo Gil let out a few weak cries. Eek, eek. His mind was in a total panic. These guys are insane. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to die again. I have to escape, no matter what. He bit his lip, trembling as he searched for a way out. Realizing Excalibur's form had just brushed past him, Seo Gil called out in surprise, Excalibur. Excalibur's hair was now radiating a dense energy. She said aggressively, hey, you bastards. Did you just call us trash? Did you just lump me in with that idiot? You got a death wish. She pointed at Seo Gil behind her. Her fierce eyes stared them down, her whole body radiating killing intent. The Red Hood Bandits were terrified by this sight. They trembled and said, what is this terrifying power? It's hard to even stand. Is she a fighter? Arthur was getting more and more amused by the situation. This kid, she was holding back some of her power? Excalibur raised her hand high, concentrating her power towards them and shouting, die. Instantly, a wave of magic crashed down, tearing the ground apart, to the astonishment of the entire gang. They managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. Red Wolf, seeing this, couldn't help but remark, I've never seen a move like that before. His subordinate then warned, this is no time to stand around. We have to run now. The more she fought, the more excited she got. Excalibur let out a huge laugh. Ha ha, it's too late. This place will be your grave. Seo Gil, also scared, took this opportunity to turn and walk away, thinking to himself, this is my chance. Up above, Arthur smiled mischievously and said, not so fast. Under God's influence, Excalibur unleashed her fire energy, but it was useless. She looked at the weak stream of energy coming from her hand, her face drained of all color. What? She kept firing off more energy blasts, but the result was the same. Why isn't it working? Red Wolf witnessed this and froze. Finding herself in a difficult position, Excalibur could only force a confident smile and say awkwardly, my bad. Red Wolf showed no mercy and ordered, finish her. Hearing this, his men immediately charged forward. Yes, sir. After walking a short distance, Seo Gil glanced back, thinking to himself, what's wrong? She can't use her power? He was about to take the chance to escape. I can't just run away by myself. I have to help her too. At this point, his conscience began to kick in. He looked worriedly towards Excalibur, only to be stunned when he realized a gaze was fixed on him from a distance. Red Wolf's entire body was now radiating a terrifying killing intent. His blood-red eyes stared straight at Seo Gil. It made him jump in surprise, his whole body feeling as if it were being controlled. Meanwhile, Excalibur clicked her tongue in annoyance as she watched the henchmen fly towards her one by one. Ganging up on me? How dirty. Helpless, Excalibur had to call for Seo Gil's help from behind. There's no other way. Seo Gil, surely you can handle one or two of them, right? Her expression immediately fell into despair when she realized her only teammate was also making a run for it. Huh? He's gone. The entire forest echoed with Excalibur's helpless cry. Seo Gil, you bastard. At that moment, Seo Gil was running for his life. You're on your own. As he ran, he thought. Only an idiot would charge into a fight like that. There's no way I can beat those guys. Noticing the sudden silence, he wondered nervously. Why did it suddenly get so quiet? Did something happen? Did Excalibur get caught? I thought if I came to this world. Don't think such crazy thoughts. She's strong. Things would be different. Although he felt a little guilty, Seo Gil kept running forward. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to justify his actions. I'd only get in her way. But in the end, nothing's changed at all. Running so fast without watching where he was going, Seo Gil tripped on a rock. In the middle of a deserted forest, with no one around. In the end, all I ever do. Seo Gil lay sprawled on the ground. Is act like a failure. Running away from reality. He trembled, trying to sit up, but his body was weighed down by guilt. All Seo Gil could do was blame himself. I'm so useless. What can I even do? I'm just an ordinary student. That's right. I can't do anything. Tears fell from Seo Gil's eyes as he remembered his past self. A weak kid who always hid in a corner of a bathroom stall, resigning himself to his fate. This is the best I can do right now, he told himself, his hands falling limp and helpless. At that very moment, the voice of his bully echoed in his mind, waking him up. Running away again? He laughed contemptuously and said, how pathetic. That image struck Seo Gil's mind in the worst way possible, causing him to completely break down. Right then, back where Excalibur was, a massive explosion occurred. A pillar of smoke pierced through the clouds. Excalibur could only curse helplessly. Red Wolf looked down from above at her defeated state and said smugly, what a pain. At first, you seemed so confident. Turns out you're pathetically weak. He glanced at his own bicep, mockingly flexing it. Hearing this, Excalibur retorted bitterly, look who's talking. All you do is order your lackeys around. In her heart, she scoffed, so annoying. But deep down, she was begging, just once. I just need it once. These words from Excalibur successfully provoked Red Wolf. He sneered, tough talk, huh? Finish her. With that, he clenched his fist, channeling all his energy into it. Seeing this, Excalibur silently wished, if only I could use my power. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for her tragic end. Just then, Seo Gil rushed in from out of nowhere. He used his own body to shield her, and seeing his action, Red Wolf paused for a few seconds, growling, you. Excalibur was just as surprised. Red Wolf showed no mercy, landing a powerful punch on Seo Gil. The impact was strong enough to create a massive explosion. He silently checked the situation inside the thick cloud of smoke. Seeing Seo Gil take one hit and collapse, Excalibur scolded him. Why did you come back, you idiot? You should have just run. Even if you didn't help, At this point, Seo Gil cut in. What? An idiot like me isn't allowed to do this. He struggled to his feet, trying to hold back tears as he spoke. Seeing this, Excalibur was stunned for a few seconds. She was completely speechless. After a moment, Excalibur sighed. She pushed him aside and said softly, who said you couldn't? Move, let me get up. Give me your hand, she said, holding out a trembling hand toward Seo Gil. Her tone was full of determination as she said, let's do our best together, Seo Gil. Seo Gil, suddenly being acknowledged, couldn't hide the tears that fell. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot to his feet and replied decisively. They clasped hands. Excalibur smiled brightly at him. Up above, Arthur saw this and was incredibly excited. As they both shouted in unison, "Let's do it!" A powerful surge of electrical energy shot up into the air. Red Wolf, witnessing this from a distance, was terrified. Following the surge of electricity, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this terrifying power? Unbelievable. This is on par with Nagi, the highest rank. No, it might be even stronger." Seo Gil's entire body was now surrounded by electrical energy. He gripped the treasured sword, his presence overwhelmingly powerful. "The one I need to defeat." Seo Gil looked towards Red Wolf and commanded, "Is my own weak self. Come at me." Excalibur, inside the sword, realized her energy was being completely drained. She cursed silently. "That bastard. I was only going to lend him half my power. He used it all." Outside, Seo Gil gripped the hilt of the sword and said fiercely, "Come on." The fire energy from the sword erupted like a tornado. The two faced each other, the tension thick. A guy in the front saw this and froze, making his comrade next to him urge him on. "Hey, you're the vanguard. You should go first. Why are you hiding in the back?" But he didn't move, only whimpering weakly. Red Wolf saw the commotion among his men behind him and ordered, "Stand back. I'll be his opponent." That man watched his leader's back and mumbled his name. Red Wolf channeled his maximum power into his muscles. He said with contempt, "You know what kind of person I hate the most? I hate the type who blindly relies on their equipment and gets all arrogant. That's why I formed this gang." Red Wolf's body now also radiated an abundant magical energy, intimidating even his own men. What kind of crappy reason is that? He took a sharp breath, and with a powerful stance, he declared, "Witness this, you trash. This is true power." With that, Red Wolf slammed his fists down, tearing the earth into several pieces. Watching him use his strength to lift a massive chunk of land, his underlings behind him cheered endlessly. The boss is one of a kind. The boss always handles things in the coolest way. A true player. "Hey, move it, or you'll get hit by his attack." Red Wolf's voice was filled with power as he lifted the huge slab of earth and said, "Even if it's an ego sword, it's still just a sword. If you can't get close, you can't do a thing." With that, he unhesitatingly hurled it towards Seo Gil. "Accept your fate and die a pathetic death under this rock. I promise I'll sell that sword of yours for a high price." Seo Gil gripped the sword tightly. He stared calmly at the mass of earth, 1,000 times his size. Just as the slab was about to hit him, Seo Gil slowly swung his sword. His fierce gaze was fixed on Red Wolf. At the same time, Red Wolf felt a sense of foreboding. The massive rock suddenly stopped in midair, then split in two under the force of the sword. Red Wolf was stunned by this sight, his eyes wide as he watched the sword's path head straight for him. What? The sword's path continued, skimming across the ground. Its fiery power sent the entire Red Hood gang flying. It created a massive gash in the earth. All of them were thrown into the air, knocked unconscious. Amidst the thick smoke, Seo Gil stood firm in his sword-swinging stance. Only then did his body feel the fatigue from overusing his energy. He moved his lips, struggling to say, "I did it." With that, he staggered and lost his balance. His body, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground. In front of him lay the bodies of the leader and his men. Amidst the sea of defeated Red Hood bandits, the system's voice rang out. "Red Hood bandits. Completed. Seo Gil. Student. Lowest rank." At that moment, in the barrier reserved for God, Arthur's loud laughter echoed. "Ha!" He was delighted, lounging on his sofa and praising them. "Excellent. This is what makes it worth reading." With that, Arthur tossed his phone aside and sighed wearily. Phew. So, finally, all the contestants have entered the game. He clasped his hands in front of him, looking mysteriously at the chessboard, and said, "Everything is finally beginning." His voice was filled with amusement, his face hidden by his hands. "The world that I have created?" Meanwhile, in another place, under a clear sky, the sound of a cart creaked along the road. Sitting on it was an old man. The two of them, a man and a fluffy ball, moved forward. No one said a word. This sparkling ball of fluff was named Makiko. Its defining feature, cuteness. This skinny old man was none other than Dupawat, 86th in line. His profession was a trainer and a Makiko driver. For the first time in a very long time, his peaceful life was once again being threatened. Let's rewind a bit. The reason was that 30 minutes ago, while he was grooming his Makiko, a gruff voice called out from somewhere, directed at him. "Hey, old man, give us a ride." Dupawat, who was busy caring for his Makiko, was startled by the call and turned around. He was furious, his hand still gripping the brush. What? Who's there? Does this brat have no manners? However, the sight behind him terrified him even more. Excalibur was dragging Seo Gil by the head with one hand, while carrying a large bag over her other shoulder. Her voice was full of menace as she replied, "Me? I don't have any. You got a problem with that?" Seeing this, he couldn't help but be alarmed, stammering, No, of course not. I don't have any grandparents either. Get on." Glancing at the unconscious body of Seo Gil beside her, Dupawat thought to himself, "Is she dragging a corpse?" Suddenly, Excalibur's call startled him. "Hey, old man." She complained from her seat on the cart, slapping the side of it as a warning. "What are you thinking about? Drive carefully." Hearing this, Dupawat trembled and replied, "My apologies." Although he was trembling on the outside, he was seething with hatred on the inside. This insolent brat. If I were 50 years younger, I would have. Excalibur didn't notice his murderous glare. She tried to wake Seo Gil up. Hey, wake up." But she was too forceful, and his head made a loud crack. Blood spurted from his mouth, startling the old man. Hearing Excalibur's indifferent voice from behind, "Huh? Is this what happens? Oh, it's twisted." Dupawat could only accept it bitterly. "Just leave it be." Excalibur stared at Seo Gil's unconscious body, growling in frustration. "This bastard. He still hasn't moved since he passed out." Seo Gil looked absolutely pathetic, drool trickling from his mouth. She curiously poked his hair, wondering, maybe he's dead? It doesn't really matter to me if he's dead or not, but what would I do then? Would Lord Arthur come get me? Even after all that, he still didn't move, just kept snoring. Suddenly, Seo Gil shot up, shouting his favorite dish, shrimp paste with fermented pork. This startled Excalibur, who instinctively slapped him across the face. Ugh, what the hell was that? A large bump swelled on Seo Gil's head. He obediently listened as she asked, "So you don't remember anything?" Hearing that, he answered honestly, "Yeah, after I held your hand. I don't remember anything else." Hearing this, Excalibur bluntly declared, "You really are useless." Seo Gil tried to search his memory, describing as much as he could. "But I vaguely remember you releasing some kind of amazing power. Like shooting fire." Hearing this, Excalibur was even more disappointed. She crossed her arms and sighed. Yeah, but if you don't remember how you did it, then all my words of encouragement were for nothing, huh?" This made Seo Gil even more dejected. "I'm sorry." Excalibur's eyes were fixed on him. She thought to herself, was it just luck? No, it couldn't have been just luck. No one can control me just by being lucky. Even though Seo Gil looks like a loser, in that chaotic moment, he didn't kill a single person. Remembering the sight of the Red Hood bandits waking up one by one, Excalibur couldn't help but be surprised. This made her even more suspicious of his true abilities. He used Lord Arthur's power perfectly. As if remembering something, Seo Gil suddenly said loudly, "Oh, right. I remember one more thing." Hearing this, Excalibur quickly sat up. "What? Really?" Seeing her so eager, he said hesitantly, "It's not that important." The more he said that, the more her curiosity grew. "Anything is fine. Tell me." The image of Excalibur holding her hand out to Seo Gil appeared as he said, "At that moment. Thank you for believing in me." Seo Gil was a bit hesitant, stammering as he reached out his hand. These words made Excalibur freeze for a moment, holding her hand out to him. Seo Gil shyly called her name, X. The atmosphere immediately changed. Excalibur angrily corrected him. "It's Excalibur, you idiot. You can't even remember my name." Hearing this, Seo Gil flusteredly explained, "It's not that I don't remember, it's just so cheesy, it's awkward to say." Dupawat, on the side, grumbled to himself, "These noisy kids. Just wait until we get to the village." Excalibur repeatedly hit him while shouting, "Too cheesy and awkward to say? What's wrong with my name? Your name is even sillier." Seo Gil just cowered, weakly saying while being bullied, "My mom gave me this name." Hearing that, she yelled in annoyance. Shut your mouth. Noticing the change in scenery, Seo Gil exclaimed in surprise. Whoa. Wait, look. Excalibur, next to him, thought he was trying to change the subject and said angrily, I don't want to hear it. If you don't want a beating, don't provoke me. Seo Gil quickly explained. That's not it. This isn't the time to argue. Excalibur finally turned around. She stared in shock at the scene behind them. What the hell are you talking about? In front of them was the village gate. Inside was a magnificent, sprawling citadel. At the village entrance, people in the distance were having their identities checked by guards and paying a fee before being allowed to enter. Seo Gil observed the scene ahead, then looked down at the things he was carrying and couldn't help but curse. We're screwed. Looking at his phone next to a pen, Seo Gil thought dejectedly. This is all I have on me. What am I going to do? Helpless, he racked his brain for a solution. Should I get a part-time job? But I've never had one before. Do they even hire minors? Seeing this, Excalibur cleared her throat. Ahem. After she explained the situation, he asked in surprise. What? You stole all the bandits' money. At this, Excalibur proudly replied. That's right. Seo Gil quickly went to check the money bag, then turned to her in admiration. Look at all this. We don't have to worry about money anymore. Excalibur, you're the best. Excalibur then pointed to herself, saying smugly, Of course. From now on, you do whatever I say, got it? Hearing this, Seo Gil obediently replied, Got it. But that wasn't all. Excalibur continued to command. The first thing we do when we get into the village is find me a bowl of hot blood sausage soup. Suddenly, the old man's voice from before rang out. It's them. Officer, please arrest them. They're the ones who threatened me. Dupawat, leading several police officers, pointed at them worriedly. This sudden turn of events startled them both, and they exclaimed, What? Excalibur aggressively argued back. Threatened you? What are you talking about, old man? I just asked for your help, and you agreed to wait for us. Seo Gil, not entirely trusting his partner, immediately turned and asked, Did you really threaten him? Sorry, but I was unconscious during the entire incident. I'm a victim too. He was already quick to make excuses for himself. Seeing him turn on her so fast, Excalibur furiously shouted, You son of a bitch, and then unleashed a powerful kick to Seo Gil's face in front of the police and Dupawat. The old man then spoke up. It's useless to deny it. You two are clearly accomplices. Hearing this, they both froze. He held up a wanted poster. He aggressively accused them. The proof is this wanted poster right here. You're the infamous Red Hood bandits, aren't you? The more he spoke, the more his anger rose. You think I don't know? You brats. Excalibur, finding herself suddenly accused, retorted. What are you talking about, old man? Seo Gil, beside her, added, She's right. We have nothing to do with that gang. Only then did they both freeze, realizing they were wearing clothes taken from the Red Hoods. The police, of course, sided with Dupawat. They slowly approached, saying threateningly, No wonder those cloaks looked familiar. You thieves, today is the day you get caught. He mercilessly ordered his subordinates. Surround them all. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen spears were pointed directly at the two of them. Seeing the situation suddenly become difficult, Excalibur clicked her tongue in frustration, while Seo Gil's mind was spinning, endlessly asking himself questions. From a distance, a figure stood on a rooftop, silently observing them. The killing intent radiating from him was immense. He looked down, muttering, Confirmed. Seo Gil was dazed, not understanding what was happening. From afar, a caravan of travelers approached, whispering to each other about the crowd ahead. What's going on over there? Not sure, but it looks like some criminals showed up. Seriously? I've been standing here for so long my legs are killing me. If you're gonna arrest someone, do it quickly. Hearing this, Excalibur said angrily, butting in when you don't know anything. They were clearly cornered. Seo Gil beside her didn't move a muscle. Seeing him just stand there like a statue, she thought to herself, Seo Gil. He's frozen again. He's probably going to run away like last time. Suddenly, Seo Gil started repeatedly slapping himself in the face. This action startled Excalibur, who was next to him, and she yelled, What the hell? Seo Gil's face was bruised as he swallowed back tears, trying to calm himself. I can't run away. In a crisis like this, his inner self was forced to become stronger. With determined eyes, he told himself, right. No running away. Even though deep down, all I want to do is get out of here as fast as possible. Seo Gil stared at the guards in front of him. She thought of a way to escape. They misunderstood us as thieves from the start, but if I explain, they'll surely understand. Seeing the two of them just standing there, the guard shouted impatiently, "You two, put your hands behind your heads and get out of the cart now." Hearing this, Seo Gil obediently replied. He put his trembling hands behind his back and signaled for her to calm down. Don't worry, Excalibur. I have a plan. Just listen and do as I." Quick as a flash, Excalibur vaulted over Seo Gil. This action surprised him, and he exclaimed. She landed in a ready stance in midair, smugly telling them, "You're the ones who can't escape. Do you have any idea who I am to act like this? Let me pull out all your teeth and make a shield out of them for you to play with." Only Seo Gil, seeing this, had a look of despair on his face, thinking in frustration, that attitude again. This is really it. On instinct, she lunged forward and punched the guard. He was knocked out with a single blow. Excalibur stood on his body, casually warming up her limbs. She said with authority, "One down." In her head, she thought, just as I thought. Even though it's not like before, my strength has returned a little. Even without Arthur's power, I have more than enough to deal with these flies. She turned her eyes to the remaining ones, fearlessly ordering, "Come on." Seeing the entire force begin to hesitate, the police officer quickly reassured them. "Don't be afraid. They're not on the list. Where's the... Just go." Hearing this, they responded aggressively. Hearing the familiar phrase, Excalibur couldn't help but wonder, "Player?" I think that's what Arthur called Seo Gil. At that moment, the guards rushed forward. "Get that girl." Facing the spear points, she still spoke calmly. "Even though I don't know what this player thing is, let me teach you one thing. I'm stronger than you." As soon as she finished speaking, a red wolf cloak flew towards them from out of nowhere. The guard in front suddenly had his vision blocked. He cried out in fear, "I can't see anything." Seeing this, his comrade next to him reminded him, "Right in front of you." Excalibur quickly turned. She spun in midair, easily slicing off the guard's head. Not stopping there, Excalibur gripped the spear tightly, her eyes determined as she looked at them. She mercilessly threw the spear at them. It spun in the air and slammed right into the face of a nearby guard. He took the full force of the spear to his face. He was sent flying backward by the momentum. Excalibur, now in the air, assessed their strength. "These guys are weaker than I thought. Not even a fraction as strong as that big guy from before. If this is all they've got, then maybe climbing to rank 1 won't take that long for Seo Gil." Her eyes quickly darted to the city gate, observing the police officer's mysterious actions. "What's that guy saying?" At that moment, the officer shoved his subordinate's shoulder and ordered, "Get Sir John here, quickly." Hearing this, the soldier replied. From a distance, Excalibur flew like a bullet towards the officer, getting right in his face, her fist raised. He was startled by her sudden approach and cried out, "Ah!" She clenched her fist threateningly. "Who's this John? You better bring him here. That is, if you can still stand after you take this hit." The officer grimaced, accepting his fate. Seo Gil, observing from a distance, noticed a strange object approaching and repeatedly warned her, "Wait." Excalibur, he bit his tongue. He was in such a hurry, he even bit his tongue. "Watch out." Excalibur heard the call and suddenly froze. Some guy leaped down from above, his hand tightly gripping a cloth weapon, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Excalibur, at that moment, couldn't react in time. She could only stand there, frozen to the spot. Seo Gil quickly shouted, "Liber!" Her body separated into its spirit form, narrowly escaping death, to the attacker's astonishment. The stream of light flew towards Seo Gil. Excalibur, now transformed into a sword for him to hold. Realizing she had been suddenly recalled, she protested angrily. "Who gave you permission to call me without my consent? Are you trying to be a hero or something? Besides, I already knew he was coming from behind, so I could have handled it myself." Seo Gil firmly denied it. "No, you couldn't have." This statement successfully angered Excalibur. She snapped, "What? Are you talking back to me now? A loser like you?" Hearing this, Seo Gil replied, "It's because I'm a loser that I know. Hey, do you know what the most important quality a loser has to have is?" She asked curiously, "What is it?" At this point, his tone suddenly changed. He said seriously, "Vigilance. Just like how prey avoids encountering hunters. You always have to be wary of the most dangerous person in the room." He gasped for breath, his eyes showing clear terror as he continued. "And just now, my loser instincts were telling me, that guy is dangerous." Just imagining his imposing, powerful figure, Seo Gil already knew how weak he was. Excalibur could only mumble in response. TCH. It wasn't until she noticed another strange detail that she turned around in shock and exclaimed, "What is that?" A gash had appeared behind her without her noticing. The cloth weapon retracted on command. The man's voice came from behind her. "Confirmed. Target missed." Meanwhile, the townspeople saw this and scattered in a panic. Everyone was terrified of him. Sir John is making his move. "Run." The cloth now lay neatly on his uniform. He pointed at it and said with certainty, "But next time, I won't." This man was none other than John. Class, Guardian, Player. Seo Gil's eyes were fixed on the split in the ground. He couldn't help but marvel. Did he just split the ground with a strip of cloth? Hearing this, Excalibur angrily shouted, "Don't tell me you're scared already. I told you to pay close attention. There's nothing to be afraid of." This startled him, and he quickly replied, "Huh? No, of course not. I'm not scared." Excalibur, inside the sword, repeatedly warned him, "You have to be careful of that cloth, Seo Gil. If you get hit by it, it'll definitely be over." Seo Gil grumbled in response. Anyone could tell that just by looking at the ground. His heart was pounding. "I'm actually scared out of my mind right now. But I can't just run. I have to fight back." But why did Excalibur suddenly get so heavy? The sword trembled uncontrollably in his hand. He panted, trying to focus on the target in front of him. His mind became more chaotic with the sword's unexpected weight. Now, even just standing firm is difficult. How the hell could Arthur swing this sword around like it was nothing? Realizing he couldn't continue, he tried to buy some time. "Wait a minute." Hearing this, Excalibur urged him on. "Seo Gil, at your current level, you can only use me for a maximum of 2 minutes. So stop hesitating and let's go." Seo Gil's face was covered in sweat. He asked hesitantly, "But do we really have to fight?" She yelled in frustration, "What? We've come this far, and you're still afraid to fight." Seo Gil remained firm in his decision, trying to find a more advantageous solution. "That's not it. Listen, I am scared of fighting, but that's not what I mean right now. Are we at a point where we're forced to fight?" Not understanding Seo Gil's implication, Excalibur asked irritably, "What the hell are you rambling about?" Only then did he explain, "What I mean is, our initial priority is to climb that tower to find Nagi. So if we fight right now, it'll be even harder to get into the area around the tower than to get inside it. Also, if by some miracle I manage to beat him and then pass out, it'll all be over anyway." Frustrated with Seo Gil's half-baked plan, she said wearily, "So are you just going to stand there until you pass out?" Seo Gil, not having thought of a solution yet, stammered, "Well." Meanwhile, John, seeing that they weren't making a move, said grimly, "Confirmed." Excalibur sensed the danger and whipped around, checking his movements and shouting a warning to Seo Gil. "Seo Gil, watch out in front." Instantly, the cloth from before formed into a golden hand and shot forward, trying to grab him. John casually waved his hand, his voice steady. "According to the charges, your crimes include injuring a gate guard, obstructing an officer in the performance of his duties, and attempted murder." Seo Gil was frozen to the spot. He could only watch helplessly as the cloth hand approached him, his mind racing in confusion. A giant hand. The layers of cloth suddenly separated, quickly wrapping around Seo Gil, to his astonishment. The cloth strips tightened around his body. Only then did he realize what it truly was. "It's the cloth strips." John showed no mercy, saying sternly, "You both have the right to remain silent. But, since you have resisted, I, a player and a guardian." At this, he pulled the cloth strip sharply towards him, decisively announcing their sentence. "We'll sentence you to death." This guy, John, used his long rope-like cloth, stretching it out to prepare for something. He told the main character, "Based on whether you resist or not, with the judgment authority of a player." John's face was grim, filled with killing intent. He growled, "The death sentence will be carried out. With that, he swung his arms, pulling the ropes taut. Seo Gil's face was filled with fear, beads of sweat rolling down his trembling face. He seemed to have superhuman strength, pulling the long rope taut, while still standing firm on the rocky ground. John lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with anger. He scowled, staring intently at him. In a flash, his golden rope had wrapped around Seo Gil, rendering him helpless despite having a weapon in his hand. Seo Gil hunched over, looking worried. He was breathing heavily, sweat still pouring down his face as he thought. He's on a completely different level. Seo Gil's vision went dark. All around him was blackness. Panic began to set in. The only person I can see is him. It's like he and I are the only two people left in the world. A terrifying truth. His eyes widened in shock, his face now pale. So this is what a tower conqueror is like, a player. On the other side, John still held the rope tightly, not making his next move. Seo Gil started to feel uneasy. His whole body was trembling. The sword in his hand reassured him. Are you okay, Seo Gil? Seo Gil replied with difficulty, I can't move. His hand still gripped the sword tightly. Blue sparks flickered around it. Suddenly, Seo Gil used his power to tear the rope apart, causing John to look up in surprise. I warned you not to resist. With that, John once again manipulated the rope, wrapping it around itself to form a weapon for himself. The thin rope gradually transformed into a long, sharp weapon in his hand. He then said sternly, I will now carry out your punishment according to the regulations. The sword in Seo Gil's hand called out loudly, Seo Gil. Before the sword could say anything, he grimaced and replied, I know. That's right. Now is not the time to worry about details. If this continues, we're going to die. We have no choice but to fight back. On the other side, John was no less formidable, his sharp eyes filled with killing intent. Then, the sword in Seo Gil's hand began to glow, radiating a terrifying power. The ego sword was filled with excitement. She raised her fist and shouted, Yes. Just like that. John stood there, stunned, looking at them. He stammered, What is this power? Within himself, Seo Gil could feel his entire body overflowing with energy. So this is the power of God that Bear was talking about. He felt a sense of relief, seeing a chance to turn the tables. There's a chance. We can win. Seo Gil leaped high into the air, getting into position to swing his sword in a counterattack. But suddenly, he looked down below and exclaimed in surprise. He saw several townspeople helping the old man away. He was horrified. Why are those people still here? They might not be able to escape in time. The sword had lost its patience. It began to shout, What are you doing, Seo Gil? Why did you suddenly stop? Are you going to keep being so indecisive? Do you want me to kill you before that guy does? As if he had lost his momentum, he fell from the sky. He also panicked and replied to the sword. But if I attack now, the other people will get caught in it. At this point, John, who was below, held his weapon and looked up at Seo Gil, confused and speechless. His weapon began to transform. He said, Confirmed. I don't know what you're doing, but you just missed your only chance to win. After saying that, he used his power to fly up into the sky, approaching Seo Gil, who was in freefall. Reaching the same altitude, he clenched his fist, causing even Seo Gil, who was holding a weapon, to feel fear. Then he swung his fist hard. Seo Gil took the full force of the blow without being able to react at all. After taking that punch, he was sent flying violently to the ground. The earth shattered, creating a loud noise. The people who were evacuating also stared with wide, astonished eyes. The guy with the bowl cut said, Ouch, that looks painful. The old man in the hat asked, He's not dead, is he? John stood up there, looking down with a cold gaze and said, Just as I thought. You are very dangerous. Even after falling from this height, you're still alive. Down below, Seo Gil was lying on the ground, and the ego sword had transformed back into a person. John gripped his weapon tightly. Then, suddenly, he flew down quickly, constantly saying, I'm coming. At this point, Seo Gil had no strength left, lying motionless on the ground. Excalibur stood protectively in front of him, frowning at John with a very worried look, thinking, I was careless. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Then he mercilessly threw his sharp weapon down, aiming straight for the two of them. Excalibur's eyes widened in fear, and she squeezed them shut. A flash of light appeared in the air as something shot up. After a moment of no movement, she cautiously peeked open her eyes. There was a pure white creature, with soft fur, standing in front of her. It made her exclaim, "A fur ball." She stared in bewilderment at the adorable, fluffy white creature frolicking on the ground. It let out a cry. The fur ball shielded the two of them, facing the glowing weapon that was speeding towards them head-on. John, standing above, was surprised by this appearance. He said, "A Makiko? Why would an intelligent creature like that interfere?" The people hiding in the forest also peeked out to watch. Seeing this, the orange-haired guy said in surprise, "What the? Did that Makiko just shield those two?" Another voice asked, "Why would a gentle creature like that interfere in a fight? I've never seen anything like this. So what happens now? Are they going to keep fighting? No way. Even for Sir John, attacking a Makiko is not allowed." The voices reached her ears, making her think, "What's all the commotion?" John scowled and looked around, but said nothing. Then the weapon suddenly unraveled back into a rope. It sparked with crackling flames. It landed on the ground, to Excalibur's surprise and confusion. His face was still as dark as before, staring at them. Her expression was resolute, without a trace of fear as she looked at him. The Makiko standing guard in front of them let out a cry. His cold eyes darted around before he uttered a single sound. He used his rope to whip her, sending her flying backward, which also stunned the Makiko. She was hit very hard and thrown to the ground, unconscious, next to Seo Gil. After that, he coldly walked away and ordered, "Lock them up. I will punish them according to the law." The Makiko behind him let out an angry cry, as if shouting at him. "Mwmo." A few guards ran over from somewhere. "Yes, sir." Seo Gil and Excalibur were locked in a cell behind wooden bars. They lay sprawled next to each other. In a bustling town with houses packed closely together, loud laughter could be heard. Haha. What? John was standing still, being reprimanded by someone else. "A Makiko blocked you and protected the criminals?" He tried to convince him. "It's true, sir." That person sat by the window, looking at everything outside, and said, "Did you arrest the wrong innocent people again?" The Makiko tribe would never protect evil people. John hesitated and replied, "It's true that they attacked the village gate. Also, please examine this." He took out a red necktie with a name on it and said, "One of them was wearing this tie. Aside from the unusual fabric, I've never seen this style before. I believe he is a suspicious individual." The other man's eyes widened in surprise. Then he laughed loudly. "Haha, unbelievable. I've seen this tie before." John asked, "Do you have someone in mind, sir?" The other replied, "Don't you remember John? The one who managed to get through Nagi's absolute zone." John was startled, as if remembering. Could it be him? He laughed smugly and said, "That's right. I think I'll have to meet this person myself. Only now do I know this man's name is Dean, a swordsman." Elsewhere, two Makikos were on a wall. In the small, cramped prison cell, two people sat in opposite corners. Only a single ray of sunlight shone in from the small barred window. Seo Gil turned and hesitantly started a conversation with Excalibur. "The security here is pretty lax, huh?" When she didn't answer, he continued his monologue. "You were amazing back there. How many people have you taken down?" His name was John, right? Turns out players are nothing special. If I had landed my attack, we would have definitely won. He still saw no reaction from her. She was just hugging her knees against the wall, so he got a little worried. Sweat poured down his face. With her hand on the wall, she let out a heavy sigh. Huh. Seo Gil trembled, sweat pouring down relentlessly. He fell into a spiral of worried thoughts. Crap. She's really mad. This is it. Can't blame her, though. If it were me, I'd be pissed too. If I hadn't hesitated back then, we would have won. I'm such a pathetic bastard. I should just die. Thinking this, he walked over to the wall and started banging his head against it hard. At this point, she finally noticed and called out to him. Hey. He was startled and stopped, turning to her. Huh. The girl lowered her head, her hand on her forehead in disappointment and sadness, and said, I'm sorry. Her words made him freeze, surprised and speechless. He moved closer and asked Excalibur in astonishment. Sorry? Did you just say you're sorry? You're apologizing to me? Why? Or are you just pretending so you can hit me when my guard is down? The girl got up irritably and replied, I'm just admitting my mistake. I was the one who started the fight and dragged us both into this. So I'm sorry. She punched him, leaving a bump on his head, then asked in a serious tone, "Are you listening?" Now, he could only obediently say, "Yes, ma'am." The girl continued, "And I'm not just apologizing with empty words. I will take responsibility." She surprised him again. Seo Gil looked up and exclaimed. Then she pointed to her cheek and looked at him seriously, saying, "Here, hit me." Seo Gil sat there, stunned, and asked again, "I hit you?" She confirmed it with certainty. Seo Gil was once again confused. He thought, what is she talking about? Is her head just filled with violence and fighting? Could that be why she just recklessly charges in without thinking? Then, as if remembering something, his eyes widened in surprise. Seo Gil suddenly called out, "Liber." He scratched his head and stammered out a suggestion. "Can I call you Liber?" He explained cheerfully to her. Excalibur is too long to pronounce properly in urgent situations. So instead of hitting you, let me call you Liber, okay? Is that too weird? I think it's fine. Excalibur was taken aback by the suggestion. She thought for a moment, not knowing what to say. Then she waved her hand, turned her back to him, and replied to Seo Gil, "Whatever. I don't care what you call me. So go ahead." The young man was overjoyed, as if he had achieved a great victory, and asked again. "Oh, really?" Excalibur said, "but more importantly." Then she tapped lightly on the wall. The girl stood under the barred window, turned her head, and said slyly to Seo Gil, "I think it's time we broke out of here." The prison had 2 floors with many bars and a rather high surrounding wall. Outside, 2 guards were standing on either side. They were so tired from standing guard for so long that they had dozed off, revealing a glaring weakness and creating an opportunity for them to escape. Suddenly, a shout was heard. "Looks like the work is too hard, huh?" The guard on duty was startled awake with a loud "ha." He jumped and said loudly, "Sir John, and Sir Dean as well. And what do you mean by and, you bastard?" The 2 of them had come to check on Seo Gil and Excalibur. The 2 guards bowed their heads in fear and apologized. "We are so sorry. We just dozed off without realizing it." But Dean was in a pretty good mood today, so he said cheerfully, "It's fine, it's fine. This just proves how peaceful it is here, right?" But John's face was dark. He mocked them. "The only thing peaceful here is probably your heads." The guard trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. "We're done for. We're definitely getting written up for this." Dean started to ask them, "The ones we caught at the village gate." Before he could finish, the guard quickly cut him off. "Yes, Sir Dean." Before the 2 could finish their sentence, a loud explosion rang out, stunning them. A corner of the prison had been blown up, making Dean exclaim. A huge hole was created in the sturdy stone wall of the prison, and the culprits were none other than the 2 of them. They had quickly escaped the prison walls. Seeing this, the 2 guards bowed their heads repeatedly and said, "Please, just kill us." Dean was so surprised that he just stood there, admiring it. Wow, amazing. They made such a big exit. But behind him, John's anger was already flaring up. Dean said thoughtfully, "But creating a commotion this big is like shouting, 'I'm over here.'" Looking down, they could already see the 2 of them quickly making their escape. Seo Gil, exhausted and out of breath, said, "Liber, can you slow down a bit? Moving this fast right after using all that strength is making me." She angrily shouted at him, "Just endure it a little longer." After that, John had gathered his power, preparing to punish them. The 2 of them were sent flying. Suddenly, Excalibur felt her body change. A sharp, uncomfortable pain was clear on her face. What is this? Suddenly, my body weight. Seo Gil was no different. He also felt the strange change in his body. How did my body suddenly get so heavy? He opened his hand to test it and concluded, "No, my hand can still move normally." So that means... At this point, John was standing in front of Seo Gil, his face angry as he stared at their transformation. "The thing that got heavier is my clothes." The young man collapsed in pain, his face contorted as he endured it. John remained as cold as ever. He said, "Give up. I've marked your clothes. You'll be under my control for at least half a day." Seo Gil used the last of his strength to tell him, "We're not bandits. We came here to conquer the tower." John repeated the 4 words he had just said. "Conquer the tower." John stood there and told him, "This place, the entry village, has seen so many like you. People drawn to the heavenly tower, terrarium, like moths to a flame. If what you say is true, and you want to climb that tower, then that's all the more reason for you to give up. Excalibur was also angry, but because of her body's change, she couldn't do anything but tremble and say, "You." John looked at the two of them, collapsed on the ground, and stated with certainty, "That tower is a place full of people like me. Players, the two of you combined can't even fight me. So climbing that tower is just a fantasy." But then a loud shout echoed through the chaotic scene. "Stop right there." Dean stepped in front of the young man, leaving him bewildered. Dean spoke softly, "Are you Seo Gil?" Seo Gil was terrified, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, "Could it be? You're the person from back then?" Dean just looked at him and smiled lightly in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you again. I'm Dean." This left Seo Gil stunned. "The leader of this entry village." "I'm Dean, the leader of the entry village." Seo Gil was worried, sweat pouring down his face. He thought, Art? Facing one of them was already a life-or-death situation. Now there's another player? What is this situation? At a nursing home, two nurses were taking care of Seo Gil. The young girl coaxed him, "Sayat." The gentle old woman next to her couldn't stop praising him. "With your hair slicked back, you look so handsome." The children surrounding him kept calling out, "Big brother, big brother." But one little boy said, "He looks so dumb." The children crowded around Seo Gil, asking, "Where are you from, big brother?" The same boy from before was still insulting him. Even his clothes looked dumb. This made him angry, and he scowled at them. He shouted at him, "Huh, you little brat." Excalibur, in the bed next to him, was enjoying herself and suddenly said to him, "Let's go get something to eat, Seo Gil. The food here is pretty good." This startled him, and he turned and shouted, "Liber, you've been next to me this whole time." Seo Gil was panicked and confused, asking Liber, "What's going on? Where are we?" She was still very relaxed and casually told him, "You don't know either? I have no idea." He got angry and couldn't stop himself from shouting, "What are you talking about? This is no time to be sitting around. We need to get out of here quickly before those monsters." Suddenly, a deep voice spoke up. "Are you referring to me as those monsters?" It turned out John was standing right behind him and had heard everything. Seo Gil was terrified and froze, unable to say another word. After that, Seo Gil followed John upstairs to some place. As he walked, Seo Gil worriedly thought, "Just a little while ago, he was giving me hell, and now he won't even look at me. How much further do I have to go?" He was angry at Liber, his face scrunched up as he cursed her in his mind. "That damn Liber wouldn't come with me. She just glanced at me and said, 'You two go on ahead.' Without Liber, I'm just a useless, ordinary high school student." Then, Seo Gil's expression changed to a mysterious smile. He thought, he definitely wasn't lying when he called himself the leader of the village. Otherwise, John wouldn't be serving him like this. But then he returned to a state of extreme fear and anxiety. If I give a vague answer, he might get angry and I'll be done for. Maybe the best option right now is to tell the truth. But, will that be okay? To say that this technique belongs to the god Arthur? John led him to Dean. Dean returned his red necktie, which greatly surprised Seo Gil. He asked, "You're returning these things. Does that mean we've been?" Before he could finish, Dean confirmed, "That's right. You two have been proven innocent." Only then did Seo Gil feel a great sense of relief. The young man smiled gratefully and said, "Thank heavens." Dean explained to him that the old Makiko driver had come to them and confirmed that they were not members of the Red Hood gang. He was extremely surprised and asked, "Really? But he was the one who accused us before." "I don't know either. He said you two saved him and his friends." He remembered seeing them during the fight in that clearing, which is why he held back and missed his chance to win. The young man exclaimed. Dean smiled and continued. After telling the truth, he disappeared. Just like that. Huh. Seo Gil just stood there, dazed, not knowing what else to say. At this point, Seo Gil burst out laughing. Ha, which confused Dean, who turned and said, "Huh." The young man bowed his head slightly and said softly, "So that's how it was. Those people." In his heart, he thought, "My actions weren't meaningless." Suddenly, Seo Gil said, "The highest rank." At that moment, Dean's eyes widened, staring at Seo Gil. The young man stood seriously, his voice firm as he said, Defeat Nagi, the one at the highest rank. I finally answered him. Seo Gil boldly declared his goal to Dean, his eyes unwavering. My goal is to defeat Nagi, the one who holds the highest rank. John, who was outside the door, had overheard their entire conversation. He didn't seem to agree with the boy's determination. In the room, the two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Seo Gil looked nervously at Dean. Suddenly, he turned his back and said, Seo Gil, my friend. Hearing this, Seo Gil was startled and replied, Yes, sir. I want you to look out the window, Dean said, his eyes turning towards the window where the light was streaming in. Seo Gil also looked in that direction. Outside, skyscrapers pierced the sky behind a protective wall, looking truly magnificent. It was so beautiful that Seo Gil unconsciously exclaimed, Whoa. At this point, Dean continued, Do you see those tall buildings behind that barrier? Most of them are owned by the Averon Guild, the guild that Nagi directly leads. Dean's face was a bit gloomy as he remarked, It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? Hearing this, Seo Gil was stunned. All of that. In that moment, I realized the true meaning of my declaration. A sudden fear washed over me. Seo Gil reconsidered his words. Nagi, when I said I wanted to defeat her, it wasn't just her, but also everything else under her. This is a declaration of war. Seo Gil swallowed hard, his determination beginning to waver. He clenched his fists, his mind endlessly questioning himself. Can I really do it? Me? Someone who couldn't even fit in a small community like a school? Someone like me. Thinking this, he saw himself stuck in the middle of the classroom, completely lost. Suddenly, a hand rested on Seo Gil's shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts. It looks like you could use a confidence boost, huh? He was startled and exclaimed, Huh? Dean cheerfully put his arm around his neck and said loudly, Whatever. I've made up my mind. Seo Gil, seeing his sudden change in mood, was confused and called out, Sir Dean. Hearing this, Dean replied with a confident smile, I'm going to help you conquer that tower, my friend, Seo Gil. Seo Gil couldn't believe his ears. He asked in astonishment, Really? Sir Dean. Hearing this, he replied cheerfully, Just call me Dean. Haha, of course. I like you already. Dean's voice suddenly dropped, becoming mysterious. Besides, it seems we share the same goal. So, where do we start? Dean tightened his grip, making Seo Gil uncomfortable. He cried out, I can't breathe. Sorry, but can you let me go first? As if remembering something, Dean turned and said, Oh, right. I forgot. Seo Gil, my friend. Hearing his name called, Seo Gil looked up at him curiously. Only then did Dean ask, Have you registered for the player selection tryouts yet? After some discussion, the door to the room opened. Seo Gil wearily dragged himself out of the room, constantly sighing, Phew, finally out. I'm exhausted. He looked ahead and thought to himself, But I've finally found a way to climb the tower. Suddenly, John's voice rang out. Do you really think that's possible? Unbeknownst to him, John had appeared behind him. Seo Gil looked at him, his heart full of suspicion. John, has he been standing outside the door this whole time? John continued, his tone a warning. I've already warned you, Seo Gil. You're not capable of climbing that tower. But instead of listening to my warning, you go on rambling about meaningless things. Seo Gil's brow furrowed slightly, uneasy about his opponent's intentions. John raised his voice, the pressure from him feeling like it could crush the boy. Seo Gil, do you really believe you can defeat Nagi? You're trash, so don't get ahead of yourself. The more he spoke, the more he revealed his dissatisfaction. If you want it that badly, then right now, I can once again help you realize your true place. Instantly, John raised his hand, concentrating his energy into his palm, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Excalibur flew in like a bullet, aiming a kick at John's face, to Seo Gil's astonishment. Unfortunately, Excalibur missed her target. She skidded a long way out onto the balcony, exclaiming in frustration, "Tsh, I missed." Seo Gil turned around and called out in alarm, "Lee Bear." She was now furious, pointing at John and shouting, "You, John or whatever your name is, you son of a bitch. Who do you think you are to order us around? You'll regret that arrogant attitude. We'll become 1,000,000,000 times stronger than you." He just listened to her insults in silence. But then, Seo Gil's voice from behind made John pause slightly. That's right. He felt as if he had been given a boost of strength and said with determination, "We will get stronger and conquer the tower. And Nagi, we will definitely defeat her." Hearing this, John's eyes couldn't hide his surprise. Seo Gil remained resolute. He showed no hesitation in his shocking statement. Having no other choice, John turned to leave, not forgetting to throw a few sarcastic remarks. "It seems I'm talking to a brick wall. I can't understand why Sir Dean likes such scum." He glared at them, his tone full of challenge. "Fine. I'll be watching. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk." They just stood there, unafraid. Their eyes followed John's footsteps until the atmosphere finally relaxed. Only then did Seo Gil collapse to his knees. His body had no strength left, and he let out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. Excalibur, next to him, ordered, "Get up. Are you an invertebrate or something?" She was still fuming about what had just happened. Her body was burning with anger as she said, "Seo Gil, let's get stronger. And then, we'll castrate that son of a bitch together." Hearing this, he quietly replied. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of them, Seo Gil said, "Right. Liber, Dean told me that." Excalibur, next to him, said curiously. While the sky was still clear, the two of them moved to a certain location. Seo Gil now stood among a crowd of beast men, his eyes wide as he looked ahead. "This must be the right place, right?" Excalibur, next to him, replied casually, "Of course. You can tell just by looking." Seo Gil's eyes narrowed. He said seriously, "So this is the place that Dean was talking about. The first gate." A large number of beast men and players were gathered here in front of the gate. Before them was a large concrete platform, and on top of it was some kid. She then spoke up. "All right, it looks like everyone is here. Then, now, the player selection will begin." Everyone around them was energized, waiting for this moment. Rewind to the past. Seo Gil and Excalibur are now in the city. He dragged his tired feet, complaining as he walked, "This is bad. I don't know where the registration office is." Excalibur, walking ahead, turned around in frustration. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Because of you, you idiot, we've been wandering around this neighborhood in circles. My feet are killing me." Seo Gil shot back. "I thought we'd spot the place right away." Then, remembering something, he added, "Oh, right. Dean said if we couldn't find the test site, we should just follow the other applicants." Excalibur asked, exasperated, "And who would that be?" Seo Gil stammered, clearly unsure himself. Well, he said we'd know them when we saw them." He turned away, muttering to himself, "Now that I think about it, how are we supposed to know who to follow? Is this part of the test, too?" Excalibur thought with a sigh, "What a useless idiot." A strange voice suddenly caught her attention. "Should I kill them, master?" Excalibur turned, looking at the man in confusion. The man was completely covered by a hood, laughing and muttering to himself. "Patience, Zal. Not yet." "Kakik." Another voice seemed to reply from within him. "Kakik, just give the word, master. You know how much I love the sight of blood." Excalibur watched him, thinking, what is that lunatic rambling about? Then, as if realizing something, she froze for a moment before quickly calling out to Seo Gil. "You don't think it's them, do you?" He followed her gaze and was startled by the sight before him. Those guys. In a nearby corner, a group of players had gathered, excitedly examining their weapons. A blond man with glasses boasted, "Huh? Can you feel the sharpness of this blade I forged with my own hands?" The two men with him replied enthusiastically, "Yeah, this is the real deal." Elsewhere, a young girl in a Lolita dress spoke softly to her companion. "Are you ready, Jian?" The large man beside her replied, "Of course." The self-absorbed man from before let out a wicked laugh. "Kakik." Then he calmed the creature within him. "Easy now, Gene Dragon." The two of them watched the bizarre procession move forward, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Excalibur said in disappointment, "Follow those freaks? I'd rather go home." Seo Gil tried to calm her down. "Easy, Excalibur." Suddenly, a strange hand landed on Seo Gil's shoulder. A beast man had come up behind them, his eyes glowing red. He growled menacingly, "Move it." Seo Gil immediately stepped aside. "Sorry." Excalibur didn't like the man's attitude at all. Mimicking the self-absorbed guy, she asked sarcastically, "Should I kill them?" "Master." Seo Gil put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down, imitating her back. Easy now, Excalibur. And just like that, we finally made it to the registration site to sign up to become players. We found the place. Excalibur, with tears in her eyes, said with relief, "Thank God. The registration area looks normal. If it was filled with people like them, I think I would have massacred everyone." Seo Gil, exhausted, replied, "I know, right?" He looked at the big, muscular guys standing around and thought, so these people are applicants, just like me. Excalibur noticed someone in the distance. Someone's getting on the stage. Seo Gil asked curiously, "I guess she's going to explain the rules of the test?" The person was Momo, the proctor for Area C. She observed the crowd for a moment before speaking. "It looks like everyone is here. In that case, the player selection for Area C will now begin." He remembered being in the room with Dean. When he'd asked, Dean had answered vaguely, "You want to know the selection criteria for players? There aren't any." He pointed to the sky and said simply, "You just have to prove that you're special. That's it. Just show them a piece of that move you used to punch a hole in my wall, and you'll pass for sure." Dean's words were light and casual. He even gave Seo Gil a reassuring smile. "There's nothing to worry about. Just relax, my friend Seo Gil." But reality was completely different. Momo was already failing contestants without a second thought. She walked along the line, looking at each of them and saying, "You fail too." The disqualified contestants asked in disbelief, "What?" Witnessing this, Seo Gil felt a growing sense of unease. "This looks a lot harder than I thought." Excalibur stared at the scene before her, annoyed. "What the hell? She's just picking people at random." Seo Gil looked up, determined. "I need to figure out the rules of this game. She may be a player like Dean and Jian, but there has to be some kind of standard. I have to figure it out before I get failed." Momo was now standing in front of a huge guy. She looked up at him, her tone accusatory. Are you expecting a proctor to look up at an applicant? Wipe that insolent look off your face." The big guy was startled and stammered, "I am Zoe." Seeing that he couldn't even speak properly, Momo asked irritably, "Zoe, do you think this is a daycare?" He became even more flustered. That's not what I meant, ma'am." At this, she let out a sigh and said mysteriously, "Fine. That's enough." Momo looked behind him and then announced, "Let's see. Everyone standing in line behind this big fellow, listen up. All of you have failed." She spoke without a hint of mercy, followed by their shocked screams. "What?" A bearded man yelled furiously. "I waited in line for 5 hours just to be failed like this." The blonde man behind him begged relentlessly, "Please, just give me one more chance." The others all started to cry out. "That's right. At least tell us the evaluation criteria." Momo just frowned at their words. "Criteria?" She kicked her leg high into the air, continuing her speech. "Of course, there is one." The kick carried an unparalleled surge of energy. It created a massive explosion that made even Dean, far away, jump and shout. Seeing him suddenly collapse, Jian rushed over to check on him. "Are you all right, Sir Dean?" Dean coughed violently, struggling to answer. "I almost choked to death." An explosion at the test site. He looked toward the testing area with concern. From the ground, a giant golem rose up, to the utter astonishment of the applicants. Momo stood on top of it, looking down at them. "Looks like this won't be easy, either," she continued, her voice dripping with menace. "Now, the proctor will tell you the selection criteria for a player. Momo, class, golem controller." Every word she uttered was pure arrogance. "The criterion to become a player is to be chosen by me, a player." The people below couldn't help but feel indignant. So it's true, she just passes whoever she wants and fails whoever she doesn't. Momo's eyes flashed with defiance. "If you have a problem with that, then come at me. I'll gladly be your opponent. If you understand, then the failed applicants may leave. The rest of you, return to your lines." Momo's words cast a heavy silence over the area. Everyone knew to keep quiet. Some were already trembling just at the sight of the giant golem. Seeing that no one else was speaking up, Momo sighed and sat down with a thud. "Wouldn't it have been better if you were all this obedient from the start? You have to see it with your own eyes to understand the difference in our levels." Suddenly, Excalibur's voice rang out from the crowd. "Don't mess with me." She angrily pointed at Momo and shouted, "I was going to let it slide, but you just had to show off about being a player when you're nothing special yourself." Seo Gil, behind her, tried to stop her. Excalibur. She didn't stop, continuing her tirade. What kind of bullshit criteria is that? What do you take us for? Huh? Despite Seo Gil's desperate pleas, Excalibur, calm down. She was so furious, she even yelled at him. Get a grip, Seo Gil. If being a player means becoming someone like her, then I don't want any part of it. Her words piqued the curiosity of the other players. Everyone turned their curious eyes toward them. Excalibur then turned back to him. What about you, Seo Gil? Seo Gil froze at her question, momentarily at a loss for words. Momo's scornful voice rang out again. It seems this applicant is a bit slow on the uptake. Even after witnessing the difference in our levels, she still doesn't know her place. In a flash, she was standing right in front of Excalibur. Do you need to get your eyes checked? She challenged. If you're so confident, then fight me. If you can so much as touch a single hair on my head, you pass. She stood face to face with her, her eyes filled with utter contempt. Excalibur, not backing down, replied, Humph. You better keep your word. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Both were determined to take the other down. Excalibur and Seo Gil's challenge to the proctor had both positive. A little demon sitting on the shoulder of a larger one watched the show with amusement. Ooh, this is new. Another couldn't help but laugh. Gage, are they idiots? And negative effects. Meanwhile, the chromast group from earlier just watched them in silence. But whatever the case, it was enough to get the attention of the other applicants who had been oppressed by the proctor. A pink-haired girl turned her eyes toward the conflict, watching intently. Momo was radiating with fighting spirit. Her tone was full of challenge. What are you waiting for? The sun will set before you even make a move. Excalibur clenched her fists and replied with a sarcastic smile. If you're so confident, you make the first move. It was as if sparks were flying between them. Momo shot back mockingly. Oh my. You think you can handle it? Excalibur quickly retorted. Handle my ass. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the murderous intent between the two, Seo Gil was stunned. It took him a moment to try and mediate. He tried to calm them. Hey, you two. You don't have to fight. We can just talk this out. But before he could even finish his sentence, something behind him suddenly exploded, making him jump. He couldn't help but curse. Ah shit. What the hell was that? Seeing the chaotic situation, some applicants gripped their weapons and asked nervously, There's so much smoke. Did something just explode? The rest scattered in panic. It wasn't an explosion. One of the failed applicants was just muttering to himself, and then suddenly, he sliced the golem in half. On the ground, the golem's corpse lay split in two. A red shadow flickered in the smoke. His eyes were bloodshot as he muttered relentlessly, I failed? Don't screw with me. Is this the thing that proves the player status you're all so proud of? It was the self-absorbed guy from before. He clenched his fist and said in a critical tone, Then I guess I've already reached it. Your level is truly disappointing. After a moment, he lifted his head and arrogantly declared, Proctor, I will personally fail you from the list of players. His evil spirit emerged from his body, eager to obey. Kakik, just give the command, master. Momo and Excalibur both stopped fighting at the sight, saying in unison, What the hell is that psycho trying to do? The self-absorbed guy stood up, gripping his scythe and commanding his evil spirit, Kill them, Gene Dragon. And with that, his spirit lunged forward. Gaia. Momo immediately took a defensive stance, cursing inwardly. Asterisk, so childish. Is he really this bitter about failing? Asterisk. She held out her hand contemptuously, claiming you'll pass based on your own strength. You sure talk a lot. This guy, and that one too. You're all the same. You only know how to make excuses for yourselves, not caring about anyone else. Just then, a figure dashed past, surprising Momo. Seo Gil rushed forward, to the astonishment of everyone else. He turned back frantically and said, Excalibur, help me. If this keeps up, the others are going to get dragged into this fight. Excalibur clicked her tongue, then flipped Momo off and yelled, Fine. You're lucky this time, you bitch. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. I'll lend a hand. The hooded man slowly walked forward, pushing Seo Gil's shoulder back. You guys have been hogging the spotlight. Now that things are getting fun, you have to learn to share. It threw him off balance. The man even gave him a thumbs up. Make sure you cheer for me. In his haste to stop him, Seo Gil had forgotten one thing. The evil spirit shot towards the hooded man. It was about to grab him with its outstretched hands. And yet, the young man showed no fear, casually eating a piece of candy. This situation, compared to the last one, the self-absorbed guy saw this and smugly gave his order. KH. What an insolent fool. Destroy him, Gene Dragon. His spirit heard the command and replied, lunging forward menacingly. As you wish, master. Was different. This time, the people around him weren't the kind who needed his protection. Somehow, the evil spirit was suddenly sliced into 100 pieces. The hooded man calmly turned around and gave Seo Gil a thumbs up. I won. He was Paste, a player applicant. Excalibur, seeing this, said resentfully, I was just about to go all out. Beside her, Seo Gil marveled silently. Asterisk amazing. What did he even do? Asterisk. Momo stood still, watching from a distance. The self-absorbed guy, after seeing his spirit get destroyed, snapped his scythe in a rage and screamed, Impossible. My Gene Dragon. This can't be happening. A strange voice suddenly spoke from behind him. It's time for you to stop rampaging. He turned around resentfully. Who's there? The pink-haired girl spoke again. Who else could it be? I'm just an applicant, like you. She was Kina Led, a player applicant. Seeing he didn't answer, Kina Led crossed her arms and ordered, Stop making a scene and leave. This enraged him. Shut up. Don't you order me. Her expression didn't change. She held out her hand and said firmly, An order? This is a warning. Whether you listen or not is up to you. But you're not planning to fight without a weapon, are you? The other injured applicants were furious, hurling insults at him. How dare you drag us into your mess? Get down here, you bastard. The self-absorbed guy turned away, annoyed. He couldn't accept it and screamed, Just you wait, you bastards. As he was dragged away by security, he struggled relentlessly, saying spitefully, I'll get my revenge. I'll curse you all. I'll become the god of death and torture your souls. Kina Led couldn't help but sigh. Paste, beside her, said with contempt, What is that guy rambling about? Excalibur watched him go. She said reassuringly, Looks like he was all bark and no bite. Seo Gil next to her replied with concern, But thanks to him, we're not the proctor's target anymore. Suddenly, someone raised their hand with a question. I have a question. Seo Gil immediately turned around. Huh. The crow-masked man spoke up. What's going to happen to us now? Are we going to have to line up again and wait to be failed by your arbitrary, subjective judgment? Seeing him appear out of nowhere, Seo Gil thought, He appeared behind me again, and I didn't even notice, the others agreed. A knight dreamily pointed at himself and asked, That's right. Are we going to be judged like this again? The little demon said wearily, I don't want to wait in line anymore. A girl in ancient-style clothing started to complain. Honestly, this test is pointless. The girl next to her agreed. What kind of stupid selection criteria is this? Other rumors started to spread. I heard an applicant from Area B passed just because he was rich. What's going on? We're all going to fail anyway. What? Now that you mention it, I heard from a friend that someone passed because they were in the Averland Guild. This was met with reactions from the other applicants. I heard that too. No. Art. That's right. No way. We're screwed. Seo Gil saw this and thought with concern, the atmosphere here is terrible. I wonder where the proctor went. Momo's voice rang out once more. It seems everyone has a complaint about the test. She had captured everyone's attention. The golem began to reassemble itself into its original form. Momo stood proudly on top of it, looking down. Seeing this, Excalibur's blood boiled again. That bitch. Since when did? Only Seo Gil was surprised. The golem, it wasn't completely destroyed. The little demon protested, pointing at her and shouting, Of course we're going to complain. Are you just going to keep doing whatever you want? The others behind him added, We're not going to stand by and watch anymore. Witnessing this, she smirked. Humph. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Noticing their abrupt change in attitude, Seo Gil said, confused, Excalibur, these guys are suddenly. She raised her hand to shield him. Don't get close to me, Seo Gil. On the little demon's side, everyone had become hostile. Kina Led and Paste watched in silence. Only the crow-masked man remained mysterious. Momo glanced over them with a cryptic smile. After a moment, She finally spoke, breaking the tension. There's no need to be so aggressive. Everyone here has passed. Her words left them all stunned. Seo Gil and Excalibur exclaimed in confusion. What? Momo continued. The criterion for passing was to resist. The quality of not being dominated in any situation is essential for a player. The golem pointed to the sky and quickly added, if you blindly follow the rules someone else sets, you're not qualified to be a player. But that guy from earlier went a bit too far. Therefore, I decided that resistance would be the criterion for passing the test. Do you have anything else to say? These words successfully calmed them down. The little demon said in a softer tone, that sounds more reasonable. Paste, next to him, said nonchalantly, as long as I pass, I don't care. Only Kina Led said, confused, but it's still a bit strange. Paste turned to her and asked, what do you mean? She continued suspiciously, it's nothing, but isn't the number of applicants who passed too high? Momo raised a finger and explained, exactly, she said mysteriously. Her voice was slightly cryptic. The number of passing applicants exceeded the number I had planned for. The reason is simple. It's because one person set an example, leading the other applicants to resist as well. These words made Seo Gil's heart skip a beat. She wasn't finished. And so, I'm adding one more condition to pass. If I let all of you pass just like this, I'll have to write a report and be disciplined. Momo suddenly stopped and asked loudly, where's the one who set the example? What's your name? Seo Gil heard this and answered, trembling, my name is Seo Gil. In contrast, Excalibur's arrogant reply was, it's Excalibur. If you have something to say, spit it out. He looked towards Momo, anxiously listening to her continue. All right, Seo Gil and Excalibur. Just one. She raised her index finger, slowly making her demand. Show me a move that can surprise me. If you two can exceed my expectations, I promise to let everyone here pass. As soon as she finished, all the applicants turned their eyes toward them. Seo Gil swallowed hard, his heart pounding with anxiety. Excalibur and Seo Gil stood looking into the distance. He then turned to look at her and asked, ready, Excalibur? She replied with great excitement and determination, of course. Instantly, a flash of lightning erupted in front of everyone. Momo, standing there, was also startled. Why did lightning suddenly strike? A young man standing nearby held his weapon in a very strange posture, looking on. Is this dangerous? A young man in a black mask ducked down in fear. Oh my God, I almost peed my pants. Kina Led stood there, looking worried. No way. Is that? Faced with that captivating power, she said, an ego weapon. Meanwhile, Seo Gil stood there in astonishment, holding a fragment in his hand. The masked man was smiling sweetly while she stared with wide eyes. A moment later, Momo looked down with a dark expression and warned, I'll give you 5 seconds. The thing he was holding in his hand suddenly spoke loudly. What the hell, Seo Gil? Get it together. He didn't stay quiet and retorted, is it my fault? It continued, of course it is. You're the one who possesses the power of Lord Eider. Then, a brown demon suddenly appeared and lunged forward, counting down. 5. He shuddered in alarm. The dagger in his hand also spoke. That bitch started the countdown. Hurry up. It appeared in front of him, urging, do something, Seo Gil. Don't you have any special talents? He suddenly panicked. Let me try to remember. He then grimaced, his face turning red as he tried to think. Asterisk, I don't have any damn talents. It's all thanks to Excalibur. If I had any talent, my life back in the real world wouldn't have been so pathetic. Asterisk suddenly, Seo Gil's eyes lit up. Wait a minute. The demon's countdown continued. 4. The dagger kept urging him on. Seo Gil. If this keeps up, I'll just charge in by myself. The countdown continued. He spoke slowly. The countdown rang out again. 2. He lowered his head, sweating. Let me. The final number was called out. 1. Excalibur turned her head, her eyes wide. Seo Gil. He was rushing forward, weapon in hand. Thinking, asterisk, I was so flustered that I forgot. The only thing I have from the real world, asterisk. He immediately held something out in front of them, thinking with a tremor, my special trait. Momo glanced down without any expression, asking, this is your special trait? The thing he held out was a phone, and he declared loudly, "That's right." Every single person standing there was completely stunned. Even the monsters were startled and turned to look. Excalibur's face was scrunched up like a prune. The weapon in Seo Gil's hand opened its mouth. "What the hell is this?" He just took a breath and said, "This is the one and only." She immediately lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and cursing him out. You said to leave it to you, and now you're showing off this piece of junk." He quickly tried to explain. "You're mistaken. Let me explain. I'm sure it will surprise you." She immediately shot back. "I don't give a damn. Explain my ass. If I'd known, I would have just punched that bitch in the face myself." She continued to shake him violently. Who in the world would pass an applicant just because they pulled out some random piece of crap? Momo cracked a wicked smile and looked down, saying, her words made the two of them, who were arguing, freeze like statues. Excalibur had a giant question mark over her head. Seo Gil stammered as he looked at the monster. "So, does that mean the test is over?" It stared at him, puzzled. "Is there anything else you want to show me?" He quickly replied, embarrassed, "No, that's not it. But I haven't even explained yet, and you already passed me." Momo looked down, stunned. "Explain? What for?" Then she continued, "That's a smartphone." He was shocked to hear her answer. "How did you know?" At that moment, she jumped down to the ground and continued, "How extraordinary. Your names are Excalibur and Seo Gil, right? I'd only heard rumors. I never thought I'd get to see it with my own eyes." She stood before them and announced, "I will fulfill my promise." He said, startled, "Wait a minute. How do you know what is smart?" She immediately turned her face to the side and gestured with her hand. "Everyone, listen up." He exploded with emotion, shouting, "Answer me." Momo, holding her weapon, sat on the golem and announced, "By the authority of a player, I hereby declare that all applicants present have passed." A few people there shouted in unison, "Hooray!" The crowd rushed forward and lifted Seo Gil onto their shoulders. With tears streaming down his face, he reached out for her. "How do you know what a smartphone is? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" She just calmly turned her head back and replied, "If you have questions, you must find the answers yourself. You are now an official player candidate." He shuddered, his brow furrowed as he listened to her words. "See you at the final round, Seo Gil." At the player selection test, Momo had already turned and walked away. In a place filled with tall buildings, Dean appeared, glancing to the side. "What is it?" He sat at a table, looking at him. "I've been so focused on training and competing that I don't really know what the world is like now." He smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. "All right, I forgot." Seo Gil's eyes widened with concern. "What's wrong? Do you want me to look into that thing for you?" "It's nothing." The door creaked open. He walked out wearily, thinking to himself, asking him to look into this is a bit too much. Dean has already given me so much, and I haven't been able to repay him for anything. He bowed his head in deep thought. If there's someone here who knows about smartphones, that means, besides me, there's someone else. Then his hand clenched, trembling. Looking at his trembling fist, he bit his lip. Pathetic. The moment something related to the real world comes up, I start shaking with fear. I decided I was going to change. He sat alone with his thoughts. "You idiot." A thief, his face covered except for his green eyes and matching hair, glanced at him as he walked by. In an instant, he leaped out of a window. He landed softly on the ground. Dean was already sitting on the windowsill, smiling down, with Jian beside him. "It seems it has begun." Then he gave an order. "Jian, find out what a smartphone is." He immediately bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Looking down into the alley the thief had just jumped into, he continued, "Honestly." The thief was now somewhere else, pointing at something and cursing. "That bastard has a bodyguard, which makes him so hard to tail. Anyone not from my class who tries to follow him gets spotted immediately." A cloaked figure, just as covered and with a beak like a parrot's, looked at him and said, "Good." He looked up, clenching his fists. "Does that mean?" The cloaked figure replied instantly, "Yes. If you can steal that item back, I will give you half of its value." It added softly, "I promise." He then turned his head and waved goodbye. All right. I'll trust you and wait. My lips are sealed, don't worry." Suddenly, something made his eyes widen in terror. The creature's hand had pierced straight through his stomach, sending blood splattering everywhere as he cried out. His vision narrowed as he spoke his last words. I knew it would end like this. He had collapsed to the ground. The creature with the beak looked straight ahead, emotionless. The smartphone's location has been confirmed. Just as it looked at its comrades standing around and gave the order, anyone who gets in the way. Thinking of Seo Gil, it added, kill them all. In the narrow alley, the voice continued, just as I predicted. The creature with the parrot beak appeared, its back hunched. No sign of Dean anywhere. It continued with a scheming tone. The time has come. Then it raised a hand with sharp claws, tensed and trembling. Let's proceed with the plan. The wind blew through the window, making the curtains flutter as sunlight streamed in. Dean was sitting by this window, and in front of him was Seo Gil. He stood there, holding a piece of paper, trembling and sweating. Looking at the number 6 million on the paper, he was full of questions. What is this? Dean cheerfully gave him a thumbs up. What else could it be? It's the amount you need to pay. A black substance shot out of his mouth as he stammered, pay. His next words shocked him even more. The medical bills for the gate guards you injured, the repair costs for the prison wall, and that's not even including your living expenses. I'm giving you a discount. Sweat poured down Seo Gil's head as he held the paper. What about our jewels? Dean leaned in close to him. Those were returned to their rightful owners. Since the Red Hat gang stole them, it's only right to return them. He raised his hand, glancing away. Let's see. If you work hard for 2 or 3 months straight, you should be able to pay off your debt. As soon as he heard that, he was even more shocked, yelling in his face, 3 months. Seo Gil bowed his head, trembling and sweating, thinking, it already took so long just to meet Nagi. Now I'm going to be stuck here for 3 months, and I still have to find out about this smartphone thing. Then Dean narrowed his eyes and offered, there is another way. He continued, for you to pay off your debt in 1 week. At that moment, his eyes lit up as he shouted, really? In the middle of the city, his voice boomed, I'll do anything. On the street, children were happily playing soccer. Jian, along with a bored-looking Seo Gil and a cross-armed Excalibur, glanced at him as they walked down the street. Suddenly, he glanced to the side and thought, I can't believe he told us to follow Jian. This is so awkward. Just as he had that thought, Excalibur put her hands on her hips and said to him, how much longer do we have to follow this guy? He could only reply, I don't know. She immediately yelled at him in the middle of the street. What? You didn't ask before you agreed. He shot back just as loudly. He told me so suddenly. I didn't have time to ask anything. He continued to explain. Besides, most of the debt is from the medical bills for the guards you beat up, so just be patient for a bit. She could only grit her teeth in frustration. Their back-and-forth conversation continued. I already apologized for that. Yeah, I know, but... Jian, unable to take it anymore, turned around, scowling at them. I told you to follow me in silence. Instantly, Seo Gil covered his and her mouths and replied, yes, sir. But Excalibur's muffled voice continued, what the hell are you doing? Seo Gil immediately shushed her. Stop talking. Jian, annoyed, thought, what is Sir Dean planning? He thought back to his conversation with Dean. Sir Dean, what do you mean by telling them to follow me on my patrol around the village? Dean, sitting like a seasoned veteran by the window, replied, calm down. There's a good reason. Dean then continued, looking at him. I wanted to keep an eye on them myself, but I have to leave the village for a while. Jian's face showed his shock. So that means... Before he could finish, Dean replied, that's right. Dean held up his left arm, revealing a glowing piece of armor. My left arm is ready. Finally, he gave Jian careful instructions. While I'm gone to retrieve my left arm from the 15th floor, please watch over them for me. I'll be back after I get it. He could only bow his head and think, Sir Dean, no matter how much I rack my brain, I can't understand. Back in the present, he still had a headache from the two of them. Why do you care so much about these morons? Behind him, the bickering continued. She turned around because she said, give me a piece. He got angry. You have your own. Suddenly, something made Jian stop in his tracks. A child had just fallen down in pain right in front of him. The boy looked ahead, tears starting to well up in his eyes. My sausage. Now, the boy looked up in terror, having splattered sauce on the person standing menacingly before him. Seo Gil, standing behind, thought with alarm. The sauce got on Jian's clothes. The girl behind him was still eating, frowning. That kid is done for. He was also terrified, thinking of the fearsome expression on Jian's face. Asterisk, he's dead. There's no way Jian will let this slide. Asterisk. But unexpectedly, he walked past the boy without a word, making the child look up at him. Seo Gil was startled, not understanding. The girl glanced away, sighing in relief. He just left? Wow. The boy's friends suddenly ran up, calling his name. Teru. Seo Gil also rushed over to check on him. Hey kid, are you okay? Excalibur stood behind, nonchalant. Of course he's okay. A fall like that won't kill him. He immediately scolded her. Excalibur. That's a cruel thing to say. A little red-haired girl, one of his friends, came over and gave the boy a piece of her mind. How dare you get in Sir Jian's way? The boy with her added his 2 cents. The second surprise for him happened then. The red-haired girl scowled and lectured the boy. If you had just watched where you were going, you wouldn't have run into him. Seo Gil, behind them, scratched his head helplessly. Shouldn't you be asking if your friend is okay first? The little girl turned right around and yelled at him too. What's it to you? A fall like that won't kill him. The boy next to her was still quiet. He started sweating again. Huh? I guess so. Seo Gil, exhausted, turned and faced the wall. She walked up and said to the little girl, I'm surprised you kids care so much about that jerk. It's pretty amazing. The little girl shot back defiantly. Who are you? You want to die? The girl got right in her face and shouted. You dare call Sir Jian a jerk? Take that back. She got just as close, narrowing her eyes. Sir Jian this, Sir Jian that. You really like that guy, huh? The little girl answered without hesitation. Of course. Sir Jian always protects us. The two of them just stood there, stunned into silence. As they walked on, he said something that made Jian turn around. You seem to be quite popular with the kids. He looked at him and replied instantly. What's that supposed to mean? Are you mocking me? He rubbed his head, embarrassed. That's not what I meant. He continued with words that made him stare. Speaking of popularity, you're just as popular. Suddenly, a swarm of beautiful white creatures gathered around his feet, making him panic and try to pull his leg away, shouting, What are these things? When did they all get here? She turned to look, and Jian burst out laughing, pointing at him. This is hilarious. He was being lifted up by them. Don't just laugh. Help me. He stood there, speechless. After a moment, he finally spoke, making him turn to look. You should be proud that they like you. Then Jian crouched down and looked at the adorable creatures. Mokino are the mascots of the terrarium Sky Tower. It's rare enough for them to approach someone on their own. Jian gently stroked one, but it immediately shied away. Let alone let you touch them. He reached down deeper, and it immediately curled up. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back, his eyes wide. Jian frowned and continued. Just as I thought. Seo Gil held it in his arms, completely surprised by his words. It seems it wasn't for nothing that the Mokino protected you from me. He then bowed and said, Excuse me, can I ask you something? He glanced down to listen to Seo Gil's question. Did you become a player to protect this village? Jian's face fell. He touched a golden, flame-like strand of hair, his expression worried. Without this power, I'm just an ordinary person who can't do anything. I'm just fulfilling the wishes of those who cherish me. He thought of the children playing earlier and said, That's right. I do it for them. He clenched his fist, his head bowed, his words filled with determination. I became a player to punish evil in place of the weak. The golden strand wrapped around him, and he looked back at him. Is that so? His expression was also worried as he looked at him. Just as I thought. I can't understand you. Seo Gil frowned, looking down. Then he continued walking forward. I don't need you to. Excalibur looked up at his expression. So tense. Suddenly judging someone else's ideals. That's not like you at all. His eyes were cast downward, lost in thought. Asterisk in place of the weak? No, that's not it. Asterisk. He clenched his fist, still thinking. That's not what the truly weak want. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from the roof of the building right behind them, making them all jump and turn around. Seo Gil looked up in alarm and shouted, What was that? A fire. She also looked up, terrified. It came from the market we just passed through. On the other side, Jian's face was twisted in a fearsome scowl. It turned out the parrot-beaked demon had appeared with its minions. It walked towards them and said, ready to act, "Leave Seo Gil to me." The residents scattered in panic from the shocking explosion. Seo Gil, walking with Excalibur, hurriedly asked the fleeing people, "Excuse me, what's going on?" The man looked at him frantically and replied, "Some lunatics just started setting fires out of nowhere." His face was filled with worry. Someone is intentionally setting fires in the village that Dean and Jian protect. He then turned to look at Jian, who was standing there watching the fire. "Where is Sir Jian?" He replied, "Dean is not here right now." Seo Gil held her hand, standing beside her, and asked in a panic, "Why would this happen right when Dean is away?" He stood there, his head bowed in helplessness. "It's precisely because he's away that they're attacking the village." Then Jian continued, "Seo Gil, this is your first mission. Go and call the guards." He shouted in fear, "What are you going to do?" At that moment, the man, whose face was like a burning flame, still looked down and said, "Isn't it obvious?" In a flash, Jian shot up into the sky, leaving him behind in terror. Seo Gil immediately screamed in frustration. No matter the situation, going alone is too. Excalibur, standing beside him with her arms crossed, said with a glance, "You want to follow him, Seo Gil?" Now he could only accept it with a sigh. In the darkness, their conversation continued. "No, let's hurry and get the guards. I know a shortcut." How boring. On the other side, Jian was still soaring into the sky with his power. His expression was anything but calm. Asterisk, what were you thinking? Messing around and neglecting your duty. Asterisk, he remembered the moment he saw the thief and blamed himself. Even though I knew there would be trouble, he was furious with himself. You still couldn't handle it. Suddenly, as Jian was flying, another explosion occurred. It was not a small one. A footstep approached as a voice spoke. "Your name is Jian, right? The guardian of the entry village." A terrifying demon girl with piercing eyes and long white hair stepped forward. "I'm not too late." She came with her horde of demons. Found him. They immediately charged at him with their weapons. A sharp sound, and a voice spoke out. Confirmed. Jian's slashes were just as fierce, cutting them down. Seeing this situation, she also dove into the battle. Each wave of attacks was incredibly ferocious. She possessed many powers, like streams of fire. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Jian also unleashed his own superpowers. "It seems it'll be quite difficult to burn that thing." Her eyes darted to the side, noticing his powers. Seeing two of her minions already down on the ground, she spoke. Took down two with one blow. Jian stood somewhere amidst the fierce display of power. And they were elite troops, too. Seeing this, she had to admit, as expected of a guardian. Suddenly, a faint line of power began to glow. It slowly formed into a circular vortex. Jian held out his hand, his other hand holding his power, and declared with heroic determination, "I will finish you." Instantly, he charged towards her with his golden power. She didn't stand idle, holding a massive power in her hand, ready to counter. Then, their two terrifying sources of power clashed. Finally, the two landed on the ground, facing each other from a distance. Jian's spirit was still incredibly determined as he stared her down. He rushed forward and kicked her squarely. Then he flew at a godlike speed. From the opposite direction, she also charged forward menacingly. From high above, their superpowered battle raged all the way down to the ground without pause. The powers were still incredibly fierce, even shooting out flames. She looked ahead at the thick cloud of dust and smoke. Immediately after, Jian burst out of the dust and slammed right into her. He punched her straight into a distant wall and stopped, watching from afar. Holding his powerful golden weapons, Jian remained in a ready stance. He then charged in again at lightning speed. "It's over." Over there, she was being painfully attacked by his powers. Suddenly, she flashed a terrifying smile. The remaining demons behind her rushed forward and grabbed Jian. "Got him." Tattered pieces of cloth flew through the air. They were defeated by Jian again, and his shirt was now gone, revealing a muscular physique. She, nonchalantly, gave a sly smile while being chained to the wall by her own clothes. What a surprise. He stood before her, listening to her words. So you can't just control those golden fragments. He then frowned, questioning, what is your purpose? Answer, or you die. Her face lowered into the shadows as she gave a terrifying smile. As if you'd let me live even if I did answer. She sat there and spoke. Guardian Jin, you've lost. On the other side, Seo Gil and Excalibur were blocked by a massive demon. We've achieved our goal. You're Seo Gil, right? It's a pleasure to meet you again. He stood there, looking up with great unease. You're the one from the test. Excalibur hid behind him and whispered, Seo Gil, I have a bad feeling about this. Behind them, flames had crept in. The fire has us surrounded. His eyes widened, his expression grim as he looked at the demon. Sorry, but we're in a hurry right now. We have a mission to call the guards. The parrot-beaked demon looked at him and replied, I don't know what you need to talk about, but it can wait. That won't be possible. His eyes widened in terror when he heard its words. Because you are the cause of this fire. He looked up at its massive form. Why would you do that? It simply replied, I don't want anyone interfering with our conversation, Seo Gil. It continued to look at him and said, no one can get in here. Not Jin, not Dean. Seo Gil's face, now filled with fear, looked up at it and asked, what do you want from me? Amidst the raging flames, its words only fueled the fire. You're quick on the uptake, Seo Gil. I like that. Then the demon held out its hand in front of him. Hand over your smartphone. Do that, and I'll let you live. A heart pounded amidst the gloomy forest. At the terrarium sky tower, 15th floor. Smoke billowed from the top, indicating someone was working inside. A voice echoed from within. Okay, the connection is smooth. Mary Knox, mechanic, class. Arcor 758, calmly walked out with a glass of water in her hand and asked, so? It's not as uncomfortable as you thought, right? Sweat poured down like a river. Dean gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. It's not that. He bowed his head, his body tensed against the sharp pain in his right shoulder, begging, can you please hurry up and finish, Mary? She nonchalantly typed on her keyboard, then turned to complain, I'm going as fast as I can. I wonder how the entry village is doing. Dean was surprised and asked, what's this? You're not the type to care about the outside world. Mary looked at the tangled mess of wires and replied sympathetically, honestly, I'm not interested at all. But I was afraid you'd pass out again, so I just said something to make conversation. He muttered a dry response. Really? Thanks for your concern. Dean looked down at the ground, carefully choosing his words. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. He paused for a moment, then continued. Have you ever heard of something called a smartphone? Mary's mask hid her expression, but her voice revealed clear surprise. A smart? She stood before him with her hands on her hips, remarking, that thing seems to be pretty hot right now. Even a tech-illiterate guy like you knows about it. Dean's interest was piqued. He looked straight at her and pressed, do you know something about it? Mary didn't hesitate to share what she knew. I've only heard rumors. Apparently, it has the ability to awaken a special power within its user. More importantly, a dark space with a red-eyed monster appeared in her mind. She warned in a low voice, it's best not to get involved with that thing. The image became clearer. Two people were standing opposite Michael in a cold, dark alley. Seo Gil looked at the people lurking at the end of the alley and quickly calculated in his head. Those guys are deliberately showing themselves to warn me not to even think about running. Michael extended his sharp claws in front of him and ordered, hand over the smartphone. Do that, and I'll let you live. Seo Gil gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Asterisk, yeah right. As if a lunatic who set a whole district on fire for a smartphone would let me live. He'll obviously kill me right after I give him the phone. Asterisk, he reached into his pocket, pretending to search, trying to buy time. Asterisk, but I still haven't thought of another way out. For now, I'll just play along with him. Asterisk, he then looked up at it and stammered. I think I put it in my pants pocket. The moment he finished speaking, its bird-like claw made intimate contact with his face in a not-so-gentle manner. The force was so strong that Seo Gil's entire body flew up and was thrown into a far corner. Michael coldly warned, don't try any tricks, you brat. He didn't hesitate to add a heavy threat. Next time, I'll kill you. While he was still coughing and unable to get up, Excalibur yelled, Seo Gil, and ran over. Veins popped on her face as she gritted her teeth and swore, You son of a bitch. Seo Gil, seeing her blazing anger, tried to stop her. Don't, Excalibur. He struggled to get up and advised, I'm fine. Just do what he says. Excalibur turned back with wide eyes and questioned, but you? Seo Gil clenched his fist on the ground, his face expressionless as he repeated, It's okay, Excalibur. He frowned and affirmed, Just trust me. Excalibur was so furious she couldn't speak. If looks could kill, Seo Gil would have died 1,000 times over. In the end, she could only helplessly agree. I get it. Now get up. He wiped his mouth and said gratefully, Thanks. In his mind, Seo Gil was constantly weighing his options. Asterisk if we fight, this guy is an opponent I'd have to risk my life against. I have to avoid a fight at all costs. At least until someone comes to help. Asterisk finally, he calmed himself down. Don't piss him off. He decided to sacrifice the item to save himself and held out the smartphone. Take it. Suddenly, a curious voice cut through the tense atmosphere. What are you all doing here? The red-haired kid in a child's form walked up next to Michael and asked softly, Mister, don't you see there's a fire? This isn't the time for chatting. Seo Gil was so shocked his mouth hung open. You're the little girl from before. Michael shared his confusion. Who are you, kid? How did you get in here? The red-haired kid fearlessly retorted. What do you mean, how? I walked in, of course. Are you stupid? Michael exhaled a puff of air and cursed loudly. These idiots. They can't even guard a single street properly. While Seo Gil scrambled forward to intervene, Didot. The red-haired kid, still fearless, continued her accusations. You're the one who asked first, so why are you complaining now? She was like a visitor from the planet of 100,000 questions, bombarding Michael with inquiries and criticisms. Besides, aren't you hot? That mask of yours looks suffocating. Finally, as his claw was about to come down on her head, the red-haired kid was still asking, Or are you cosplaying? Seo Gil unleashed all his strength, grabbing the one who didn't know her place and pulling her away from the claw of death. Michael had lost all his patience. Enough games, Seo Gil. I'll just take it from your corpse. Seo Gil, still holding the red-haired kid, shouted, Excalibur, run. As fast as lightning, he threw the smartphone over Michael's head to her. Catch it. Excalibur understood immediately, saying, Got it, as she dashed forward. Michael felt his authority being challenged. You insolent brat. Ignoring the murderous aura behind her, Excalibur quickly caught the smartphone. Got it. She grinned mischievously, shaking the object in her hand and turning to taunt him. Hey, you crow bastard. You want this? What now? I'm way faster than you. But a chill ran down her spine, making her suspicious. Her smile vanished. Monsters appeared from nowhere and grabbed her tightly. The red-haired kid screamed in fear. Big sister. Michael gave a cruel order. Break her arm. It'll be a pain if she tries to use that smartphone. The monster obeyed, stomping hard on Excalibur's arm. The sound of bone cracking made her grit her teeth in pain, her pupils shrinking. Michael turned his gaze to Seo Gil and judged, pathetic. You were planning to abandon the girl and run away by yourself? Was that your plan, Seo Gil? He emotionlessly wiped his mouth, not denying it. As he finished, Excalibur's body erupted in blazing flames, stunning both Michael and his minions. Jian, standing on a nearby rooftop, stared intently at the alley that was now lit up by a blinding light. He frowned and whispered, That power, it belongs to Seo Gil. Michael seemed to have the same thought. So this is the rumored power of the smartphone. But he looked at the intact smartphone on the ground and immediately dismissed his guess. That thing hasn't changed at all. Then why is this brat? Seo Gil looked at the stunned Michael and praised. Good job distracting him, Excalibur. Michael had probably realized it by now. The aura of a chosen one. A surging power appeared next to the red-haired kid. Along with it came Seo Gil's calm voice. With this, he stood in a ready stance with the sword in his hand, turning the tables. One strike is all I need to blow you away. The red-haired kid, curious again, asked, Mister, are you also a player like Sir Jian? Seo Gil didn't answer her, only warning. It's dangerous. Step back. A glint flashed in his eyes. I'll finish this quickly. Michael, at this point, unleashed all his fury. Answer me, Seo Gil. Where did you get that power? Excalibur smirked, forcing out each word. That's... Seo Gil finished her sentence. None of your business. Finally, the sword cut through the air, striking Michael with a thunderous blow. The sound of impact and crackling electricity echoed endlessly. Hina led, who had been watching everything from the start, finally reverted to her true form. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Found it!" The sound of impact and crackling electricity echoed endlessly. Hina led witnessed the explosion and marveled silently. Seo Gil and his one-hit attack. She looked into the distance, continuing her train of thought. This has set in motion a chain of events. The scene changes to Jin approaching the scout team. That will later greatly affect this entry village. Jin stood there, gritting his teeth and enduring their accusations. Guardian Jin, we are here to inform you that, as of now, Averland's first scout team. The three people standing before him bluntly declared, Gouda Valen will take control and be in charge of all situations in this area. Jin couldn't hold back any longer and questioned them angrily. Take over? What the hell is this? When the chaos broke out, you all just stood by and did nothing. What right do you have to give orders now? Gouda Valen shot back. Stood by? How ridiculous. Honghe continued. What we did was trust in your abilities and entrust everything to you. Jin gritted his teeth and hissed two words. Nonsense. Aki then calmly explained. The fire's influence has now spread to the area outside the walls. You know what this means, don't you? It's no longer just a problem for the entry village. That's why our scout team was sent here. Kalia also added coldly. Right now, you're the one being stubborn, Guardian Jin. Gouda Valen stepped forward and emphasized. I'll only say this one last time. From now on, Gouda Valen will take over handling this chaotic situation. He uttered each word with a heavy, grim finality. This is not a choice. It is an order. Back in the alley where Seo Gil was standing, dust and smoke billowed high into the air. The surrounding houses were sheared in half. Seo Gil looked at the distorted space and Michael kneeling before him, still tightly gripping the sword in his hand. Michael's entire body was bruised and battered, the fur around his neck still smoldering. Seo Gil's sweat poured down like rain, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he asked himself, is he down? This is the first time since coming to this world that everything has gone according to my plan. He leaned on his knees, trying to stay conscious. But it's still too early to relax. He then looked at the sword and asked, Excalibur, are you okay? Seo Gil shook the sword in his hand. Seeing no reaction, he bent down and called again, Excalibur? Hina led opened her innocent eyes wide and asked with concern, Are you okay? Seo Gil only then remembered there was someone beside him and replied perfunctorily, It's nothing to worry about. He remembered the sight of Excalibur being crushed under the monster's foot earlier. Seo Gil screamed frantically in his mind. Why is she so quiet? My body is about to reach its limit too. Could it be because of the injury she took earlier? He raised the sword, his lips pressed into a thin line as he stared at it. Come to think of it, I've always had to rely on her after using a skill. But, this time, it's my turn to protect her. Seo Gil grabbed Hina Led's shoulder. First, let's get out of here quickly. She followed in confusion. Go. But the murderous aura radiating from Michael behind them made Seo Gil's hair stand on end. As if by a keen sixth sense, he deftly dodged the fatal blow. But Michael seemed tireless, relentlessly attacking, forcing Seo Gil to struggle to raise his sword to block. Michael's battered face contorted in rage as he screamed, You insolent bastard! How dare you do this to me? Seo Gil thought back to a moment ago, still shaken. That was close. I'm lucky I reacted in time. How the hell is he still alive? Given the current situation, my only option is to hold out for as long as possible. Michael greedily reached out his claws, full of desire. That sword. I want it too. With that, he charged forward madly, each strike aimed to kill. Hina Led watched the battle, so scared she was frozen in place. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears still welling at the corners. Then, to the confusion of the two combatants, Hina Led turned and ran out of the alley. Michael, his ugly face now fully revealed, swung his claws and warned, You think you can just run away? He stared intently at his prey, not noticing Seo Gil's warning cry. Don't you? He finished his shout. Look away. At the same time, he used every ounce of strength he had to swing his sword and cut Michael in two. He looked at his opponent who had been hit and rejoiced silently. Asterisk, this is it. My chance has come. Asterisk. Seo Gil pressed his advantage, unleashing another technique that engulfed Michael's entire body in flames. Second attack. Finally, he clutched his stomach, gasping for air. While he was still dazed from exhaustion, a trembling voice rang out again. It was Michael, staggering out of the smoke and dust, relentlessly persistent. Give it to me. I have to get it. He used his claws to push his distorted face back into place and continued to ramble. I still haven't repaid his grace. Seo Gil panted and swore. This bastard. He's still standing? Is he a zombie or something? The moment he finished speaking, he took a blow so painful it twisted his face. Seo Gil's vision blurred so much he could only see an afterimage of Michael. Asterisk, so dizzy. It feels like my whole body was just hit by a truck. Asterisk. Then he collapsed, face down. Seo Gil knelt in the middle of a deep crater, still tightly gripping the flaming sword. His whole body creaked and groaned. He trembled as he blamed himself. Asterisk, in the end, it ends up the same as always. Even though I tried so hard this time. Asterisk, he tightly gripped the hand of Excalibur, who had materialized, and said, I'm sorry. I couldn't do it this time. I can't even move a finger now. Seo Gil remembered the sight of Kina Led's back as she ran. Asterisk, but I'm glad that girl was able to escape. I hope she gets away safely. Asterisk, his vision started to darken. This sucks. His mind drifted to the past. I want to protect Excalibur, too, just like she protected me that time. Suddenly, a white, fluffy object appeared before Seo Gil's eyes. He shook his head in confusion. He looked at the white thing that was also moving and wondered, a cotton ball. Seo Gil raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Asterisk, how did this happen? My vision is so blurry. Asterisk, Kina Led's teasing voice spoke up. To be able to smile in a situation like this. She materialized in front of him and demanded, Have you given up, Seo Gil? Seo Gil's eyes widened as he stammered, You're... Kina Led turned her head, the cotton ball in her hand. He blurted out, the person from the candidate selection. Michael, who had been ignored until now, threatened, Get out of the way if you don't want to die, little girl. Kina Led shot back, You... Zeta. She pointed her finger straight at him and provoked. Why don't you start by shutting your trap? I've already seen through all your skills. Looking at Michael's ugly, battered face, she delivered the final blow. You look absolutely pathetic. Kina Led looked straight at her opponent and advised. But isn't it about time? You stopped stealing from others? Michael roared in anger. Shut up. She continued, still suspicious, or perhaps. Blazing anger erupted around Kina Led. She growled each word. You want to try and steal my skill? Michael's face crumpled, unable to refute her words. He clicked his tongue and suddenly turned to flee. Kina Led stared in astonishment as her opponent dove headfirst into the ground, causing the surrounding space to distort and shake. She twisted her mouth, not sparing any praise. He even prepared an underground escape route. Pretty smart, huh? Kina Led turned to him and mocked. You should watch and learn, Seo Gil. Seeing the body lying flat on the ground, Kina Led's eyes widened. He passed out. On Michael's side, he was still hurtling through the earth as if being chased by a ghost. Finally, he fell into a pool of green water. He looked up at the sky and screamed madly. Remember this, Seo Gil. My name is Michael. His scream echoed, making even Seo Gil faintly lift his eyelids. One day, I will kill you, and take that power. Having vented, Michael turned and walked deeper into the sewer. Gouda Valen stood with his arms crossed, having heard everything. He bowed his head in silence, then lifted it, rubbing his arm and sighing. Then Gouda Valen let his hand, which was holding the smartphone, drop as he lamented, How boring. He squeezed the strange object in his hand, as if wanting to crush it. Time rewinds to the past, painting the picture of Michael's turbulent childhood. Asterisk, from the beginning, I had nothing. Not even. Asterisk, he sat huddled in a corner, watching a happy mother and son on their way home. The things a normal person has from birth. The mother looked at her child with a loving smile. The goldfish in the boy's hand seemed to be laughing at Michael, too. He looked up with his black, emotionless eyes. And so, in the end, the innocent mother and son lay in a pool of blood. And Michael stood there, holding a brick, staring coldly. Asterisk. I had to steal it from others. Asterisk. He held up his bloody hands, trembling in denial. Asterisk. No. No. This isn't what I wanted to do. Asterisk. He then looked down at the goldfish struggling on the ground. I just wanted to see it up close. The little boy cried, hugging his mother. Open your eyes. His sobs grew quieter as the goldfish also stopped struggling. Mommy. A single tear still lingered in Michael's black, hollow eyes. But perhaps he was crying for the fish. And that was when his own unfortunate fate began. I started to steal. Looking at the pile of corpses, Michael made a frantic promise. Asterisk. I swear, this will be the last time. I swear. Asterisk. To survive in this world. Asterisk. However, no matter how much time passed, I could never forget those eyes. The thing that shone in them. Asterisk. Michael bent over, clutching his head and muttering endlessly. I didn't mean to do it, really. Asterisk. It was as if I had been cursed with some kind of death sentence. That feeling, it was like, asterisk. A stranger approached and gave him the answer. You were abandoned by God, weren't you? How pitiful. He relentlessly manipulated Michael, who was sitting collapsed on the ground. But there's no need to cry. I'm no different from you. If you want, I can provide you with manpower and strength. Michael lifted his deformed face, crying and laughing at the same time, listening to every word he said. In return, all you have to do is bring me that thing. In the sewer, green water lapped at the walls. Michael dug his claws into the smartphone. Asterisk. I did it. I really did it. Asterisk. He grinned a distorted smile, his black, hollow eyes staring at the thing in his hand. With this, I can finally repay his grace. In a corner not far away, a dark figure sat silently, wrapped in red flames. He said nothing, simply flinging a fireball at Michael. The blazing fire burned him, making him scream in agony. Michael tried to struggle, but the fireball remained stuck to his shoulder. He snatched the smartphone and said mockingly, So this sewer is what you used to escape? Gouda Valen swung his arm, his emotionless face revealed as he finished his insincere praise. It suits a sewer rat like you. Suddenly, a movement in front of him caught his attention. Michael, as if he had 9 lives, refused to die. He struggled to his feet and stubbornly moved forward. Asterisk. His item. I can't. I have to protect it. Asterisk. Gouda Valen's eyes widened in surprise. Asterisk. He took that much damage and is still alive? He's not half bad. Asterisk. He spoke with a venomous tone. In that case, instead of sewer rat, perhaps snake would describe you better. If criticism could kill, Michael would have died 100 times over. He looked up and stared straight at Gouda Valen, warning, those eyes. Don't look. Michael screamed madly and charged. Don't look at me with those eyes. Gouda Valen launched another fireball. Let's see how long you can last. This fire burned even hotter than the last. Until he died. When the smoke and dust cleared, Michael had been turned into a black, smoldering piece of charcoal. Gouda Valen stared intently in one direction, wondering, this thing. It turned out to be the smartphone in Michael's hand. Even after being burned, it was completely intact. A genuine phone. Gouda Valen flashed a dangerous, wicked smile. It seems this won't be as boring as I thought. Back in the distorted alley, Excalibur was standing opposite Kina Led, full of arrogance. Kinliot, class, mage. Urcano, devourer. After the info dump, she widened her innocent eyes and hesitantly confirmed what she already knew. She could feel they weren't here for anything good. I believe I already declined your invitation to join. Kalua shot back, attacking as she cursed. You drugged-up bitch. A voice echoed from the flames surrounding Kinliot. Be careful, my girl. That one isn't even trying to hide her killing intent. They're definitely plotting something. Goodia Vwalen regrouped with John. California raised her hand, grimacing. Stay back, Kinliot. Aki, ever the good guy, explained earnestly. Please, don't misunderstand. Our attack wasn't aimed at you. He continued his introduction. As of now, we have taken over security for the entry village area. Meanwhile, John stood behind them, fuming internally. Asterisk those bastards from Averland. This is obviously just an excuse they're using. If it weren't for the treaty, Kinliet, unfazed, cut through the sales pitch. You call it security control, but what you're doing is attacking me and the dying people behind me. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Your bullshit has its limits, Averland. Aki's tone became more oppressive. It's the truth. The ones you're protecting are the very cause of the chaos that set this village ablaze. Kinliet glanced back doubtfully, her eyes lingering on the unconscious heel Seo Gil. California raised a fist, warning her again. If you want to maintain your innocence, then back off, Kinliet. John's face darkened as he ran through the calculations in his head. Averland. What the hell are those bastards planning by attacking heel Seo Gil? Don't tell me they already know he's the one Lord Dean values. He clenched his jaw, restraining himself. Even though I see them trying to attack him right in front of me, I have to turn a blind eye. In Lord Dean's absence, my actions represent the entire entry village. Nagi's face flashed in his mind. If I carelessly break the rules we both agreed on, they'll use it as an excuse to tear down the wall and invade us. All I can do now is trust in the girl down there. Kinliet didn't buy their flimsy story for a second. Don't you think you're overdoing it with this little act? She addressed the archer. You, the one with the bow. What's your name? Kalua's face twisted in rage as she spat out a stream of ugly words. You bitch. Die. She raised her arm, and a flaming arrow shot forth instantly. A loud shout to stop echoed from somewhere nearby. Startled, John whipped his head around to look. It was the red-haired kid who had turned tail and run earlier. You're... California gritted her teeth. Who the hell is that brat? Aki tried to calm her down. Stop. Kalua, he whispered a warning. Look around you. A crowd of strangers had gathered around the three of them at some point. We're surrounded. Aki asked politely. And who might you be? A cocky voice rang out from the crowd. Us? We don't have anything like a guild. But if you need an introduction, Tiz grinned smugly. We're currently player candidates. And we're also friends of heel Seo Gil. Player candidates? From C-Zone? He pointed a thumb at heel Seo Gil and explained matter-of-factly. See, all of us got a little help from the guy lying flat on his back over there. Get it? His grin widened. There's no way we can just ignore this situation. A deadly silence fell over the area. Kinliet glanced from side to side, calculating. It seems that boy managed to gather most of the candidates from C-Zone. To do that in the middle of all this chaos, that's impressive. The voice from the flames warned her again. Careful, something's coming. Her eyes shot open, focusing on one direction. A massive fire erupted from beneath the ground. Two pillars of fire twisted together, shooting high into the air. Tiz's jaw dropped. What the hell is that? Something just jumped out of that hole. I think they're about to go all out. He watched the two pillars of fire descend in front of the Averland group and shouted a warning. Guys, get ready. But to everyone's surprise, the flames were two scrolls, which landed in the hands of Kalua and Aki. His raccoon-like eyes widened in shock. They're just letters? Even their mail delivery is badass. Kalua's face darkened as she read the paper in her hand. This is an order. From the commander. Aki carefully read each word aloud. Postpone the current plan indefinitely. Do not engage the individual who previously claimed ownership of the mobile phone. John, eavesdropping nearby, flinched. Aki crushed the letter in his hand and spoke to his comrades. We're pulling out, Kalua. She jumped up in protest. But, Aki, he cut her off, leaving no room for argument. This is an order from our commander. Kalua bowed her head, seething. Understood. The C-Zone group jeered, flashing thumbs down. Leaving just like that? Or did you get cold feet? Look at M run. Aki turned back, his voice a low threat. Don't get too cocky. We'll be seeing each other again soon enough. He stared daggers at the group before finishing. See you at the examination area, C-Zone candidates. John bowed his head, witnessing it all, his thoughts a mystery. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the alley that continued to smolder with black smoke long after they were gone. And just like that, a week passed. Finally, Dean returned. He stared at the ruined, devastated landscape, his anger flaring. What the hell is this? Who did this? His newly repaired arm clenched so tightly that sparks flew, a sign that its owner was about to lose it. It had been a week since that day. Everyone had started to rebuild, as if the place had never been attacked by an unknown organization. The entry village was stabilizing at a rapid pace. Seo Gil, his head wrapped in bandages, sat on a hospital bed looking out at the clear blue sky. His condition was much better. California and I are also recovering quickly. A week ago, Seo Gil had been beaten beyond recognition. He clenched his fist. I can't believe I recovered this fast in just 1 week. I really thought I was a goner. You must have had an effect on me, right, California? She was lying in the opposite bed, one arm and leg in a cast, and grunted in response. I guess so. Seeing her attitude, he gave a weak laugh. I get the feeling California is happy about the fact that she was unconscious for a week. I can see why. If it were still the old California, the one who was with Arthur, something like this would never have happened. Without looking at him, California cut in coldly. Stop your narrating. You're too loud. Seo Gil jumped, startled, and was immediately met with a fist that sent his face sideways. What the? You could hear that. The fist, of course, belonged to California, who wouldn't hear you muttering that loud. Just then, the door to the hospital room flew open and a man in a yellow fur hat announced loudly, "I'm here to visit on behalf of everyone." California was already sitting up properly, munching on the fruit the visitor had brought. She started a conversation. "Tiz is your name, right? I heard you led a group to help us." But Tiz ignored her, sitting beside Seo Gil's bed. He gave him a thumbs up. "It was nothing, man. You helped everyone pass the player candidate test, after all." Seo Gil scratched his head, flustered. "You really think so?" Tiz added. "By the way, I remember his name is Michael," Seo Gil thought. He was another contestant. "He nearly killed me." Tiz looked at him. "I was wondering who attacked the village." Seo Gil replied, "I've been thinking about that too. One thing I can say for sure is that there's more than one suspicious element to this situation. Most importantly, after the incident, all the captured criminals disappeared. It's like they just evaporated, leaving their clothes behind. Furthermore, unlike other organizations, we couldn't see the faces of any of them." He rested his chin on his hand, still deep in thought. If that's the case, a hand approached him as a voice boomed from above. Anyway, more importantly, Tiz threw his arms around both their shoulders. "Make sure you two get plenty of rest and recover quickly. Seo Gil, California." California grimaced, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I bet you two crazy bastards are the only ones who'd risk your lives fighting like maniacs outside the tower. Get off me. Why are you acting like we're so close? Hurry up and get lost." Tiz shrieked at her retort. "What? You damn brat. How can you say that after devouring all the tangerines I bought for you too?" California shot back. "Calm down. What are you whining about? You want me to puke them back up for you?" In contrast to their bickering, Seo Gil was lost in thought. The tower. He remembered that towering structure. The home of the #1 ranker, Nagi. "And now that I think about it, I don't know anything about that tower." He asked Tiz, "Do fights happen often inside the tower?" Tiz stopped arguing and looked at him. Behind him, California looked like she was about to spit out the fruit she'd just eaten. "What do you mean?" Seo Gil elaborated. "From what you said, risking your life to fight is." Tiz looked at him with a mix of caution and fear. "You really act like you don't know a single thing about the tower." Seo Gil looked flustered, scratching his head as if trying to defend himself. "I guess." An idea struck him. "So, I was wondering if you could tell me more about the tower." Tiz refused flatly. "I don't want to." Seo Gil yelled. "Why not? You said we were friends." Tiz looked at him coldly. "Have you forgotten, Seo Gil? We are all contestants." He stood there, looming over the two of them. "When anything related to players is mentioned, we are considered enemies." Then, Tiz pushed the door open to leave, adding with a hint of pity, "So, I can't give you any more information about the tower. But hey, don't be too disappointed. That's just how life is." The moment he finished speaking, an external force punched through the door, right into Tiz's face. The fist belonged to one of the 4 contestants. They announced boisterously, "We're here to visit. If you're all better, then let me give you a few punches as a get-well-soon gift." Seo Gil and California's faces went pale. "Wait. Everyone, it's pretty crowded in here. One at a time, one at a time." Tiz, now covered in footprints, lay face down on the ground, groaning miserably. Heal Seo Gil, get this mob out of here right now. I'm a patient too. He glanced up at a pair of shoes that appeared above his head. Heal Seo Gil, you have another visitor. The hospital room was a chaotic mess. What? Another one? Are you people just going to keep pouring in? Get off my ass. We haven't even gotten our discharge papers yet. So please, get the hell out of here, you lunatics. John stared blankly at the pandemonium before him. What is this? The entire group froze, their eyes fixed on the orange-haired man. Heal Seo Gil broke out in a cold sweat. John, sir? Why are you here? I'm so screwed, he screamed internally. 3 hours earlier, outside the walls of the entry village, a pillar of black smoke rose from the dense forest. A massive shockwave sent birds scattering from their nests in a panic. The moment they flew off, the tree they were in was blasted apart by a wave of force. John stood there, the ground around him scarred with countless slash marks. He was drained of energy, sweat pouring down his face like a river. John steadied his breathing and looked off in one direction. Then, he tightened the 2 yellow sashes around his body, returning to his usual dignified appearance as he stood before Heal Seo Gil. Smoke and fire seemed to cling to the man's body. John's brow furrowed as he fought back tears, but it was no use. They streamed down his face. John had returned to his training, practicing like a madman against the dummies. In the most critical moment, I couldn't do a single thing. He unleashed his yellow cloths, striking with powerful techniques, shredding the dummies to pieces. Even after I so confidently declared that I was capable enough, he looked like he was about to unleash all his fury. He gritted his teeth. So pathetic. After venting his frustration, he stood there silently. Asterisk Turam, the heavenly tower. Players. Asterisk he hated those words. Like moths to a flame, those disgustingly sweet words attracted so many people. And those people came to the tower to follow their dreams. He recalled the actions of the players. They were no different from trash, constantly stealing from others. Asterisk I. We hate people like them. That's right. Before I. Asterisk. He looked at the colorful crowd of people bustling around the hospital bed. In the end, I was saved by the very people I despise. Heal Seo Gil asked tentatively. Excuse me, Sir John, what are you doing? He was horrified to see John bowing a full 90 degrees to them. With his head bowed low, he spoke. If it weren't for all of you, the village would have been consumed by flames. I know how ridiculous this must look, but the group stared, listening to him speak. Allow me to express my gratitude. As a guardian, and as a player. Suddenly, Kinliet walked in from outside. Sorry I'm late. I couldn't find a flower shop nearby. She looked around, bewildered by the group huddled together. What's going on? The atmosphere in here is so gloomy. As time passed, John eventually left. Asterisk I wonder why. Heal Seo Gil, you said you couldn't understand me. I can't understand you either. Asterisk. His eyes hardened with determination. Asterisk in a situation like this, I will try to accept them. That's the best I can do to repay the debt I owe you. Asterisk John bowed in apology. I'm sorry for my delay, Sir Dean. He glanced at the man. Lon. The mechanical parts of his arm glowed red. It's fine. I was planning on testing my arm anyway, but... Dean said coolly. An entire forest got flattened. Sorry, but I already got it done myself. At Sehyanjin's place. He held up a black phone. Asterisk that's my phone. I thought it was stolen. Asterisk he asked Kinliet. What happened? Kinliet, her arms crossed, explained. It was found in a sewer. We couldn't find any evidence of the culprit. Even so, she turned and waved a hand dismissively. Anyway, with this, my debt to you from the test site is paid. I'll be going now. Heal Seo Gil was a little taken aback by her abrupt departure, but managed to say, Of course. Thank you so much, and see you soon. California leaned in close, her voice laced with disbelief. What the hell? After everyone was fighting over that thing, why was it just found lying around in some sewer? Heal Seo Gil didn't know either. I'm not sure. Maybe the phone everyone was talking about is something else. He frowned, speculating. In that case, just as I thought, in this world, besides me, there are others from the real world. A chill ran down Heal Seo Gil's spine. He stammered, What the hell? That can't be. California noticed his strange reaction. What's wrong, Heal Seo Gil? The phone screen lit up with an incoming call, restricted number. This meant the caller was hiding their number, so the recipient couldn't see who was calling. Seo Gil gripped the phone tightly, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He answered the call, his voice trembling. Hello. A voice came from the other end. Thank God. Looks like the phone was delivered successfully. You shouldn't go around dropping such an important item, now should you? California overheard and asked in a low voice. That voice. Who is that? Seo Gil. She saw his utter confusion. Seo Gil? Are you okay? He stammered. Who? Who are you? The person on the other end was unfazed by his agitation. What? Did you think you were the only special one here? It was Kim Tae-won. From Everland. Rank, unknown. He held his phone, a twisted smile on his face. That's just how it used to be. I should have come to visit you sooner, shouldn't I, Seo Gil? The smartphone. Seo Gil had once thought, the only item that connects me to the world I used to live in. Through that item, I had a fleeting hope that this phone could connect me to someone else from my world. However, I could never have guessed. That person would be you, Kim Tae-won. Seo Gil, Kim Tae-won called. Night had fallen on the city. A lone streetlight illuminated a bridge. The two met on that bridge. Kim Tae-won spoke first. I didn't expect you to come alone. Seo Gil trembled with fear. Tae-won, how did you get here? He grinned like a clown and asked back, how? You think you're the only one who met? God. Hearing those words, Seo Gil was struck with absolute terror. Kim Tae-won smiled gently at him, then sighed with feigned helplessness. He took a step towards him. More importantly, I believe we have a more pressing matter at hand, Seo Gil. Kim Tae-won's hand landed on his shoulder. He leaned in close. I heard you've been going around acting like me with that phone of yours, haven't you? Just like that time. Seo Gil flinched. That time? He rushed to explain. That was just a misunderstanding. Kim Tae-won's eyes crinkled into a smile, but his voice was ice cold. Seo Gil, do I need to clean up the mess you've made in this world too? Terrified, Seo Gil looked down, avoiding his gaze. He could only manage 2 words. I'm sorry. Kim Tae-won's eyes were sharp and severe as he stared him down. Looks like you're the same as always. He walked past Seo Gil, his voice dripping with scorn. So pathetic. They stood back to back. Kim Tae-won's voice echoed. Fine. Whether you were trying to copy me or impersonate me, I'll let it slide. It's not the first time you've tried something like that, after all. He tilted his head, glancing back at Seo Gil, and spoke the words that made his blood run cold. In exchange, don't participate in the player exam. Seo Gil refused. I can't do that. Hearing this, Kim Tae-won whipped his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Though fear still lingered, Seo Gil faced him directly and repeated himself. I'm going to climb that tower. And then, his hand tightened around the phone. His eyes filled with determination. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the phone flew through the air, landing in the river with a splash and sinking instantly. Seo Gil had thrown it away. I was never trying to impersonate you. Kim Tae-won looked at him with contempt. Wake up, Seo Gil. Who do you think you are? You don't actually think you're the main character of this story, do you? Seo Gil's voice grew sharp. That doesn't matter to me. I'm going to climb the tower. I've made up my mind. Kim Tae-won fell silent. Suddenly, he covered his face with his hand. An intense orange-red light flared from his phone, filling the air with tension. You've changed, Seo Gil. Kim Tae-won clenched the glowing phone and started towards him, his voice cold. In that case, I'll just have to make it so you can't climb the tower anymore. A red light. Seo Gil thought in shock. Did Tae-won also receive power from God? Suddenly, a yellow sash flew out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Kim Tae-won's hand and phone. It was John. Looks like I arrived just in time. He called out to Seo Gil. Go back to the main building, Seo Gil. Your friend is worried sick about you. My friend? Seo Gil guessed. California? Kim Tae-won smirked, a mix of arrogance and challenge on his face. John, you used to be a character I quite liked. John tightened his grip on his yellow cloth. Using your skills against a civilian is against the rules. I will proceed with enforcement as per regulations, Everland. With the power from his phone, Kim Tae-won tore through the cloth as if it were paper. Sorry, but you can't beat me. To enforce your rules, you'd be better off calling the guy ranked higher than second place. John was stunned by his move. He tore through my enforcement cloth with his skill. John took the offensive. Enough of your pointless games. Kim Tae-won leaned to the right, dodging the attack. John was still in shock. He dodged my attack that easily. He scowled. What are you trying to pull right now, Averland? Kim Tae-won's eyes glowed red. I told you, you can't beat me. It's too soon for you to be surprised. John crossed his arms, manipulating the yellow sashes. Don't get distracted. He sent the cloths flying at Kim Tae-won, who easily dodged left and right without a scratch. I already know all of your skills. Your cloth manipulation, but seeing it in person is much more fascinating. However, Kim Tae-won was suddenly right beside John. It's a useless skill if your opponent gets in close. Furious, John twisted the cloth into a sharp, spear-like point and gritted his teeth. You think it's useless? He thrust his hand forward, aiming to impale Kim Tae-won. But to his surprise, Kim Tae-won blocked the blow with ease, catching the hardened cloth in his hand. Compressing the cloth to increase its speed? Not a bad decision. He still wore that same arrogant smirk. However, an attack of this level is still not enough. John was already behind Kim Tae-won. He unleashed a flurry of punches into his gut, followed by an uppercut that nearly reshaped his jaw. Then, John poured all his strength into his elbow. He slammed it into Kim Tae-won, creating a massive shockwave on the bridge. Dust and smoke filled the dark night, obscuring the view. Heel Seo Gil finally spoke up. Sir John, how did you know I was here? John held up a hand to silence him. Wait a moment. He saw a dark silhouette within the cloud of dust. It's not over yet. Kim Tae-won calmly wiped the corner of his mouth. To be able to manipulate a simple skill to this degree. Impressive. Is this the difference in actual combat experience? He clenched the glowing phone in his hand. Now watch this. From out of nowhere, Kim Tae-won produced a red cloth sash, identical to John's. This is how you did it, right? The two of them froze, their mouths agape in shock. Heel Seo Gil couldn't believe his eyes. That's Sir John's. Now it was Kim Tae-won's turn to attack. His hand, crackling with red electricity, reached out like a demon's claw as his voice cut like a knife. All right, how would you like to be beaten? Suddenly, a sound cut through the tense atmosphere. Dean appeared without a sound, floating in the air next to Kim Tae-won. He sized him up. So you're the new recruit from the rumors, huh? Kim Tae-won glared, agitated. The second-ranked, Dean. You're exactly like you were described in the webtoon. Dean grinned smugly. I'm right, aren't I? The way you so blatantly ignored my question, you're definitely the one. Suddenly, 4 red cloths attacked Dean simultaneously. The twisting sashes struck with a violent explosion, the force of a small bomb. Kim Tae-won had to shield his face from the blinding light. He looked a little worse for wear now, his hood tattered. Asterisk, he was right in front of me, but I didn't sense his presence at all. How long was he sitting there? Dean is a mechanical swordsman. I need to be careful of his machine arm and keep my distance. Asterisk. Peek, boo. Dean was not only unharmed, but was now somehow behind Kim Tae-won. He quickly put some distance between them. He manipulated the red sashes, wrapping them tightly around Dean's arm. Dean looked at his mechanical arm, now bound in red. This skill? Did you get John's permission to use it? Kim Tae-won looked weak, exhausted. Is it a big deal if I use it for a little while? It's not like I'm going to weaken the skill by using it. Internally, he felt a wave of relief. Asterisk, that was a close call. But he still reacted to my attack. I can still do this. Asterisk, Dean's eyes widened, a smirk playing on his lips. You really are ill-mannered. Kim Tae-won was on high alert, feeling the immense pressure from him. Asterisk, the second-ranked, the one who has come closest to her existence. If I can just beat him. Asterisk, but in an instant, a hand appeared on his forehead, accompanied by a cold voice. It's no use. Dean stood right in front of him. The red sashes were slowly disintegrating. Dean's thumb and middle finger came together. Let's start by fixing that attitude of yours with a crushing defeat. A powerful flick echoed through the air. It sent Kim Tae-won flying several meters back. Dean looked at him coldly and ordered, "Get up. This is just the beginning." Kim Tae-won's body was battered, his arrogant demeanor from his confrontation with heel Seo Gil gone. You don't have to tell me. I'm already up. From a distance, John yelled a warning. Sir Dean, Please don't go too far. Dean nodded dismissively. Yeah, I know. His gaze snapped back. All right, now then. He strode towards Kim Tae-won. Let's continue where we left off. The metal railing that had stopped Kim Tae-won's flight was now a twisted, mangled mess. He spoke up. It seems you weren't joking about continuing. But are you sure about this? The village could be destroyed at this rate. Kim Tae-won's eyes burned with determination, as if he'd made a decision. Fine. In any case, I have no plans to stop this fight. Now then, I won't lose sight of you this time. Suddenly, Kim Tae-won's eyes widened in shock. Dean was transforming. His entire body was emitting a brilliant red light, his power surging uncontrollably. He looked down at Kim Tae-won as if he were an ant. You're insane. You dare mention the village in front of me? Kim Tae-won was terrified. I can't move a muscle. Dean was about to attack. But then, two figures in white appeared around him. John, ever vigilant, was already behind Dean, his yellow sashes ready to defend. Dean spoke coolly. I'll let you know soon enough. But right now, I'm in a terrible mood. Don't think I'll play along with that little advertising gimmick of yours like I usually do, Everland. Aki stepped forward to mediate. Our captain has offended you, representative of the entry village, Sir Dean. Please allow us to depart in peace. Kim Tae-won, stubborn as ever, muttered. Don't you dare try to intimidate me. I have no intention of leaving. Aki said coldly. This is an order from the vice captain, which made Kim Tae-won freeze in surprise. He then addressed Dean. As you can see, our captain is not yet familiar with the non-aggression pact between Everland and the entry village. Kalua scowled, annoyed. You're not suggesting we just turn a blind eye to this, are you, Everland? The man replied calmly. Of course not. Dean's face was a cold mask as he listened. As per the articles, we will pay, or do whatever is possible. That is what the vice captain has made clear. His eyes narrowed, like a predator sizing up its prey. The prey, in this case, was the battered Kim Tae-won across from him. Then Dean glanced to his right, his gaze falling on heel Seo Gil standing there. He let out a long sigh, then turned and walked away as if he had accepted the truce. Get out of here, all of you. Let's just say heel Seo Gil has some annoying friends. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. You have poor taste in people. It was Kim Tae-won. He continued, you'll regret your decision. The decision that led you to choose such a fool. Dean didn't reply. He and John walked away, approaching heel Seo Gil. Then he walked past him. John followed, but glanced back at the boy, who was trembling. Heel Seo Gil's hands were clenched so tightly the veins stood out. The moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the darkness. Moonlight streamed into the room. A figure sat up in bed. California was awake, but didn't move, just lay there silently. In John's quarters, he was mending his yellow sashes. A sound from outside made him stop his work. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see heel Seo Gil. Outside the red building, John, now changed, stood with heel Seo Gil in the courtyard. He frowned, displeased. Heel Seo Gil, you're already strong. Rushing things won't. Heel Seo Gil cut him off. The only strong one is California, not me. Until I can land at least one hit on you, please don't hold back. John said nothing, watching as heel Seo Gil picked himself up off the ground. Knowing the boy's mood, he played along. All right, let's go. Heel Seo Gil charged at John, but he simply leaned to the right, dodging. Then he delivered a sweeping blow to heel Seo Gil's side. Heel Seo Gil's face contorted in pain. A loud cry escaped his lips, his eyes wide. But he bit down hard, stifling the groan. Heel Seo Gil furiously punched the ground, then prepared to attack John again. Time passed unnoticed. The moonlight gave way to the rising sun. In the training yard, the ground was scarred with slash marks. Heel Seo Gil lay sprawled on the ground. The slashes were from John's yellow sashes. He looked down at the boy, his voice stern. The sun is up. That should be enough for now, heel Seo Gil. I understand why you're angry, which is why I agreed to your request. However, destroying your own body without any kind of plan won't change anything. Heel Seo Gil's hand clawed at the dirt. He let himself go. Just as I thought. I'm too weak. I'm absolutely nothing without California. His hand clenched, unwilling to accept it. Should I just give up on becoming a player? Or give up on everything? Should I, Sir John? John's gaze was cold. Heel Seo Gil, did you come to me just to complain? Tears streamed down Seo Gil's face. I want to be stronger. Suddenly, a voice cut through his crying. Stop that pathetic whining, you filthy loser. California was there. Seo Gil saw her. California. He scrambled to his feet, wiping the tears from his face. How did you know I was here? It's still dark out. His eyes widened as he looked at her. California, are you crying? California's whole body was trembling. Her face flushed as she tried to hold back the tears welling in her eyes. But she couldn't stop them. They streamed down her face as she wiped them away. The real loser isn't you, it's me. Seo Gil was confused. What? California, what are you talking about? California yelled. I'm right, aren't I? If it wasn't my problem, then why did you leave me and go off to fight alone? Is it because I'm weak and useless? Right. If I hadn't broken my arm and looked like an idiot then? He quickly tried to comfort her. I did it because I didn't want you to get involved in any of it. California was still upset. You said we would climb the tower together. You lied to me. John stood to the side, watching the two kids argue. No, that's not what I was trying to do, California. I don't think you're useless or weak, so please stop crying, okay? I'm not crying, damn it. John looked like he'd eaten something sour as he listened to their childish conversation. Arguing about not crying with a face like that is a bit. Shut your mouth. He watched as California kneed Seo Gil in the stomach. John smiled helplessly. Unbelievable, you two. The childish fight stopped when they heard John speak. I will help you, he announced. To help you two become stronger, I will help you. The tear-streaked faces of the two kids brightened at his words. As the sun rose, illuminating the village, they shouted in unison. Thank you so much, sir. In the tavern, a buzz started to spread. Did you hear the news? Someone immediately chimed in. What is it? At the table, a man leaned in. From what I know about that phone, the rumors are pretty vague, but it seems it's a really good item. And the one using it is a member of Everland. An elf, who hadn't even started eating, asked in shock. What? Isn't Seo Gil the one using the phone? Maybe he's pretending to be a member of Everland. Sunan immediately offered a theory. That's why Everland went to see Seo Gil and asked him, why are you going around using our name? In other words, that bastard wanted to provoke Everland's anger. Sunan kept rambling. Well, anyway, that's just my theory. But no one seemed to be paying much attention. Give that to me. Tiz replied. Which one? This. Suddenly, Kinliat's eyes darted over. And Sunan's imagination ran wild. Asterisk, I can't believe it. We just made eye contact. I think she might be interested in me. Asterisk, Sunan suddenly struck a cooler pose and continued his spiel. At this rate, isn't it hilarious? After he relied on those items and acted so confident, it turns out it was all a bluff. In reality, he's nothing but a weak, helpless loser. Tiz also chimed in. I bet he won't even show up to the test site. If I were him, I'd be too ashamed. Suddenly, Kinliat stood up to leave. I'm heading out. Her words made the whole table stare. Stop. I don't have time to listen to this worthless conversation. But, at that, Sunan looked so disappointed he might as well have turned to stone. Kinliat. With that, the rest of the table got up to leave as well. We're out of here too. Thanks for the meal, Sunan. Outside the tavern, Tiz was with Kinliat. He spoke up, making her freeze. You like Seo Gil, huh, Kinliat? She said nothing, simply grabbing Tiz by the collar. He yelped in fear and quickly explained. I was kidding. Just kidding. After she let him go, Tiz looked mournfully at his stretched-out shirt. I only have one of these. Kinliat finally sighed and explained, I just hate listening to a bunch of people talk trash about others when they don't even know the situation. That's all. As Kinliat spoke, Tiz's expression also turned serious. And we don't really have time to be sitting around gossiping. At the place where the preliminary exam would soon be held. All right, fine. John looked at the notice. Less than 10 days remain before the player preliminary exam begins. With that, he glanced at the two behind him and declared, all right, I'll take it that you're serious about your resolve. He told Seo Gil and California, we will now begin the special training. As they got closer to the tower, the white-haired girl was stunned. It's so tall. Seo Gil also stared, awestruck. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've seen the tower this close. John acknowledged it. I suppose so. Of all the places in the entry village, this is the closest you can get to the tower. Seo Gil scratched his head. asking, "So, why did you choose this place for training?" John held out his hand, energy gathering in his palm. He explained, "You'll learn faster if you experience it firsthand." With that, a line of light shot out, cutting across the ground at their feet and startling them. Then John instructed, "Try to step over that line." California grew excited. "So all we have to do is step over it, right?" "Wait, California." Seo Gil quickly stopped her. "If you're going to do it, let's do it together." Then California hesitantly stepped onto the white line. A blinding light surged into her body. California couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. "California," Seo Gil called out in alarm. Before he could even process what happened, John's voice cut in. "All right, you're next," heal Seo Gil. "Step across." Seo Gil's face was fraught with anxiety. Seo Gil squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. Mustering all his courage, he dashed forward. Damn it! Seo Gil's face began to distort from the energy. His mind went blank from the stimulation. This feeling. Then, just like California, Seo Gil unconsciously collapsed. Seo Gil felt like he was sinking into a deep ocean. It's just like that time. When he came to, he was gasping for breath. Seo Gil slowly pushed himself up. "Sir John, this place is, perhaps." Before he could finish, John answered, "That's right." He explained, "A region similar to that place you went to after crossing the boundary. It's a very rare area in the outside world." John's face remained stern as he declared, "This is the domain of the Turam Heavenly Tower." An image of the sky-high tower, shrouded in a powerful light, filled their minds. This area is affected by the tower, even though it's not inside it. Players call this area the domain. Hearing the explanation, Seo Gil seemed to realize something. The reason John brought us into the tower's domain is not only to get us used to the pressure in case we pass the preliminary exam, but also, John continued, the real reason is the most important characteristic of the Turam Heavenly Tower. The concept of death is non-existent inside the tower. His words sent Seo Gil into deep thought. John kept explaining, "In exchange, if your body reaches its limit, you will have to pay a price." Seo Gil wondered, "A price?" John stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That's right, although that's not all of it. But," he finally revealed it, "you will lose some of your memories." Seo Gil and California were stunned into silence. California said nonchalantly, "Is that all?" Seo Gil added in disbelief, "That seems less severe than I initially thought." It was a familiar reaction. John simply turned away, warning them. Everyone who hears about the consequence for the first time reacts that way. They think that compared to death, losing a few memories is a cheap price to pay. But John decided not to explain further, letting them experience it instead. "All right, in this situation, you'll understand faster if you experience it directly." Seo Gil looked down into the pit with some apprehension. "Excuse me, is there something else down there?" When he could see more clearly, he recoiled. In the deep, dark pit, countless pinpricks of light glimmered like eyes. "What the hell is that?" John explained calmly. "The forest of the defeated. A place for those who ignored the importance of the consequences." They both turned back, their eyes wide with shock. "Furthermore," John said, gathering his energy, "they are also your opponents for this training course." From the darkness, John simply said, "Survive." With that, he shoved them both off the edge. Their shocked screams echoed as they fell. "What the?" Only then did John explain. "In the forest, I've left markers with my cloth. The condition for passing is to find and retrieve all the pieces as quickly as possible." Seo Gil was still falling endlessly into the pit. And then, a heavy impact made a loud thud. John stood above, observing. He frowned, his resolve hardening. Heal Seo Gil, California. "As long as I'm training you, I will make sure you improve in just 10 days. If you can't even overcome this, then you might as well give up. Because those people, down in the pit, countless hostile figures approached Seo Gil and California. They are all the abandoned ones who failed to become players." The growls of the defeated echoed around them. "Grr, roar." Seo Gil frantically shook California. "Hey, wake up. Can't you see they're about to tear us to shreds?" After the fall, California groaned. "Hold on. I don't feel so good after that." The situation was dire. Seo Gil urged her. "Hurry up, California. If you transform into Excalibur, I'll take care of this mob." California replied. All right. Seo Gil, filled with fighting spirit, declared. Let's end this in one blow, California. We don't have time to deal with these guys. The defeated were startled by the light emanating from Seo Gil. We have to find the cloth John hid as fast as possible if we want to pass this training. The image of a trembling Seo Gil holding a broken sword flashed by. From above, John said with disappointment, Humph. They failed. I guess that's that. I even gave them a bunch of hints from the start. He watched as Seo Gil was chased by a horde of figures. Asterisk if they had just played their cards right. With a little bit of luck, they could have won. But the forest of condemnation is different. If they still don't see their own potential, they don't stand a chance. Asterisk. Down in the pit, Seo Gil cursed as he ran. Damn it. Why is everything a one-way ticket to hell? Meanwhile, California still hadn't woken up. California frowned. Then her eyes shot open as she remembered. Damn it, I dozed off for a moment. When she awoke, all she heard was a scream. Sorry. Get these monsters off me. The peaceful scene before her left California dazed for a moment. Then her eyes widened as she wondered. Asterisk what? What did I just do again? Asterisk. Then California remembered who she was. Asterisk I am Excalibur. I am the ego sword of God. Asterisk she held her chin, thinking. My role is. And yet, California chose to sit still. Just sit here. California closed her eyes and sighed. Asterisk who knew I'd be muttering to myself like this? At least. Arthur isn't here. Asterisk. But the silence stretched on. California spoke into the emptiness. God, when will you finally listen to me? I miss you. California's emotions began to spiral out of control. She trembled, asking herself, Did you forget me? California collapsed amidst the rubble. She was silent for a long time. California slapped her own face, trying to compose herself. No, I can't debase myself. With that, she stood up, filled with a new fire, and declared, That's right. When I meet God again, I will demand that privilege back. Onward, California affirmed. God, I will always wait for you. Her gaze was distant as she reassured herself. It'll be fine, even if you're a little late. I'm used to it by now. Instead, next time, I will definitely ask you to give me a name. California's eyes drooped, welling with tears. Not the name of a weapon like Excalibur. California whispered to herself, my own name. A name that no one can ever forget. Seo Gil's voice pulled California from her dream. California. California sat up, rubbing her head and looking around. Huh? Did I pass out? Was it just me? Over here. Seo Gil was struggling to fight back, screaming, California, please wake up. As if by some miracle, California spoke. Heal Seo Gil. Sorry. Seo Gil was so relieved, he could have cried. California, you're awake. Then Seo Gil made his request again. California, I know it's hard, but can you transform into Excalibur one more time? I don't want to give up if it's not really over. Please. Seo Gil's eyes hardened with determination. We can do it. If we do it together. California seemed to understand. A light emanated from her, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck the sword. California asked, What are you thinking, Heal Seo Gil? Am I all you have? Seo Gil was a little confused, but answered anyway. Yes. His answer seemed to soothe California's soul. She declared, Then, let's end this. Next, Seo Gil struck back at the horde with the sword. The powerful attack slammed into the defeated. It nearly wiped everything out, turning it to dust and leaving a thick cloud of smoke in its wake. Peeking through the dense smoke, California's voice rang out. Hold on tight, Heal Seo Gil. We're getting out of here before they come back. I'll do my best. Seo Gil, however, looked exhausted and complained. No matter how many times we do this, I can't get used to it. It's like being on a roller coaster for 3 hours straight. Suddenly, Seo Gil said, Huh? California, did your hair get longer? California replied in surprise as they left the area. It did. She explained. The ego sword grows with its master. I guess that's why. From above, Dean had been watching everything. He praised them with interest. Quite interesting, John. Dean leaned in close to John. Now I can ask you, right? Sending those two into the godforsaken forest. I have to say, what was your reason for pushing them to their deaths? The story continues with Heal Seo Gil and California's group. Having entered the forest of the defeated, California and Seo Gil were resting in a cave. 56 hours had passed. Seo Gil touched his stomach in disbelief. One of the most interesting things I've learned is that you don't feel hungry here. California, on the other hand, had fallen into a deep sleep. Instead, sleep is essential. After a certain amount of activity, you fall into a very deep sleep. But to some extent, it heals your wounds while you're sleeping. Seo Gil looked out into the silent darkness. This feature probably applies to the defeated as well, since they hide at night. At that moment, a thought occurred to Seo Gil. This is also the best opportunity to find the cloth, while the defeated are sleeping. When he turned to look at California, he thought to himself, but I don't want to wake her. She looks so happy in her sleep. California seemed to be having a pleasant dream. In the end, Seo Gil dismissed the thought. Oh well, maybe I should get some more sleep too. A fire crackled in the darkness. California's hair appeared. My dream that day was a little special. An image of California amidst ruins, as if waiting for something. Seo Gil woke up looking unwell. California helped him up, asking, Heal Seo Gil, what's wrong? You look like you're about to die. Seo Gil looked haggard. Well, my dream last night. He covered his face, about to speak, but then stopped. I just saw, or maybe I saw nothing at all. California, what? That's all you wanted to say? Are you crazy? Looking at California's innocent face, Seo Gil thought, phew. How can I tell her she came out of my dream? I mean, it's a little embarrassing to say that to a girl. After some discussion, California and I finally decided what to do. When the defeated appeared, it happened when our objectives didn't align. In the end, a plan was formed. Attack. Defend. Coward. When using the sword to attack, choose only one target. That was the condition for using the ability. I'm starting to understand my ability a little better now. By the river, Seo Gil sat up, rubbing his back and groaning. My back. California, who was playing in the water, asked, You're awake? Then she added, as expected, about 3 hours. That's how long you were out. Seo Gil stretched and replied, 3 hours? That's longer than I thought. But he didn't quite believe it. Are you sure? How did you measure it without a watch? California recounted, I have a feeling. When I was in the spirit world, I had nothing to do, so I kept track of time. Suddenly, Seo Gil grew pensive. Just as I thought. That dream, it was her memory. Seeing Seo Gil's strange mood. California asked, What is it? But he denied it. No, it's nothing. Let's keep going. On the way, Seo Gil said, Knowing the duration of my ability is an advantage, It'll help us improve our plans in the future. California asked, Is that so? With that, Seo Gil pointed in a direction and said, I want to know more about this ability if I can. Like if I can adjust the energy output. Seo Gil's gaze grew distant as he thought. When I came to this forest, I realized that. Not only do I not know my own abilities well. Suddenly he called out, but California's too. California actually teased him. LOL, you look so excited. Heal Seo Gil. He reacted, Really? Then California offered her opinion. This is just my thought, but I think John put us in this forest hoping you would become the you that you are now. Then California offered some words of comfort. Anyway, let's do our best. Where are we going? Seo Gil's spirits lifted. Right. I want to go check the middle of the forest. Seo Gil climbed a tree and spotted a clearing in the middle of the forest. That must be where Sir John hid the cloth. I climbed a tree and saw a large open space there. California praised him. Good job. That must be the place. Looks like it was easier than I thought, Seo Gil replied happily. Maybe so. While California was celebrating. All right. Everything went according to your plan. A giant monster appeared behind her. As its hand reached out to grab California, Seo Gil noticed a piece of cloth on its hand. He was stunned. That's the cloth. Then he yelled a warning. California, look out. But it seemed to be too late. Before his eyes, only a few fragments remained. The monster's fist slammed into the ground. Seo Gil was frozen in place, as if glued to the spot. The monster continued to growl. A trembling hand grabbed John's collar. His eyes didn't waver as he said the name, Kika. Seo Gil's face was now a mask of fury. Kigig. John stood there and asked, You lasted longer than I thought. Did you see it? But Seo Gil couldn't hold back his anger and yelled, "So that was your idea from the beginning?" Seeing his rage, California didn't dare to speak. "How dare you tie it to a monster? Do you have any idea what just happened to California?" John maintained his expression and asked, "Heel Seo Gil, do you want to give up here?" But Seo Gil's anger hadn't subsided. He turned to leave, calling out, "California, let's go." Before he could take more than a few steps, he was suddenly pulled back. Seo Gil reacted violently. "Let go of me. What are you?" John tried to calm him. "Calm down, heel Seo Gil. What are you going to do after you leave here? Are you going to run away again? Because of that guy?" The words seemed to strike a chord. Seo Gil's demeanor changed. He asked in a softer voice, "What am I supposed to do now?" Seo Gil remembered the monster. He remarked, "It was too fast. And too strong. There was nothing I could do." John asked, "There was no way to stop it? Do you really think so, heel Seo Gil?" At that moment, California couldn't take it anymore and exploded. "Don't be ridiculous. We tried our best to learn how to use our abilities properly. More importantly, heel Seo Gil." John's eyebrows knitted together. His sharp gaze bore into her. "Is that all you needed to know?" California seemed to be suppressed by John's presence, but she wasn't completely subdued. "What the hell are you talking about?" Seo Gil stood there silently. In the end, he chose to leave. "Let's go, California." California immediately reacted. "Hey, wait a minute. I'm not done talking yet." But John had no intention of giving up. He provoked her indifferently. "What are you going to do?" "It's ridiculous. I'm just standing here." California was furious but could do nothing. She chose to run after Seo Gil, calling out, "Wait. I'm coming with you, heel Seo Gil." Seo Gil's mind was in turmoil. He felt like he wanted to run away from it all. As he ran, he kept thinking about his own ability. Was I too arrogant because my ability is different from everyone else's? Even so, it would be strange if it worked. The faster Seo Gil ran, the more his thoughts raced. He asked himself, "Is this really a good idea? No, I have to be confident." At that moment, Seo Gil's thoughts became clearer. "The training John prepared for us. He did it hoping we would become stronger." He recalled the recent situation and considered, he couldn't have given us an impossible task. Heel Seo Gil's teacher handed it to him and said, "Take it." He was surprised. "Are you really giving it to me?" She replied, "I'm just doing what I was told. If she talks to you, I want you to give her the cloth." That's what he said. Looking at the yellow sash in his hand, he thought, "So I passed Sir John's training, right? Wasn't that too easy?" Suddenly, California came running up, scolding as she went. "What the hell? You crazy bastard." He then remembered. "I'm sorry. I left you behind without saying anything." He thought to himself, "Honestly, it wasn't easy at all. I went through a lot of pain. But I should be happy with what I've achieved." His teacher stretched and said, "All right. Well then, the cloth that was given to me should be returned to John. It's time to end this." Suddenly, something happened that made California scream in terror. Heel Seo Gil. Mud and dirt flew everywhere. Her arm became gigantic, muscular, and veiny. That hand was squeezing his neck. Her eyes were bloodshot. "My precious children. How many did you kill before you came here?" "They were all my precious children." At the same time, John was standing nearby. He looked into the distance. "It's starting." A voice echoed through the forest. "Can you tell me the reason?" Chuin leaned in close and demanded, "Why did you throw them into that damn forest?" "No, why did you throw them in as bait for that monster?" He replied without emotion, "For training, of course." He repeated, "Training?" John said, "They both told me they wanted to get stronger. So, I accepted their request." He raised his hand. "If so, you've told them about that thing, right?" "John, you should know that those things in the forest of the defeated were once human too. And they all came to the forest for the same reason. Although there are still some who see it as a sacred forest, in the end, it's just a place cursed by the tower. After all, if they fail..." Suddenly, he spoke up. "The concept of failure has never occurred to me." He glared. "What?" John said firmly. "I believe in them. If they fail, I will die with them." Chuin said, "It's been a long time since I've argued with you, John, or had a conversation like this. All right, I won't ask you anything more." He replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, he stopped. "One more thing. Don't say things like you'll die with them. You don't have the responsibility to carry that. But just keep believing in them until the end. Yes. At that moment, Seo Gil was still being choked. She interrogated him. Tell me, how many of them did you kill? Of course, you don't know. Because a murderer doesn't count the number of people he's killed. He yelled, they were the ones who attacked us first. I never wanted to kill them. She brought her terrifying face close. Liar. You were the one who attacked them first. California spoke up. You're making a mistake. But she was cut off with a shout. Stay back. If you move, this boy dies. You're trying to climb the tower, aren't you? Of course you are. I've seen people like you here many times. In the end, they all become a part of the forest of the defeated. Give up. Now that I've caught you, I won't let you climb the tower anymore. Seo Gil struggled to speak. Excalibur. This monster is the target. The moment he finished, she sliced off his finger. Seo Gil let out a blood-curdling scream. I told you not to move. Next is your forearm. He thought in despair. Asterisk, it hurts so much my mind is going blank. Damn it. This was a trap from the beginning. She intended to kill me before, so I couldn't feel the pain. Asterisk. Asterisk, and I wouldn't be afraid to come back and find her. Damn it. She's got me. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Asterisk, she said. Isn't it wonderful? You're not bleeding because of that so-called tower. Even though you're not bleeding, you can definitely still feel the pain. You're scared, aren't you? Because you think you're going to die. Because you think you'll lose your memories. Because you think you'll become like them. Give up. Go back and tell John that you quit. And that you don't want to climb the tower ever again. Seo Gil trembled as he spoke. I don't want to. I won't give up, even if I die here. Suddenly, a blue light appeared. It flared up like a blindingly bright flame. California was astonished. What is that? That's at the Everland Guild, top floor, audience chamber. I, Aki of the Everland Guild, offer my humble greetings to the vice captain. The person sitting on the throne was Van Jai-Simoon. He spoke. Aki, I saw you when I went down the tower before. You were in charge of the new recruits, weren't you? You've worked hard. Aki replied respectfully. It is an honor that you still remember this humble servant. We will do our best to ensure your presence at the entrance. He said, then keep an eye on the player exam that will take place in a few days. That's the thing you were talking about. The man replied, yes. We've restored the system, but according to our investigation, it doesn't hold any power within it. Suddenly, another person entered. It's just a phone. It's useless if it's not used by me. Curious? That's my ability. That person was Kim Tae-won. The man turned his head. Team leader Tae-won. You cannot enter and leave as you please without permission. He ignored the man's words and continued. My ability is copy. Literally, copying the abilities of others. The condition for using it is, let's keep it a mystery. Well then, the man suddenly interrupted. Step back. Even if you are the team leader, I will not tolerate this disrespect again. He glared. Suddenly, Van Jai-Simoon cut in. How interesting. Your name is Kim Tae-won, right? I look forward to your performance in the future. He smiled and replied, whatever you like. He thought to himself, asterisk, I can't see his face clearly, even though I'm standing so close. It's probably some skill that prevents me from recognizing him. You're more cautious than I thought. Asterisk. Asterisk. Vice Captain Jai-Simoon. Asterisk. All right. Fine. I'm not in a hurry to find out. Instead, what I'm more interested in is finding out where Dean is. I will definitely make you pay for humiliating me. First, I will prove that your choice was wrong. In 5 days, at the player exam, I will crush Seo Gil like a bug. Who cares what kind of power he got from God? Back with Seo Gil, the blue light had not yet disappeared. Khalees was stunned, exclaiming, what is that? His master is baring her sharp teeth. Why? How the hell are you still resisting? I told you to give up, he retorted. I've heard that countless times. Because everyone hates me. She was stunned. What? She tightened her grip. Loser. Pathetic. Useless. Seo Gil was unfazed by her insults. He asked calmly, go on. What else? She screamed. Let me go, and tried to yank her arm away. However, his hand shot out and grabbed her tightly. You think I'd give up? Even if I'm filth. I'll show you what someone like me can do. She was surprised. Asterisk super regeneration. Too dangerous. Asterisk Khalees wondered. What's going on? Is that monster woman backing away from Seo Gil? Well, that's great, but something's wrong with him. I've never seen anything like this. No way. Don't tell me you've got an ability of your own. Suddenly, Seo Gil said, "Bear, let's go," and held out his hand to her. Khalees was stunned, then smiled in response. At that moment, his master flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth. That was a decent attack. I'm not just going to sit here and take it." He called out, "Bear." She replied, "Got it." The main target is that swarm of monsters. With that, she dashed toward the woman's children. In response, the woman instantly turned back, her human body transforming into the terrifying form of a monster. The two forces collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire forest. Dust and smoke billowed out, blanketing the area. Seo Gil's figure slowly emerged. Exhausted, he had to lean on his sword to stay upright. Khalees shouted, "Are you okay, Seo Gil? Let me go now. I'll return to my original form to support you, Seo Gil." He answered firmly, "No, not yet. It's not over. Damn it. Even with all this determination, I'm still not strong enough to handle this. I can't beat them. I thought their lives were no different from mine. I can't do it." Then, trembling, he said, "Bear, I'm sorry." A moment later, she shoved him to the ground. Despair filled his mind. I lost. Defeated. A failure. Just when I thought it was over. Something touched my cheek. With the last of my strength, I looked up, but in the end, I still couldn't see what it was. There was once a monster who wanted to kill me. These monsters. Her face. She looked so sad. When was it? When was this forest entrusted to me? Since when did gazing at the moon become the only pleasure in my life? And since when did I realize my loneliness? She spoke, asking, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, from a deep pit, a voice emerged. "I'm serious," a girl with purple hair asked. "Are you sure she's here?" "The person you mentioned," a brown-haired boy replied. "Who would live in the middle of a forest? Plus, you said she's not normal." Another boy, with blonde hair, spoke up. "Of course it's true. I even met her yesterday. Just shut up and follow me. You're being a bit much. All right, let's just go home." "Okay." The blonde boy emerged from the bushes. "Arg, what a mess. I can't even remember the way. Now, where are the others?" "Oh, there she is." "Master," she said. "Kid, don't call me that." The blonde boy eagerly ran over. "I brought some friends, master." The brown-haired boy was surprised. "A master?" So the story about a teacher in the forest was true. The purple-haired girl replied, "Looks like it." Suddenly, the blonde boy called out, "Hey guys, come say hi. You want to become players, right?" They were a bit skeptical. Seriously? But they still came forward to greet her. She gave a wry smile, thinking, I never intended to teach them. Besides, I have no interest or talent for teaching. My abilities are innate, something I was born with. But this is nice, too. I've missed interacting with people. Those moments, the sound of their cheerful chatter echoing through the forest. I felt so happy. They said sincerely, "Thank you so much for everything." She asked, "Are you all really leaving?" "We have to go and get ready for the player test tomorrow. We'll definitely pass. Thank you for teaching us, master." "I know. Time flies when you're having fun." The brown-haired boy was full of excitement. "That's right. You could come with us to the tower. I'm sure you'd easily be in the top 1%. She hesitated. "I'd like to, but I can't leave this forest." The purple-haired girl got angry and slapped his shoulder. "Hey, are you trying to ruin the mood? You know how much Master hates the idea of leaving the forest." The brown-haired boy stammered. I don't want to be away from her." Suddenly, the blonde boy spoke up, "We'll be fine," and ran to hug her. "Even if we climb the tower, we'll still come back safe. So, please wait for us, master." She hugged her student back, her eyes welling up. "Oh dear. Why are you all so adorable? My precious children. Take care of yourselves and come back safe." As sunset fell, they parted ways. Once again, I'll be alone in this place. And so, I began to wait for their return. I wonder how far they've gone by now. I hope the kids haven't gone somewhere dangerous. But why do they want to climb the tower? They should have stayed with me. Even if you don't become players, as long as you're here, you'll always be my precious children. It's okay if you decide to give up, but I still hope you'll return safely. Suddenly, there was a strange noise. Startled, she turned her head. It was a group of scouts. They had captured a black-haired boy and were pushing him off a cliff. She watched from a corner. TCH, those foolish Averons. They're dumping more and more failures into this forest, treating it like their garbage dump. I just want them to be safe. It's okay if they can't make their dreams come true. And it's okay if they don't become players. As long as they return safely. Her students did return, but they were no longer the normal humans they once were. She ran to them, embracing the blonde-haired one. She sobbed uncontrollably. But why? Why did this happen? If only I had stopped them then. If only I had told them to give up. That's what I hoped you would do. But why didn't you listen to me? Back in the present, Seo Gil touched her cheek. I'm sorry for calling them monsters. I'm truly sorry. So please, don't cry. Just then, Khalees unleashed a burst of fire. She screamed, "Get away from Seo Gil." She separated the two of them. The woman lowered her head, not reacting for a moment. Khalees demanded, "Why did Dean send you here?" She replied, "It'll be the same. You'll die and come back as a walking corpse. You're better off giving up." Khalees yelled, "What makes you so sure? At least we're better than you, who's never even tried to do anything. What's got you so worked up? If you're worried enough to cry for us, why don't you help us? Help us become as strong as you." The woman cut her off. "Shut up. Stop it. Shut up. All of you shut up. Shut up." She seemed to have gone mad, screaming continuously as her body mutated. "Stop it. Shut up. Stay away from me. I don't want to hope again." Just as her claws were about to pierce Khalees, they suddenly stopped. Why? How? You all want me to stop? Do you really want me to believe in them? Even after everything you've been through? You all want to give me hope? You too. What are your names? Khalees, Liber, and Seo Gil. Seo Gil and Liber. No matter how long it takes. Do you promise to return safely after you've achieved your dreams? And just like that, my new wait had begun. 3 days have passed since that day. While Seo Gil and Khalees were still dazed, right after I woke up, Master began to teach us. The training was extremely simple. She cheerfully raised her hand, looked at us, and announced, "Let's play tag for 3 days. If you get caught, you die." Hearing that, she and I were so terrified our hair stood on end. Our faces showed we were being forced into it. And I have to say, those 3 days were spent running for our lives from monster attacks. At the same time, we had to endure the monster tossing me into the air, making me admit they were the most grueling moments of our lives. After 3 days of torture, Master's eyes widened with excitement as she praised us both. "Incredible. You two are the first I've ever taught who haven't been caught in 3 days. Out of all the children I've ever taught, you're the best at running away." While Master continued her speech, "That's all I can teach. You two did well. I couldn't even stand and had to use a stick for support. The girl next to me looked like a corpse." After hearing Master's words, a tattered Khalees looked at me as if to confirm she hadn't misheard. A ragged Seo Gil turned to look at her. When they confirmed it was true, they high-fived each other hard. I was so excited I even let go of my support stick. Then they hugged and burst into tears of joy. "We did it, Liber. We're alive. You did great, Seo Gil. Now we can finally go to bed." While they were celebrating, thinking they had passed. "I'm proud of you, young man. I even remember that damn Dean. Uraka, that bastard, daring to talk behind his back. You're qualified now." Master, standing opposite them with a dark expression, cut in, "You two should at least hear me out." She continued to explain. "This lesson was about how to survive when facing a stronger opponent. This is the best lesson I can teach you right now." This left them both stunned, their joyful expressions replaced by lifeless stares. However, Master didn't notice their reactions and continued emotionally. "It's crucial wisdom to have in a tower full of powerful people. Because being a player isn't just about winning, it's about survival. To do that, you need to use your abilities well, right?" Hearing the question, they both trembled in disbelief. She even muttered in fear, "I have a terrible sense of déjà vu." And I pointed at her and asked to be sure. "Master, you're not going to make us do it again, are you?" Then she pulled out a piece of paper, laughed cheerfully, and replied, "You'll have to ask him yourself." Next, Master crumpled the paper and commanded, "Come here, baby." Just then, while they were still in disbelief, they heard a loud roar. Suddenly, a streak of light crashed down where Master was standing, forcing her to leap away. Seo Gil and Cully screamed in unison. What was that? Then, a figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke and asked, Li Bear and Hyo Seo Gil, I hear you were just talking about me? Did you say something cute and interesting about hell? He looked at the two of them, who looked like their souls had left their bodies. They were sweating profusely, their eyes wide with terror. He continued, from now on. It turned out to be Dean. He frowned, his eyes filled with contempt. I'll show you what real hell is like, for the remaining 4 days. A few days later, a notice was posted on a board. The P4 test. Come to think of it, today's the day. Dean was leaning against a wall in a hidden corner of the hallway, watching the tower opposite him. He looked at it, his eyes turning cold and annoyed as he muttered. Come to think of it, today's the day. The player test. On the day of the test, all the players gathered in front of the great door of the tower. Sun looked at the crowd and shouted excitedly. All right, has everyone eaten and rested enough? We're about to start. Don't worry too much, because I'm here. Just do what you've always done, and you'll get through it. Sumama, confused by his speech, turned to Paige and asked, What's that guy doing? Kinha Lilith, glancing around without much interest, said, Just leave him be. It's good to liven up the atmosphere a bit. She looked at the people around her. Everyone was eagerly chatting and laughing with confidence. She sighed to herself. Most of them haven't changed much since the first test. That guy is even being stupidly enthusiastic. I've seen this before, and it'll be the same again. Suddenly, Kam approached her curiously and asked, Why are you staring so intently? Are you looking for someone? He then added, not fearing death. Of course. You said you weren't interested in him, but the truth is, you really like him. This enraged her, and without mercy, she landed a powerful punch on his face. She transformed into the Queen of Flames, watching him clutch his bloody face as he collapsed to the ground. She repeated angrily, I told you, I don't like jokes like that. Only then did he realize his mistake and stammer an apology. I'm sorry. Your reaction was just so funny. Just then, 3 soldiers appeared before the door. The one in the middle held a list and announced, We will begin the final player test shortly. Candidates, prepare to enter. At that moment, Paste, while pinching his bleeding nose, asked her, Even so, I don't see Hyo. What should we do? She stopped him, full of confidence. Stop making a fuss. They'll be here. Then, Kinha Lilith waved and slowly stepped forward, saying, All right, I'll go in first. Seeing this, someone called after her, Wait for me. However, he saw something that made him freeze, his eyes wide with fear. He stared at the giant, Bloody Mary blocking the door and asked, What the hell is that? Kinha Lilith bravely looked up and asked, Excuse me. Could you please step aside? She continued fearlessly. You heard the announcement, right? Unless you're deaf. But the man replied with disdain, There's no room for women here. Get lost. Hearing that, her tone turned cold as she declared, I'll give you 5 seconds to get the hell out of my way. Hearing this, the man scoffed, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, how funny. Despite the fact you only got here by some stroke of luck. You're pretty proud for a piece of trash. This comment infuriated Sumama and Paste. Is she going to be okay? I think we should help her. Ugh, this is just giving me a headache. They both silently sized up Bloody Mary, a man with long black hair. I've heard of him. He's from Group B and was the only successful candidate. They recalled his power and acknowledged him. The sole survivor. Bloody Mary. TYS warned anxiously. Everyone, stay where you are. There are no supervisors watching right now. We don't know what he'll do. He watched Mary, who was growling angrily and preparing to attack, and surmised. I mean, if we step in now and cause a scene, that might be exactly what he wants. At the same time, Mary was sizing up Kinha Lilith, smirking contemptuously. She's not moving at all. Not easily provoked, huh? I guess those Group C kids didn't say anything. Even so, he decided to make his move, thinking, still, I need to thin the herd some more. You brought this on yourself. Then, he threw a punch with all his might and yelled, I'm gonna teach you some manners, you Group C trash. Suddenly, a flash of light spun past. Sun unexpectedly swung a staff at the man's face, startling even her. She quickly shouted a warning. Don't Sunin. If you attack first. However, his blow did nothing to the man, who just laughed and asked, Who's the trash now? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and ordered, "Take that back, right now, or I'll make you." Watching from below, Kinha Lilith cursed. How stupid. To fall for such an obvious provocation. She looked at the man's gleeful smile and yelled, "Now he won't be blamed for this fight." The man immediately grabbed Sun En's leg. He spoke with a deadly, triumphant tone. "Since you attacked me first." He laughed with glee. "All I'm doing now is defending myself." Then, without mercy, he slammed him into the ground. A single blow made him scream in pain as his teeth fell out. Seeing he could no longer fight back, Mary turned and asked, "Kinha Lilith, there are only 5 minutes left to pass. What are you going to do now, bitch?" She calmly watched everything and muttered, "Can't be helped." Then, she unleashed her power and declared, "I'll play your game. Come on, you overgrown mosquito." Seeing her like this, he laughed with delight. "Ha ha, that's exactly what I was hoping for." He quickly drew his weapon. Sumama and Paste, witnessing him reveal his power, gritted their teeth in understanding. "I see. So that's why he's so arrogant. The pressure is immense. I guess that monster is at least a C-rank player." They watched the two fight and shouted, "Get ready for battle." Just then, a bolt of lightning shot past Bloody Mary's head. It was so sudden that he didn't understand what was happening. Then, a powerful bolt of lightning struck his exact position. The crowd immediately erupted. What's going on?" Suddenly, "There's lightning from the sky?" TYS quickly verified. "No, that's not lightning." He strained to see. Someone just took down that monster in one hit. He then saw someone standing in front of Mary. Kinha Lilith's eyes widened in surprise. "No way." She looked at his face in disbelief and called out, "Seo Gil." Flying through the air, Seo Gil was surprised to find himself wrapped in a black cloak. "What is this?" Grandmaster Dean gave him 2 thumbs up in praise. "What do you mean?" "It's a graduation gift." "You did great, Seo Gil," she said happily. "All right, you'll see how useful it is when you use it. I've had that cloth for a while. Generally, the material is." Seo Gil thought, "Will I be protected when I wear it?" Khalees, standing beside him, pouted and teased, "Isn't that nice?" Seo Gil gets all the gifts. Seeing her like that, he quickly offered, "Liber, do you want to try it on?" Grandmaster Dean quickly pulled Khalees into a tight hug. "My dear, I'm sorry I couldn't bring you a gift. Are you mad? You know you'll get another gift easily." Khalees's face was squished in her embrace. The overly affectionate hug made her blush as she replied, "I know." Grandmaster Dean's crimson eyes looked down at the ground. "That's amazing. In just a few days, he's become so strong that I have nothing left to teach him. I can even feel it when I get close to him." She let go of Khalees and announced, "And now, I think it's time for him to go." Grandmaster Dean asked him, "Seo Gil, come here. I want to give you one more gift." He was surprised. Yes. He couldn't help but wonder, a gift? What else could there be? Suddenly, Grandmaster Dean's hands cupped Seo Gil's cheeks. She pulled him closer and gave him a light kiss on the forehead. His face immediately turned bright red. Khalees, standing beside them, felt secondhand embarrassment. "What the hell? What are you doing?" Grandmaster Dean, having accomplished her goal, was in high spirits. She grinned. "Now that we've said our goodbyes, this is the final gift." With that, she grabbed Seo Gil by the collar. Meanwhile, he was still reeling from the kiss. This is a gift too?" Instantly, Grandmaster Dean threw him into the sky. Seo Gil still didn't know what was happening. "What the?" Grandmaster Dean smiled and shouted, "I've thrown you to the test site. Go there and bring Liber back with you." Seo Gil was already flying far away. Grandmaster Dean waved goodbye to his screams. "Be careful over there. See you later. Help me." A 4-pointed streak of light, like a star, appeared. A girl saw the brilliant light illuminating the area as it landed in the empty space next to her. Proctor Momo gazed out and spoke mysteriously. "It's just a practice match before the test, but this year's contestants are quite passionate. I'm speaking to the 2 behind me. Isn't that right, esteemed judges?" That light was Seo Gil, thrown here by Grandmaster Dean. He landed steadily. "I was thrown pretty far, but I wasn't affected by the impact at all. Is it because of this cloak?" He then looked at his surroundings. "But the floor here feels a bit strange." "That is." Hyo-seojin's soul nearly left his body when he saw his foot had gone through the back of a red-skinned person on the ground. What? What the hell? It's a person. Hyo-seojin quickly tried to explain. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Hello? Excuse me. When the other person didn't respond, Hyo-seojin said bluntly, he's not answering. Is he dead? Did I kill him? Suddenly, a voice from behind called his name. Seojin. He turned around. What? Whose voice is that? Kinha Lilith was panting as she ran towards him. Seojin, it's dangerous. That monster, it's still alive. No sooner had she spoken than the monster stood up, raising its axe to strike Hyo-seojin. He whipped his head around instantly. The monster brought its axe down, creating a massive explosion on the ground and causing cracks to appear. Kinha Lilith was shocked. Unbelievable. This is just the pressure from the aftershock of that attack. He's so strong. An attack like that. He couldn't even dodge it. Her eyes widened as she stared, because what she saw was Hyo-seojin effortlessly holding back the blade with one hand. The monster couldn't believe it. What the? I can't move. Its deep voice rumbled. Who? It saw the face of a calm Hyo-seojin. You? He turned to look at his friends, seeing the whole group was there. He saw someone who was exhausted, being supported by Paste. Hyo-seojin's ice-cold voice was directed at the monster. With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed the sturdy axe as if it were dough. What do you think you're doing? The monster bit its lip so hard it drew blood, its whole body trembling with rage. It roared and attacked. Brat, you think you're so smart. I'll cut you to pieces. A spike on the monster's left hand shot downwards. It aimed to pierce Hyo-seojin. As the tip of the spike was about to touch his forehead, he called out a name. Liber. In that instant, the entire area around him exploded. Kinha Lilith was stunned. A blue sword had slashed the monster dozens of times, like filleting a fish. He stepped on its body and asked coldly, why did you suddenly attack me? If I don't kill you, I can't take the player test. Kinha Lilith couldn't believe her eyes. What? Is that really Hyo-seojin? She watched him sheath his sword. What happened to him in the last 10 days? Hyo-seojin turned his head to look, his face expressionless. As he stepped down, he tripped on the hem of his black cloak, causing him to face-plant on the ground, but in the air, in front of everyone present. They watched him get up, his face bruised like a pig's head. He was so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide his face. Oh my god, this cloak is a little too long. It doesn't hurt that much, though. Almost died there. Sumama whispered. Did the monster explode while he was standing on it? Still in shock, that looks painful. While Hyo-seojin was still muttering, that made a pretty loud noise, didn't it? Khalees smacked him on the head like hitting a dumpling. Okay, first things first. You're a human, you idiot. The other test takers watched their noisy exchange. What are you even doing? If you're going to act cool, don't fall on your face. Khalees punched him, raising a lump on his head, because of him calling her name earlier. You called me out in the middle of a fight from who knows where. Do you have any idea how scared I was? Hyo-seojin replied with difficulty. I'm sorry, Liber. Kinha Lilith took in the whole scene. She burst into a crisp laugh. You haven't changed a bit. Tiz's jaw dropped when he saw her refreshing smile. He quickly whispered to Sumama. Did you see that? Did you ever think a goat would smile? Sumama asked back, what are you talking about? At this moment, Kinha Lilith spoke up. I know you guys had some really good conditions, but how long did it take for you to end up like this? Hyo-seojin helped Excalibur cool down. Geez, calm down. Kinha Lilith walked over to where he was standing. Do you know the exam is about to start? Hyo-seojin asked innocently. So what? Kinha Lilith waved goodbye. I'll go on ahead. Only then did the whole group remember their purpose for coming here. Wait for us. Just a sec. The massive doors slowly creaked open. Light poured in. The children stood close together, watching the doors slowly open. Hyo-seojin was full of determination. Finally, the player exam begins. Outside, a palace looked very peaceful. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, striking straight down to the ground. Benzin grew interested and asked, is it because of the system? But what was that light? That's not the power of my disciples. It belongs to another rookie. The servant bowed and suggested, should we send another investigation team, sir? He raised his hand to stop him. No, there's no need for that. Benzin prepared to stand up. Besides, we shouldn't miss this spectacle. I will go there myself. It's been a while since I saw you in second place. These words were nothing short of a direct implication. The doors of the tower opened completely. Hyo Seojin's group was inside, packed with people. Sumama looked around eagerly. Wow, look at that. Tis shared information when he saw the bronze-plated front gate, which looked incredibly sturdy. That's the front gate I've only heard about. Hyo Seojin's expression was extremely grim. Is it just me? Because he felt dozens of gazes directed at him. Or are all those people looking at me? A person wearing the scout team's uniform appeared. Hyo Seojin could see his face now. It was none other than Kim Taewon. Proctor Momo appeared on the upper floor. Looks like everyone is here. She appeared with 2 other people beside her. Now, let's start by explaining the exam. Kim Taewon, a rookie that the Avalon Guild is supporting with all their might. It's the first time I've seen something like this. When he was just a kid joining Avalon's attack unit, he killed everyone, all by himself. Aki glanced at him. My mission is to confirm whether he is a suitable tool for Avalon or not. I'm still not sure about anything. Except, he shifted his focus to Hyo Seojin. One thing I can say for sure. He affirmed Hyo Seojin's strength. This guy is the only one who can influence him. The only one. Kim Taewon stood with his arms crossed, playing the role of a scout well. His eyes were as cold as ice. Like he was hunting people. Aki reminded him. Sir, the excessive use of force is prohibited these days. Kim Taewon, about to walk somewhere, replied coldly. I know. I'm just going over there to say a little hello. He arrogantly shooed people away. Step aside. An annoyed exam participant said. What? What's with this guy? But Kim Taewon's face was terrifying. He looked like a murderer. Get the hell out of here. The 2 players were scared off by his aura. Kim Taewon walked past coldly. He headed towards Hyo Seojin. Excalibur, who didn't like him, leaned in close to Hyo Seojin and asked, Is it that bastard? He confirmed, That's right. Hyo Seojin's expression wasn't good either. Sorry, Lee Bear. I'm just going over there to talk to him for a bit. The 2 stood facing each other. Kim Taewon was the first to speak, his voice full of sarcasm and mockery. Seojin, you've changed a lot. Now you know how to look me straight in the eye. Hyo Seojin's face was cold and emotionless as he shot back. You're still the same. How long are you going to act like an immature, thoughtless brat? Kim Taewon was provoked, his anger flaring up. What? Say that again. Instantly, he lunged at Hyo Seojin. Hyo Seojin stood there calmly, a blue light shining in his hand. Before the 2 could clash in a bloody battle, BB appeared and stopped them immediately. Stop. Momo warned, listen up. Personal matters, you can do whatever you want, I don't care. But don't pull any stupid stunts in the exam area. Under my supervision, I won't tolerate that kind of foolishness around here. Any more problems? Hyo Seojin and Kim Taewon glared at each other, but neither spoke and decided to cease fire. Kim Taewon looked up at the man standing on the second-floor corridor. Benzin stood there, witnessing everything. Kim Taewon angrily pulled his hood up and left. Momo turned her head when she heard someone ask, You're Hyo Seojin, huh? She saw Lulu intimately hugging Hyo Seojin to get acquainted. I saw everything. You knocked out an examinee with a single move. It was a bit rough, but very effective. Lulu touched Hyo Seojin's lips. The 2 were very close. You're cuter than I thought. What a pity, you're not my type. Lulu's hands squeezed the solid muscles on his biceps. Your body is also harder than it looks. Lulu brought her 2 thumbs and 2 middle fingers together, speaking mysteriously. Like this isn't enough for Group C to pass the exam, huh? Momo, losing patience, reminded her. Enough, Lu. I still have a job to do right now. Lulu glanced at her. I think that's all I wanted to say anyway. With BB's solid body, no one would think she was a weak girl. Such screening is unfair if participants in the same exam can cooperate with each other. Her eyebrows furrowed. Her eyes were wet as if she was about to cry. Her teeth clenched in anger. For example, even if he is special, it's still unfair in a competition. Momo looked at the 2 of them. You guys have grown up, huh? I know what it takes to stand here with you 2. Hyo Seojin looked at the 3 of them anxiously. What's with this atmosphere? Don't tell me the judges are going to beat each other up. Momo was very firm, but then she lowered her eyes. All right. She conceded to Lulu. I lose. Do it your way, Lu. Lulu smiled very happily. That's what you have to do. Then Lulu patted Hyo Seojin's shoulder, looking him up and down. So look, can I cut off half of this cloak? Lulu turned to the examinees. I'm sure you all heard what we said. Her voice rang out evenly, like a dramatic official announcement. From now on, under the guidance of this Lulu, Group B's exam will proceed in a one-on-one format. He stood on the balcony with a thoughtful expression. Then he announced in a deep voice, "It's time to go." Suddenly, a hoarse voice spoke up, catching his attention. "Long time no see, Captain of the Red Moon." The man was Cyrus, the guild master of the Dimson Guild, managing order from the 5th to the 10th floor. He laughed out loud and said, "How rare. I can't believe the representative of the Avalon Guild was sent to this shabby competition." Hearing that, he slowly spoke to express himself. "Thank you for the high praise. But I came here as a representative of the Avalon Guild." Immediately after, the man replied, "Of course I should do that. I was very surprised by the spectacular performance in the previous competition." He continued, "Especially Nagi, when she pushed that hill down." Cyrus's hand suddenly swung up. This bastard with a mechanical arm, made of cheap equipment, wants to compare himself to her. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, his arm throbbing where the other man had struck it. "He's just ignoring me, isn't he?" From a distance, another figure watched them. He looked up, his attention drawn. "Is that another VIP arriving? Let's see, who is it?" "Finally, you're here." As the figure approached, his face came into view. Cyrus gasped, recognizing the man before him. "You? How? You're not supposed to be here." The man's face was now fully visible as he called out Cyrus's name. His voice was low and dark as he questioned him. "Who's not supposed to be here?" Cyrus strode toward him aggressively, his words dripping with contempt. "You idiot. This place is only for the leaders of major guilds. More importantly, it's no place for someone like you who doesn't even have a guild to back them up." Hearing Cyrus's ridiculous claims, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Humph. If what you say is true, then I think I'm in the right place." Enraged, Cyrus ground his teeth, spitting out each word. "What are you trying to say? You think you belong here?" He replied calmly, "Like I said, I'm exactly where I need to be." Cyrus's voice rose with fury. "Impossible. You have a guild." A confident smirk played on his lips as he introduced himself. "I'm Din, Guild Master of the Blood Rain Guild. I'm looking forward to our cooperation." Cyrus still couldn't believe he was standing right in front of him. "How? I don't believe your guild was approved." Another voice cut through their conversation. "I approved it." Hearing this, Cyrus's anger boiled over. "Captain Zhu." A smirk touched Din's lips as he spoke slowly. "It's hard to believe you actually left the castle again." "Huh. I had a pretty tough time with that rookie," Zhu replied. "Stop talking about that," Din reminded him. "As an apology, you even agreed to let me form a guild." Zhu continued, "I never expected that you, the one who insisted on going solo, would actually form a guild. It's wise of you to try again with reliable colleagues when you couldn't overcome it alone." He added, "You must be looking forward to the day you challenge me again." Din smiled mysteriously. "I'm looking forward to it." A curious voice echoed through the hall. "Who will be the next challenger? I wonder who it will be." Lulu's voice cut in softly. "Are you all ready?" She announced with confidence. "From this moment on, under the supervision of Group B, we will begin the one-on-one tournament for player selection." Everyone listened intently, the room falling silent. Lulu stood behind Momo, her face alight with excitement. "Now then, allow me to explain the rules. The time limit is 24 hours. He listened intently as Lulu explained. "You are allowed to use your maximum power." Then she delivered the final rule. "The survivor is the winner." Lulu added one more detail. "However, if a winner has not been decided when time is up, both will be eliminated." What do you think? Simple, right? Momo scoffed with a look of disgust. "Is that all you could think of, Lulu?" BB quickly countered, "But it's simple and fair. I like it." Sarium, on the other hand, raised her hand and spoke softly. "According to Solon, what do we do if it's one-on-one? Do we need to fight separately?" Hearing her, he whispered back, You have a point. Should I ask them?" She spoke up. "I think everyone understands the rules now." Just as she finished, Solon raised his hand. I have a question." Seeing this, she snapped irritably. "Are you serious? Even a monkey could understand this." Solon quickly covered his mouth. Momo announced loudly, "Then let the test begin." She gasped in shock. What? What's happening? Suddenly, panic erupted as everyone shouted. The floor beneath us is collapsing. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of confusion. A brilliant light flared. Then, Sulin clutched his head in pain. It happened so suddenly. It caught me completely off guard. If you were going to do that, you should have at least given us a warning. He lowered his hands, staring straight ahead. What is that? That voice, it's Liber's. Sulin's eyes widened in shock as he saw the person standing opposite him. Liber asked in confusion, what is this place? We were supposed to be in that room. Sulin stared in amazement. Incredible. Is this a terrarium fissure? Suddenly, a small flying creature appeared before them, its voice gentle as it made an announcement. I hope everyone was teleported properly and is intact. Sulin watched it, his curiosity piqued. What is that, up in the sky? He wondered. A talking machi. The creature, pure white with sparkling eyes, quickly confirmed. To be precise, it's a tool modeled after a makiko. In a corner, Momo's lips curled into a smirk. By the way, the makiko continued, the place you've been sent to. In Kinyalet's location, she also heard its voice. Is a virtual area created based on the actual hierarchy of the Tarum. A fissure of the Tarum. Pace's situation was exactly the same. Team also heard the voice. Adapt to the environment here and survive. Momo, in the control room, spoke. Therefore, I want you to use every ability you have. The guild masters are very interested in this test. The makiko continued. Becoming a member of a guild is essential for a player's survival. This test is the best way for you to attract the attention of the guilds. Momo's face was thoughtful as she murmured, well then, good luck to you all. Sulin and Liber continued to stare at the makiko. You're my opponent, he said softly. His face appeared on the system screen, his confusion clear for all to see. Nagi looked at his image, lost in thought. This person he is. At that moment, Sulin stood on a high peak, hand shielding his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. I don't see anything unusual, he announced. I can't even see the end. Are you sure this is also part of the Tarum? He then turned to her. Liber, did you find anything? Seeing her silence, he urged, Liber, answer me. She snapped, be quiet for a second. I'm concentrating. He felt helpless against her attitude. We're not eagles, and it's too high to see from this position. Suddenly, she shouted, what's that over there? He gasped and looked around. What? Liber, what is it? I don't see anything. Did you find something? Liber pointed towards a crevice in the rocks. Look, right at the very end. She revealed, it's the only place with a different color. Is it connected to somewhere else? Hearing that, he squinted one eye to get a better look. Really? From this terrain, it looks like a desert. Don't you think the test areas are all linked together? Liber glanced at him. So there's another candidate out there. Are you saying there might be something? Sulin frowned. Let's head towards the desert as soon as we're done here. We might have a chance to find something about Kim 2's abilities. Suddenly, a voice cut in. What are you two doing? Why are you together? They immediately spun around, surprised by the voice. Isn't this a one-on-one match? Sulin let out a small gasp. Are you my opponent? He guessed. Liber was slightly taken aback by Sunday. Is that guy really our opponent? I'm not mistaken, am I, Sulin? The expression on his face suddenly changed as he confirmed grimly. Of course he is. She was a little surprised. Huh? Sulin, what's wrong? Sulin tensed slightly. If my instincts are right. He's the type of person I hate the most. Sunin smirked arrogantly in his direction. He raised his hand and insulted him. Hey, Sulin, you piece of trash. Is this test just a joke to you? Other people are risking their lives to become players. Sulin's face darkened with anger at his words. You know about that phone scam, right? I wonder what dirty tricks you're planning this time. Even Liber's eyes widened in shock at his words. You're even with a girl in the test room. He shouted. This test, a scumbag like you doesn't deserve to participate. Sunin bluntly called him pathetic. It seemed she couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward, cursing, You son of a bitch. But he, standing beside her, stopped her from charging. Sulin turned to her and said, It's okay, Liber. I don't care what he says. He continued to provoke him. Yeah, are you done yet? You know that girl Kino led, right? Stay away from her. She's mine. He spoke softly, thank God. The other boy was too stunned to believe what he was hearing. What? Before he could react, Solon lunged forward and punched him hard, sending him to the ground. His face was completely caved in. Solon slowly revealed, "If my opponent is a scumbag like you," he asserted confidently, "then I can kill him without any hesitation." A massive explosion immediately followed. Liber, witnessing the scene, was utterly astonished. "That's the situation." Solon's expression changed. He turned and said gently, "Let's go, Liber, to the desert." She looked up at him and smiled faintly. Then, she unexpectedly slapped Solon's butt and praised him. "You've grown up a lot, you know?" He jumped, startled. "What are you talking about?" A sly voice spoke up. "Hey, you know about Group D? The ones from the last test. The losers from that test." The other person replied, "The funny thing is, the reason they were eliminated wasn't for lack of skill." The person revealed, "They were kicked out for breaking the rules. One of them massacred the audience just for being too loud. Then another guy killed the judge even though he'd already passed the test. It's a disgrace reserved for troublemakers deemed uncontrollable." Group D. Jiam Hig sat on a cliff, declaring, "And I'm one of those troublemakers from that Group D." He mocked himself. "So why don't you just surrender? I can't even hit you like this. Look at you, so pathetic." A rock was thrown, hitting him squarely on the cheek, leaving him stunned and confused. He picked up the rock, tossing it up and down thoughtfully. "That rotten Group D. What should I do with you?" Test clenched the stone in his hand, his voice mocking. "You talk way too much trash." Gum Hiu remained silent, but his face darkened as a rock flew towards him. Then, IUC sighed. "This won't work. I tried to scare you because I thought it would have an effect. You're just wasting your energy for nothing." He crushed the stone. What a pain. Then he vanished like a gust of wind, flashing past his opponent. Jiam Hio landed elsewhere. He disappeared before I could even get my ass warm. It turned out he had been thrown by him. Tis continuously lunged, unleashing a barrage of attacks on him. His attack hit him in the eye, but he showed no reaction at all. Then, Tis quickly moved to another spot. Gum Hiu glanced over to where he had just been. A desert terrain, better than I thought. It's perfect. I hadn't thought much about the dust. A beam of light shot towards him at lightning speed. Jiam Hux reached out his hand, and the attack stuck to it. It's not going to work like this, is it? Tis flashed a sinister smile. Humph. Are you sure? His lips curled into a satisfied smirk. It's working. Just a moment ago, his hand was being crushed by his opponent's power, but now he casually released it, his face nonchalant. This, really? Jiam Hux opened his water bottle and casually asked him, Are you just going to keep throwing rocks at me? You're cheaper than you look, aren't you? Tizzle thought to himself, if you don't fight properly, you'll lose. It was obvious from that attack. He was confident his opponent couldn't dodge his attack. Considering his reaction to the rocks, his range is about 1 meter. He thought triumphantly, I don't think I'll lose if I maintain this distance. The question now is how to win. He analyzed the situation. It's just, I have no choice but to use my ability. I don't want to reveal my ability. There are too many eyes around here. He noticed a Makiko flying nearby. The fewer people who know, the better. Humph, at least, there's nothing I can't do. Zhu's voice cut in, looking away so easily. He appeared in front of him like a gust of wind, giving him no time to react. You need to be looking at your opponent. He couldn't hide his shock. In just a moment, he got that close. Despite his confusion, he tried to reassure himself. It's okay. I'm still outside his range. And if he doesn't get a signal within range, he spoke softly. Anyway, Gum Hayek landed a powerful punch to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Then he let out a piercing scream as Jiam Hayek sent him flying. He collapsed to the ground, coughing several times. TCH. He slowly approached. What just happened? I didn't even have time to react. It was definitely much farther than 1 meter. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't tell me you were that slow from the start. If you get hit one more time, the game's over. Gumi Yusi's face was terrifying as he asked softly. That's what you were thinking, right? In a fight between players, the most important factor in PvP is being able to identify your opponent's ability and understand what they can do with it. To decide who wins or loses a conditional ability. Tis gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Fulfilling the condition means the win rate increases. Gum Hiu calmly lifted the bottle to his lips. Jiam Hung's ability. He couldn't take it anymore and immediately rushed towards him. A golden power enveloped his feet. Gum Hyuk's teeth flashed in a satisfied grin. Activated. When he drinks that liquor, his ability slows down everything around him. Tit was stunned, wondering, my body, what is this? Drunken style. The cliff behind him suddenly exploded into countless pieces. Drunken fist. He covered his mouth, thinking, did I drink too much? If I drink any more, I'll be in danger. The intensity and range of the slow depend on how drunk he is. That's both an advantage and a disadvantage in some cases. In this case, it made me misjudge the extent of his ability. The two faced each other. He shot a sharp glare in his direction. He's still trying to figure out the range of my ability. You're suffering the consequences of your own initial judgment. Ju wondered, what is he trying to do? A proper understanding of an ability's extent is to understand it in 3 dimensions. This is a natural combat tactic. No player would argue about this. The result, this concept is a factor that determines the winner or loser. He rushed towards his opponent without hesitation. The system announced, invalid. Invalid. A massive, disembodied head appeared, pointing down at him. He looked up, confused by the giant face. What is that? Another ability? Jaeim Hyu observed it, his mind racing. What kind of ability is that? Why did it activate now? What does invalid mean? He widened his eyes, dismissing his own thoughts. That's not the problem. It flashed an arrogant smile at him and pointed towards Jaeim Hyu. Whatever your ability is, if you're still within my ability's range, my advantage is absolute. Seizing the opportunity, Passive lunged at him. But he easily dodged to the side, leaving his opponent no time to stop. He glared, observing him. Then his opponent flashed a bizarre smile in Jaeim Hyuk's direction. Another loud sound echoed. He couldn't hide his shock at the scene unfolding before him. The man had snatched his red liquor bottle, leaving him no time to react. He could only growl, "My liquor." Ju could only stare in astonishment as his opponent chugged his liquor. He threw his head back and shouted, "Now," he declared with confidence. With this, the conditions are set. Gum Hyu had realized. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed. What do you think you're doing, drinking that? The truth was, he had overestimated his opponent, thinking he was dealing with a Group C player candidate. He cursed him outright. "You fool. That's not even an ability." Jaeim Hyuk approached, berating him. "You think you have a piece of my power? It's on my person." He had figured out long ago how his ability worked. He held out his hand. Simultaneously, the giant head in the air also extended its hand. Ju stared in shock at his own hand, unable to move it. Even Paste was no better off. The giant head bared its teeth in a gleeful grin. It pointed forward, emphasizing, invalid. The ability that Paste possessed was a conditional ability. It's like a game of rock, paper, scissors. You're playing rock, paper, scissors with your opponent. It sets the necessary conditions for the chosen outcome. You are not the one who decides the outcome. That thing is the referee. What was the reason for the previous invalid result? To make a conditional ability work, one must accept and fulfill the condition of that player. That's why Pastian fulfilled the condition by drinking Ju's liquor. Immediately after, he showed scissors while Jaeim Hyuk showed paper. He quickly grabbed his arm. Guc trembled, suddenly becoming extremely tense. Don't tell me he has the ability. No, this isn't a slow. I can't move. The condition has been met. His face darkened. He cracked his knuckles, his voice taking on a sinister tone. "You Group D scumbags," he asked. "How long will I have to beat you for you to finally die?" DM Hyu was held in place. Tit used all his strength to deliver a fatal blow to Jaeim Hyu. It's not just an ability. He began to lose consciousness, slowly slumping down. To understand the abilities of others. That's what this fight is about. He calmly continued to chug his opponent's liquor right in front of Ju, the deciding factor between victory and defeat. Jaeim Hyu's entire body began to crumble into pieces, his eyes wide and white. Then, he exploded, much to his opponent's satisfaction. One-on-one tournament. Winner, Pa. The sky grew darker, and the snowflakes began to fall more heavily. The pine trees in the forest were already covered in snow, blanketing the path. Kinliet walked alone along the trail, her footprints marking the fresh snow. Her face was flushed red from the cold. She continued along the snowy path. When Nayli looked back, she thought for a moment. The sun set as soon as the match started. This snowstorm. Is it because of the Tarama fissure? Her expression grew somber. She spoke to the spirits. I should stop investigating and find some shelter. The warmth Dad provides is limited, but the light from her earrings glowed as she continued to speak with the spirits. 24 hours isn't that long. We have to hurry. But rushing isn't the answer either. What should we do? She stopped, blaming herself. Let's just give up. I know we can't do it. But Kinali's gaze remained firm, her determination unwavering. I simply don't want to stop. She suddenly noticed footprints appearing on the ground. The footprints pointed the way forward. Those footprints were everywhere. Kinhalal smiled and said to her father's spirit, "What do you think, Dad?" Her father's spirit replied, "You really don't know, daughter?" The flame flared. Her father's spirit stammered, "He." The father's spirit laughed excitedly. "He's so clumsy, but I think he's a good person." Kinliet looked back. Her father's spirit encouraged her. Seo Gil is a little. He's a bit annoying, but I don't think he's evil. You have so many good qualities. That kid is lucky, you know. Kinliet blushed, sweat beading on her face. She turned away from her father's spirit's words. "My dear daughter, I was wondering what you were thinking about, but you were just thinking about someone else. This is the first time my daughter has been interested in someone, so Dad feels." Kinliet's face turned beet red with embarrassment. She grabbed her father's spirit's face and said, "I told you, I don't like jokes like that." Her father's spirit quickly spoke up. Dad's sorry. Your reaction was just so funny, so Dad." "Oh, it's cold." Kinhalal looked at the footprints in the snow and turned to ask her father's spirit, "These footprints, what do you think?" Her father's spirit spoke slowly. It looks like a trap. It's not easy at all. It's like a mockery." Her father's spirit continued, "I don't think you're the only one who sees opponents as prey, daughter." Kinhalal replied, "That's right, Dad. I agree. What I'm thinking right now is..." Her father's spirit said seriously, "It's a declaration of war." As soon as the words were spoken, thousands of arrows rained down on Kinliet. The explosion shook the heavens, shattering the ground into fragments. From a distance, Kalua was firing arrows at Kinliet. On another side, where the mountains pierced the sky, Excalibur was sleeping soundly in a bush. In stark contrast to the peacefully sleeping Excalibur, Sulin was training relentlessly. He did push-ups with just one hand. Even though sweat poured down his face, he continued to train hard. Seo Gil flipped and stood up. The beautiful physique of Seo Gil was clearly visible. Seo Gil grabbed the shirt hanging on a tree branch. Seo Gil slung it over his shoulder, thinking, this should be enough for now. Seo Gil recalled his teacher's scolding. "Even if you leave the forest, you must train every day, okay? You know what will happen if you skip it, right? Remember." He couldn't help but think, what an unpleasant feeling. It's like I'm still sitting in a classroom. Ugh, I always have a feeling she's watching me from somewhere. Is this what it feels like to have a lifelong stalker? Excalibur, having just woken up, stretched and yawned, saying, "Oh my, you're finally done? That took longer than I thought." Seo Gil replied, "Liber, you're awake? Did you sleep well?" Excalibur continued to stretch her shoulders wearily. As you can see, Excalibur stretched her arms a bit and said to Seo Gil, "I slept very well." Seo Gil asked, "What are you even doing?" Excalibur calmly replied, "Stretching, and a little bonus fan service." From high above, someone's shadow had been watching them for a long time. The person's eyes widened as they slowly said, "Found them." Seo Gil suddenly felt the terrifying gaze of the mysterious person from behind. Seo Gil shouted, "Liber." Excalibur also felt the terrifying gaze and said loudly, "I know, I feel it. But where is he?" It turned out the mysterious person was Liber. He gritted his teeth in fury and cursed, "Right now, you bastard." The massive pillar came crashing down towards Excalibur and Seo Gil. The two looked up in astonishment as the pillar slammed down, creating a massive shockwave that sent shattered rocks flying everywhere. That massive pillar was even taller than the mountains. Liber stood on top and said, "Got you." Liber stood high above, looking down arrogantly. "How do you like that, you bastard?" Momo, witnessing this scene, laughed and said, "The first match is finally over." Momo turned and said, "I will now announce the results." Lulu, standing beside her, said excitedly, "As expected, please take care of me." BB, not to be outdone, shouted loudly, I demand a fair announcement. Momo walked on, thinking, 1 hour since the test began, and the first battle is already over. This is the result of the first match of the tournament. Well, that proves my test isn't as bad as you all thought. Momo flashed a sinister smile. All right, anyway, let's announce the results. Thinking about the frustrated expressions of the guild masters is something to look forward to. The number of people each guild can directly scout in a test is only 3. One more person means one more choice, which also means the guilds must be extremely careful in selecting talent. In situations like these, the first step is to get information on the candidates. Then, observe them while they're fighting. Indeed, there will be an extremely tense battle between the guild representatives. Momo announced the results. Right now, I will announce the first winner. The people standing up there froze for a moment. Momo's face was serious as she thought, the atmosphere is chaotic. I don't know what's happening. Momo looked in the direction the others were looking, puzzled. This is the first time I've been ignored while announcing the results. What are they looking at? Momo's eyes widened in confusion. What is it? What's happening? Seo Gil was holding someone by the neck. Everyone has their own role from the moment they are born. Some people have bigger roles than others. Some are individuals who contain even greater power, creating a difference between those roles. This isn't a metaphor. It literally means the vessel that can contain a person's power. And I was born with the vessel of a king. On a massive rock that looked like a giant thumb, a small house sat on top. A man knelt before another, larger man. The large man spoke. All right. The large man placed a circlet on the head of the brown-haired youth and said, "Your training is finally over." The power of the circlet on his head expanded. The power has been sealed. The man sitting on the throne rested his chin on his hand, looking at him. He reminded him, "Son, it will prevent you from using your full power. Will you still step out into the world beyond?" The boy looked towards the man and replied, "Of course, father. I don't intend to use my full power on those people out there anyway." He commanded his friends, raising his scepter high and saying confidently, "I will take back everything that father has lost." The people beside him all cheered in unison. "Wow, as expected of our prince." He said cheerfully, his voice filled with confidence, "Don't worry, father. I'll show the whole world what Jean DC's son is like." He walked to the large door and waved goodbye. "All right, I'll be right back." The man praised him. "Well done, my son." The boy stood before the giant stone fragments, their shapes kneeling, and said with determination, "I will become a human and then return here." He looked into the distance at the scene before him. And so, my journey began. I had companions. Hey, something I wanted to protect. He looked in the direction of Kinlyle. They both blushed, looking at each other shyly. During his journey, he also encountered some difficulties. He also faced deceit and endured things that annoyed me. My power is not meant to be used for trivial matters. Until there was one person, a kid who appeared from nowhere. He immediately thought of Seo Gil. Although he had endured everything that had happened before, that restraint made him angry. Liber bit into a special fruit, eating and cursing at the same time. I can't believe that guy made me use all my power. That stupid bastard. He looked at the fruit he was eating and hesitated for a moment, thinking, I held back to have 3 of these, but I didn't want to eat it here either. If it weren't for the restriction placed on this vessel all this time, this wouldn't have happened. He threw the fruit away. Well, doing so was necessary. This is a lesson for those who bully others. He looked at the devastation before him and said smugly, What you need to learn, you fool, is that you're not the main character on this playground. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the pillar directly. A massive explosion caused the huge pillar to shatter into pieces. He was astonished by the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. He stared with wide eyes, a hint of fear showing. He wondered, what was that? Seo Gil rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Seo Gil had already reached Liber, leaving him no time to react. Lightning descended from the sky, tearing the heavens apart. A series of massive lightning bolts continuously struck down, illuminating the entire sky and creating an incredibly terrifying force. The lightning struck the same spot repeatedly. Smoke billowed out endlessly. Seo Gil's face was cold as he grabbed Liber's collar. The screen from the results report appeared before the eyes of the crowd. The image of Seo Gil grabbing Li Bear's collar created a terrifying picture, radiating a powerful killing intent. The people watching this performance laughed and jeered. That monkey is Jin Dasung's son, right? Someone subdued the monkey's son with pure power, not with skill. I wonder what his bloodline is. The white-haired man stood watching this image, his face dark, unable to stop himself from asking, "What did you do?" John approached and replied to the white-haired man, "I didn't do anything special. I just taught him some understanding of theory and these commonly known forces." R.A. looked up at the large screen and continued, "He's just unleashing his pure power. I've also just started to teach him a few things about control. In other words, that's just the first step to growing up." Li Bear broke out in a sweat, gritting his teeth. Even while being choked, he managed to force out the words, "You bastard. If I still had my full power, a bastard like you, damn you." Seo Gil just calmly replied, "I'm still very confused. Listen, I don't know what I ever did to you, but don't be a fool and just admit it. You're much weaker than me." Li Bear still managed to shout, "Shut up." Seo Gil's face was cold. "All right." Seo Gil raised his sword and said, "I guess this is it." A single sword strike descended, its killing intent radiating all around. It made the man scream loudly at the sight of this powerful killing intent. From the strike, smoke enveloped the surroundings. Seo Gil stood still, holding his sword. Seo Gil looked dazed. In a large field, Mokikos were playing with each other. Behind them stood a tall tower. The girl with two horns on her head sat calmly, enjoying her tea. She wondered, Sulin and Li Bear. I wonder how their test is going. She reassured herself. The kids will be fine. It's just a test, after all. It should be a piece of cake for those two, right? You'd have to be really clumsy too. She playfully teased her Makiko, saying excitedly, I don't know. I think they're doing great. Who taught them, after all? Me, right? Huh. I even gave him a gift just in case. At that moment, Seo Gil was standing amidst the smoke. Excalibur tried to talk to Seo Gil. Hey, Sulin. I'm talking to you. Seo Gil muttered Li Bear's name. Excalibur tried to wake Seo Gil. Don't pass out here. I mean it. Seo Gil collapsed to the ground. Excalibur shouted angrily, You bastard. Excalibur ran to him, asking worriedly, My God. Hey, wake up. We've worked so hard since the beginning, right? Don't you remember? Wake up. Excalibur. What is it? Excalibur noticed the veins on Seo Gil's face. These blue veins, when did they appear? They're getting bigger, too. Excalibur's expression changed. Isn't a reaction like this a bit much? It's strange. It seems worse than I thought. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared behind Excalibur. Excalibur turned to look, puzzled. What is that? In Seo Gil's subconscious, he was sinking deep into a dark place beneath the water. He had just opened his eyes. He immediately saw a young man with golden hair, but for some reason, he couldn't see the young man's face clearly. Seo Gil's eyes widened. Seo Gil, frightened, moved away from the young man. ADH. It turned out the young man's name was ADH. ADH said warmly, Haha, it's been a while, hasn't it? Seo Due looked around and asked, Why am I here? Where's Li Bear? Arthur laughed and replied, You're talking about Excalibur, huh? You gave her a nickname? Haha, it seems she doesn't need to be here. You're the only one who died this time. Seo Gil heard this and swallowed hard. Arthur ruffled his hair, stood up, and put his hands in his pockets, saying, I don't know if I should congratulate you or not. Still, I want to apologize. The truth is, you're here. You've just experienced your first death. You died in the terrarium fissure. Seo Gil looked down and replied, Oh, I see. So that's what happened. Arthur walked past Seo Gil and continued calmly. Not exactly dead, but it's a state like being dead. Anyway, if you have any questions, ask away. I'll answer as much as I can. Seo Gil asked quietly. The question I want to ask? The image of a woman sitting alone, sad and sorrowful, appeared in his mind again. The expression on the woman's face was incredibly mournful. Seo Gil asked Arthur, Li Bear, why did you let her do that? Seo Due looked at ADH with suspicion. ADH just turned and looked at him in silence. ADH suddenly burst out laughing. ADH repeatedly clapped his shoulder, laughing cheerfully. Haha, is this the time for you to be asking a question like that? Heo, having been hit, said loudly, "You're the one who said I could ask anything I wanted." ADH turned around and said cheerfully, "Why did you choose her? Why did you let her do that? What was your purpose? If that's what you want to ask, I don't need to answer you. Anyway, I'll give you a few things I forgot before." Heo looked surprised as his arm and body were enveloped by an electric current. "What is this? Suddenly my body." Arthur feigned surprise. "Wow, that's really good, Heo's in." ADH approached and said slyly, "I didn't know you were cheating like this." Heo didn't understand what ADH was saying and asked, "What do you mean? Cheating?" The electric current grew stronger, enveloping Heo's body. "What is this? We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point." Arthur smiled and continued, "Your next death? You'll have to pay a price." Heo woke up with a start, drenched in a cold sweat. He panted continuously. Excalibur rushed over to check on him, startling Heo. "You're awake." Heo still muttered the name, Liber. Excalibur explained the situation to Heo. "Are you okay, Heo's in? I felt like you had just died." Heo asked in surprise, I don't know what just happened." "Liber, did you put this on me?" Excalibur replied, "It's all thanks to that suit." Excalibur recounted the event. "When you collapsed, the shirt started to glow, so I put it on you. And then you woke up." Excalibur said, "In short, I'm the one who saved you. Say thank you." Heo then thanked Excalibur. "Thanks, Liber." Excalibur asked him, "What are you going to do now?" "So, what are you going to do now?" Heo said seriously, "No, I've reconsidered." Heo's face turned grim and depressed. "The truth is, we've gotten stronger through the training, but we still had to use our power and push past our limits to win this time. If this continues, I can't keep up." Heo thought, "The next death, you'll have to pay a price." Heo's silence made the atmosphere momentarily heavy. Excalibur broke the mood, hitting him on the shoulder and saying, "Why are you being so hard on yourself? If you've gotten stronger, that's enough." Excalibur smiled brightly and asked him, "Right?" Heo looked at Excalibur. Heo regained his spirit and said with determination, "Right? You're right, Liber. It's useless to feel down like this forever. We only have 24 hours, and we're in the middle of a match here." Heo used his power to blast a long path through the mountain. Flames appeared, separating the snowy, icy path. Amidst the flames, Kinyolet appeared. She looked around. The flames grew larger and larger. They advanced, consuming the entire forest. A pink-haired girl stood calmly in the midst of the fire. It seemed she was the cause of it. This lovely pink-haired girl was Kinliet, the spirit master of Group C. Kalua, sitting on a tree and observing everything, spoke up. "I thought I'd stir things up a bit to see how you'd react, but you're using your powers so recklessly, without any thought." She laughed coldly, not holding back her curses for lead. "What an ignorant fool." Kinha didn't hear her words at all. She stood frozen like a statue. The fire from before had swept through half the forest. Before her now was only an empty space. Suddenly, Led detected something and whipped her head around, abruptly saying, "There you are." Led took off, running at full speed ahead. The qualities of a hunter lie in the understanding of three things. Those three things are yourself, your environment, and finally, the thrill of the hunt. A massive pink wolf appeared before her, blocking Liza's line of sight. Kinliet looked at it in surprise. A wolf-shaped illusion? But she quickly realized something was wrong. No, it's a spirit. While Led was lost in thought, an arrow suddenly appeared and struck her in the back. She didn't hesitate to grab the arrow embedded in her. And through these three things, you can catch your prey when it lets its guard down. That's what a hunter needs. Kinolade transformed into a different form. She picked up her crossbow and said with determination, "The hunt begins." Suddenly, the player information panel appeared. Kalua, Class, Spirit Master, Group A. Just a moment ago, there was only one wolf, but now, two more appeared out of nowhere and charged to attack her. Let's eyes suddenly flashed with light. Immediately after, an explosion occurred right in front of her, causing the three wolves to vanish. A massive fire erupted after the explosion in the middle of the newly flattened, empty land. After dealing with the pack of wolves, Leek continued to rush forward in search of her prey. The small figure of Carlos, appearing and disappearing behind the trees, came into Leet's sight. She immediately summoned a large fire, leveling the entire area before her. Kalua suddenly appeared behind her and asked, "Looking for me?" Led, unable to react in time, turned around in surprise. As she turned, Carlo once again vanished without a trace. Led, not understanding what was happening, froze. Before her now was just a wide, empty space. This time, Kalia appeared on a treetop and taunted her. "Don't just stand there looking so surprised. We've only just begun. I'm afraid you can't run anymore, Kinlyle." Kalua announced sarcastically, "You've fallen into my trap." And just as she said, many pink wolves appeared around Led. A large wolf opened its mouth and lunged towards Led. Kalua asserted to her, "Nothing is easier than catching a wounded prey." Kalua said with a very sly look, "I'll kill you slowly, Kina." Fresh red blood drops began to appear on the white snow. In situations where your position has been exposed and the enemy is still hidden, providing false information about your own abilities to confuse the enemy, that can be an opportunity. Finally, seize the opportunity and attack. The battle seemed to be very fierce. All around was fire, case fire. The ground was covered in the giant paw prints of the wolves. Kenya had been forced to maintain her spirits for a long time. This had gradually made her weaker and more tired. Kalua was pleased with her work. She believed that with her spirits, she could deal with any situation. But that was exactly what Carlo wanted Kina to do, luring her into her trap. Most spirits will last for a day after being summoned. Kaloa was very satisfied after taking her down. The stronger the summoned spirit, the shorter the summoning time. Because in reality, the stronger the spirit, the more energy it consumes from the summoner. In other words, if it's a battle between spirits, the only way to win is to maintain the summoning time for as long as possible. So, the one with the weaker spirit who wants to maintain it longer, like Kalua in this case, clearly has a significant advantage. Kalua looked at the footprints still imprinted on the ground and speculated. It's been almost 6 hours since she was injured. It must be extremely difficult for her to maintain her spirit right now. Kaloa smiled slyly. Everything had been arranged by her. The moment your greatest spirit's summoning time runs out, that's when you lose, Kinlyle. She silently cursed Lillet in her head. "I'll teach that arrogant brat." The most important thing for a spirit master is to control the summoning time well. Gawa calculated in her head. Even if she's a high-level spirit user and can communicate with her spirits, if she can't use her summoned spirits properly, then she's no different from an unimpressive third-rate master. She and her 2 wolves investigated the tracks on the ground. Mastering the power of spirits doesn't come from the power of the contracted spirits. Rather, it's using the understanding of their personality and habits when making a pact with the spirit to benefit oneself. Carlo and her wolves stood before a large cave entrance. She thought smugly to herself, "And this is precisely the difference between you and me as spirit masters, Kinlyle." Kaloa's entire body suddenly turned black. She stood outside and called into the cave, "I saw you hide in the cave. I know you're trying to hide and recover some strength." Kalua said contemptuously, "You've made a mistake, Kinliot." Kalia sneered with disgust, caught like a rat in a trap. Immediately after, the cave suddenly shook violently. Carlo, not having anticipated this, was very surprised by the situation. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Who's the rat in the trap now?" Kinlyle stood behind her with her fire spirit. Led retorted with the same words she had said to her. "Thanks for coming all this way. What do you think? It was a pretty good match, wasn't it?" Kinlyle's face suddenly became fierce. Her voice also turned a few shades colder. "The hunt is over, Kaloa." Kalua was still in shock. She stammered. "Lies. How are you still maintaining your summoned spirit? I was sure you had used up all your summoning time." Kinlyle asked back, "Summoning time?" She crossed her arms and stood before Kaloa, asking, "Then what is this?" As soon as she said this, Kaloa's face visibly darkened. A look of fear gradually appeared on her face. Her voice trembled with fear. "It can't be. Ridiculous. It's meaningless." As soon as she finished her sentence, Kina Led immediately launched a fatal blow. "Sorry, this is going to hurt a lot." My daughter was very excited. A massive explosion occurred inside the cave. At that moment, a notification board appeared. One-on-one tournament winner, Kinlyle. The referee's voice also rang out. Please note, from this moment on, most of the tournament's battles have concluded. She began to announce. However, I would like to inform you that the content of the final test has been decided based on discussions among our judges. At this moment, everyone was intently watching the large screen in front of them. A girl standing outside watching commented, I have a feeling we'll get some good ones this time. This girl's name was Kit, also known as Demon's Knight, and she was also a guild master. Kit asked the person standing next to her, what about you? Have you found anyone worthy? The girl who was asked, Kia, replied, if I had to choose, I'd pick the one who suddenly got Sun Wukong's son. But if I really have to pick one, she didn't hesitate to make her choice. I'll choose Pass. His ability seems to be a conditional one, which would be useless without good judgment. But if he's trained properly, he could become a great asset. This girl who was answering was Lewis, nicknamed North Star, and also a guild master. Kit couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at her words. You're not wrong. Lewis sighed helplessly. Anyway, instead of someone worthy, it would be more interesting if Averland lost. As soon as she finished speaking, Kit's expression suddenly changed 360 degrees. She deliriously bit her own teeth. She seemed to still be conscious as she said, did they call her Kina Led? The fight in the snow was amazing. Just you wait, I'll recruit her at all costs. Kitty estimated to herself, stupid Averon is probably out of plans by now. I wonder what they'll do next. Boo-hoo. Lewis, standing beside her, said wearily, nothing new. She suddenly launched into a long speech to Kit. Those people don't climb the tower for the purpose of creating a path for the new rookie to climb, also known as the elite path. That's what surprises everyone. And of course, it's not fair at all. At this point, her face suddenly became grim. I understand it's due to a lack of people, but it's time for Averland to abandon the old way of taking care of new kids like their little boys. Lewis was engrossed in her speech when a man's voice suddenly cut in. You're talking about some pretty interesting things. He suddenly asked, can I join you? The man denied her words. I don't think any of our members fit the description of little boys. Kitty turned her head in surprise when she saw the man. Averland. Lewis, on the other hand, wasn't very surprised and asked, I'm sure you understand that was just a metaphor, right? Averland smirked mysteriously and said, the expression of a metaphor is. He suddenly pointed at someone in front of them. There he is. Averland pointed out to the two of them. See for yourselves. In front of the three of them was a small figure wearing a pure white cloak. Averland said quite proudly, Averon's members are geniuses like that. On the other side, a player approached and asked Mr. You're from Group C, right? So you've played with Seo Gil before. He smiled and negotiated. About Seo Gil's ability, can you tell me what you know? If you tell me. His face immediately turned cold and threatening. I'll let you die in peace. Suddenly, a sound whizzed past his ear. He stared wide-eyed as a sword suddenly appeared and plunged straight into Mrs. Shoulder. He, having been stabbed by the sword, could only endure and cry out a few times. But immediately after, he flashed a very strange smile. Another voice suddenly cut in. Aren't you ashamed to mock those you've defeated? Kim Tun, seeing this, asked grimly, so what? The blue-haired player spoke to him with a blank expression. That cloak, truly Averon's infamous dog. I'm glad it's you. He held the sword in his hand, ready to fight. I won't feel any guilt at all after taking you down. This was Mio Mio from the swordsman class, Group D. When Kim Tun heard this, he didn't hesitate to make the first move. He said irritably, so you mean you want to fight me? Great. I was worried that there were still many things I hadn't tried. He speculated, you're good with a sword, right? Myeonyo heard this and pursed his lips in silence. Suddenly, Kim Tun's entire body trembled as if he had been attacked by some force. Myeonyo seemed to have expected this. Sure enough, he looked grimly at Kim Tae-gul. It seems he's not saying anything. Kim Tun had just suffered a fatal slash. A third of his body had been cut off. But then, he transformed into a liquid form. Mi Hee-ong watched with wide eyes as the enemy vanished before him. He strode through the narrow pipeline to find him. As Myeonyo was walking, he was suddenly surrounded by countless monsters from an unknown place. But these monsters couldn't stop him. Myeonyo acted as if he didn't see anything, his face impassive. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind to feel more deeply. Mio used his ability to track the enemy's direction. His mind was like a spirit leaving its body. They weaved and intertwined through the narrow turns of the pipeline. Very soon after, Myeondahu had discovered a blonde figure fleeing. He could even feel the rhythm of his footsteps. Myeongjo suddenly opened his eyes. Found you. He strode quickly towards the enemy. The monsters behind him were almost all destroyed by him. Kim Tun turned his head and was extremely surprised to see Myeongnan chasing him. He swung his sword and lunged straight at Kim Tun, but luckily, he reacted in time and blocked it. Myeonyu glared at him with disgust. In Kim Tun's hand was a mobile phone, which he used to block his sword. The electrified sword suddenly zapped, catching people off guard. The two were quickly pushed apart by an electric current. Myeonin was pushed far back. He quickly regained his balance and stood up. Myeonyu quickly recognized the weapon Kim Tun was holding. A light sword? The one used by the 620th ranker to summon a golem during the exam. That's his ultimate skill. Myeong Laihan watched him struggle and continued. I guess your skill is to imitate other people's skills. He noticed the phone in Kim Tun's hand. Obviously, the toy in your hand is being used for your skills. Based on that poor body movement, you can only use one skill at a time. Myeonyu sighed, expressing his disappointment. Maybe I expected too much from you. I didn't think you were just a kid with a toy like that. It really feels like playing with a child. Kim Tun angrily raised his hand to strike. But unfortunately, Mi Jong-nan was one step ahead. He rushed forward, grabbed Tae-hwan's hand to stop him, and then widened his eyes threateningly. Enough. He took advantage of Kim Tun's immobility and swung his leg towards him. Like this, Averland's loser. In a real fight, there's usually no such thing as a second chance. After he finished speaking, his kick landed hard on Kim Tween, contorting his body. Kim Tun was mercilessly kicked straight into the wall. Myeonyo took the opportunity to snatch his mobile phone. He said grimly, Now I'll confiscate this toy. Is there anything else you want to show me, Averland's rookie? Kim Tun had been beaten unconscious by him at this point, so of course, he couldn't utter a single word in reply. That night, Myeonyo stood empty and hollow before a large fire, unable to do anything. He gritted his teeth, but he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. He had lost everything. And then, a man sitting on a stone bench asked Myeonyo, Do you want to turn back time? Myeonyu couldn't believe what he was hearing. But first, I want to make an offer. The man closed the book he was reading and asked, Do you want to hear it? Returning to reality, Myeonyo looked at the mobile phone he had just stolen and wondered, a device that copies other people's abilities? He muttered to himself, I suspected it, but I never thought such an item really existed. Just then, a small beast appeared behind him. Myeongjo immediately detected it. He closed his eyes and dealt with the beast in a single note. The beast was just a robot that had been invented. Its mechanical voice rang out, Warning, warning. Any damage that affects the property of the organizers will lead to a quality of your results. Myeong Laihan ignored its words and mercilessly stomped on it. TCH. He knew Kim Tun was awake, so he said, The fight with Averland's rookie is over. Now it's time for you to answer my questions. Kim Tae-won's face was bruised and battered. He struggled to open his eyes and look. Although Kim Tun had been beaten to a pulp by him, he still hadn't learned his lesson. Actually, you're also mocking the person you defeated. Aren't you ashamed? When Myeongjo heard this, he bluntly kicked Kim Tae-won in the jaw. He threatened him angrily. I said, The match is over. Just answer my questions. Myeonan asked him, Do you know where Hyo Seol-jin comes from? Kim Tun's eyes widened at this question. Myeongjo saw his expression and guessed the answer, so he kicked him in the jaw again. It seems you don't know. Kim Tae-won coughed continuously in pain. Myeongnan didn't care and continued. On to the next question. He said grimly, Where are you from? Kim Tun froze at this question. He asked back, Is that all you want to know? Kim Tun continued, If that's the case, you should have told me sooner. I'd be happy to help. Why do you want to know that? He asked a rather irrelevant question. Do you want to say hi to ADH? Myo was a little confused. What? I thought I told you to answer my questions. Kim Tae-won cut in. I know. He smirked contemptuously. You're just a small fry. Suddenly, an invisible force appeared and crushed Myeonyu. Kim Tun explained to him. That's the gravitational field of a rank 7. He regained his strength and stood up nonchalantly. It'll even be difficult for you to escape it for a while. Myo couldn't believe this situation. How can you have that? Kim Tun scoffed. That? Kim Tun took the opportunity to retrieve the mobile phone that had been stolen from him and asked, "You know that too, right? BV is the easiest way to improve your rank. But think about it." He looked at him contemptuously as if he were a fool. Who do you think would be willing to play a game with someone who doesn't know what an attack is? At this point, he revealed his entire plan. To prepare for PvP, I used this weakness as bait. I guessed that a fool like you would be tricked. Myo tried to remain calm in this situation. This is bad. I can't believe I'm dealing with a bastard like this. He finally gave in. I've been played. I lost. And I admit defeat. Myo was helpless. So do as you wish. Kim Tween was confused by his words. Immediately after, Myo's entire body suddenly emitted a strange light. Kim Taewon glared at him as his power erupted. What is that light? He still has a hidden card. Myungwoo forced out every word. I kept my promise. His eyes gradually grew dull, and his voice trembled, slurring his words. So, give up your pathetic life. That light slowly faded away, taking with it Myungwoo's remaining strength. He sneered mockingly. To think a great general would lose to a rookie. Honestly, it's hilarious. Myungwoo suddenly called out to him, "Hey, rookie." Myungwoo's face suddenly became grotesquely distorted. Is Arthur doing well? Fear began to well up inside Kim Taewon. Who are you? He roared in anger. Hey, that's not the point. I only have one question. Between you and your friend, who's stronger? As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Taewon immediately slashed Myungwoo in half with all his might. Kim Taewon's voice turned ice cold. If you're that curious, come find me. It'll bring you a lot more pain if you want it. The faint light remaining on Myungwoo's body completely faded away right before his eyes. In an unknown location, an impressed voice echoed, "Look at his spirit." The man standing on the ashes asked the person next to him. So that's why he's so hard to deal with, right? The man chuckled. How amusing. The person with him replied seriously, I don't think it's funny at all. The man asked, if I'm curious, you want me to come find you? Very well. The girl next to him replied. As expected, he was right. The two walked away together. All right, let's do as he wishes. Meanwhile, the referee began to announce, from this moment on, we will proceed with the final test. A player in another location was encountering a problem. His body was gradually teleporting. My body. He couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Not again. The robotic pet replayed the game master's voice. Right now, this test is called the companion mission. Try to get along with your team members so you can work better together. As soon as it finished speaking, Seolin and Lillet were teleported to each other. Seolin looked up and recognized her. You're. Lillet also called out in surprise. Hyo Seojin? Makiko flew high up, its eyes wide and round, and announced loudly, Dear guests, the 1v1 tournament has just concluded. Therefore, I will proceed with the final test. It continued to explain the rules. The test is called the companion mission. Starting now, I will send you to random locations. 2 candidates will meet at the same designated location. Hyo Seojin and Excalibur looked up, listening intently. Then, Excalibur turned to Hyo Seojin anxiously. That blonde guy. He's still alive, right? Hyo Seojin frowned and confirmed, of course. He couldn't have been eliminated. Meanwhile, Makiko continued to explain the rules in detail. It is not mandatory to form a party. Therefore, players are allowed to fight each other. However, you must travel in pairs to the final destination. Makiko immediately added, in other words, it will be advantageous if you team up with another candidate you meet for the first time. As soon as she finished speaking, Makiko vanished, leaving only crackling sparks of electricity in the air. But its voice still echoed. So, I have finished explaining the necessary details. I will begin the transfer now. Immediately after, those sparks appeared around Hyo Seojin and Excalibur, lifting them into the air, leaving both wide-eyed in surprise. Before being teleported, Hyo Seojin carefully warned, Liber, be careful with any team you run into. Excalibur clenched her fists, cheering excitedly. Don't worry. I'm ready. She grinned maniacally, her eyes suddenly glowing with intense excitement. Especially that bastard Taegun. Don't let me run into you, or I'll dye that blonde hair of yours red. Hyo Seojin's mouth twitched. He stared at Excalibur's crazed and overly excited demeanor, sighing helplessly. Yeah. Right at that moment, Makiko flapped its wings and reappeared, raising its voice to grab everyone's attention. All right, everyone. Try to keep up with your team members. As soon as Makiko finished speaking, the teleportation was successful. Hyo Seojin landed safely, staring blankly at the beautiful Kina Lilith. Hyo Seojin wondered blankly, why is she here? He reluctantly recalled a shameful past event. I'm still struggling since that time she helped me once. Hyo Seojin sighed bitterly in his heart. And that incident back then. What the heck? What the heck? Everyone keeps teasing me about it. He's been hanging around a lot lately. How disappointing. While he was racking his brain trying to figure out what to call her, Kina Lilith glared at Hyo Seojin and coldly uttered the word he couldn't think of, eyesore. At this, Hyo Seojin snapped out of it, almost falling backward, and stammered loudly. Lilith, why are you here? Kina Lilith just replied indifferently. Why? She kept a cold face, glancing at Hyo Seojin, and asked coldly, why do you care whether I'm here or not? Right then, an orange orb suddenly appeared, whispering in Lilith's ear. Daughter, do you talk to your friends this much? Lilith pouted. He's gonna get mad, Dad. Hearing this, the orange orb gloomily urged, do whatever you want, my daughter. Hyo Seojin suddenly found himself taking the blame and panicked. I didn't mean anything bad. Just then, a brilliant flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky along with a piercing scream. Hyo Seojin. Excalibur plummeted from the sky like a rocket, grinning widely and shouting, catch me. Seeing Excalibur diving down at rocket speed, Hyo Seojin panicked and yelled, Liber. The wind howled fiercely, blowing Lilith's fluffy pink hair and making her close one eye due to the blinding dust. Hyo Seojin had to drop to one knee, using both hands to catch Excalibur, panting heavily. I caught you. Why did you have to come down right now? Excalibur immediately jumped down, ignoring Hyo Seojin, who was aching and sweating from his 1,000-year-old back, and excitedly waved her hand. It's Kina Lilith. Lilith politely greeted her back. Excalibur eagerly invited her. Lilith, do you want to team up with me? Do you know how to form a party? Lilith replied friendly. I heard you just need to shake hands to form a party. Both of them completely ignored the poor Hyo Seojin with his hunched back, who was glaring in utter dissatisfaction. Right after, a golden mark suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. Makiko's image instantly popped up, enthusiastically announcing. Party formed. Welcome to the mission. Hyo Seojin looked at his hand, exclaiming in surprise, I got a mark. Kina Lilith also looked down at her hand, while Excalibur complained in dissatisfaction, damn it, why am I the only one without a mark? Makiko flew away, but before leaving, it didn't forget to remind them. Please reach the finish line while keeping the given mark intact. Do not let any member lose. This concludes the explanation. As soon as Makiko finished speaking, a group of massive, muscular earth monsters suddenly appeared behind Hyo Seojin's group. They lunged forward ferociously to attack. Lilith turned around in shock, calling out loudly, ah! Before she could do anything, she was stunned, her eyes widening. Hyo Seojin had appeared behind her out of nowhere. Quick as a flash, he swung his sword, slicing all the monsters into pieces with a single strike. The mysterious blue flame gradually receded into his pupils after the job was done. However, before he could even catch his breath or hear a single word of praise for his heroic action, Excalibur lunged forward, furiously stomping Hyo Seojin flat into the ground and yelling, You meathead. She scolded him angrily. Don't you remember what happened? Save your energy. Do you want to pass out again? Hyo Seojin realized his mistake and insisted. I'm fine. I'm fine. Sorry, Liber. Lilith just stood in the corner, watching silently without saying a word. The orange orb stroked its chin, observing intently, and said, Those are very valuable skills that you need. Just then, Excalibur, who was wrestling with Hyo Seojin a moment ago, suddenly stood in front of them, asking curiously, Spirit, are you really strong? The orange orb grinned, confidently affirming, "That's right. All the power Lillet uses comes from me." Excalibur pointed at herself, excitedly adding, "Oh, Seo Gil and I are like that too." The orange orb smiled and replied, "It's not exactly the same, but it is what it is." At the same time, Seo Gil approached Lillet, who was standing alone on the cliff, and asked, "Is there something down the cliff?" She replied coldly, "Come and see for yourself." As soon as he looked down, he saw a massive cave entrance and blurted out in surprise, "What is that? A cave or something? Looks like a dungeon, right? Just a coincidence, huh?" Hearing this, Lillet calmly replied, "A dungeon sounds good to me. It's easier to catch monsters and move around instead of attacking other players." Immediately after, she walked straight ahead, saying indifferently, "I'm going first." Seo Gil was startled, quickly turning his head to wave at Excalibur and the orange orb, then yelled, "Hey, wait for me. What if there's something down there?" Soon enough, they arrived at the strange cave entrance. They paused for a second, but Excalibur put her hands behind her head and boldly walked inside with Lillet, saying in unison, "Keep going." This left Seo Gil frozen in place, utterly shocked as he screamed, "Why aren't you guys scared at all?" Blue flames lit up on both sides of the path. Excalibur led the way, followed by Lillet, and finally Seo Gil and the orange orb trailing behind. The silence was suffocating. Seo Gil thought nervously, "This is so awkward. It's been hours since we last spoke to each other." They suddenly stopped, facing two different doors. Seo Gil exclaimed in surprise, "What should we do?" "There are two paths here," Led calmly suggested. "What do you mean? We can't split up." However, before Seo Gil could react, the orange orb narrowed its eyes and muttered, "Split up." Immediately after, it suddenly shed its gloomy expression and exclaimed joyfully, "That's right." The orange orb quickly turned to Excalibur and cheerfully invited her. "Liber, do you want to go with me?" Excalibur quickly agreed. "Me? No problem. What do I need to do?" The orange orb replied, "I'll decide later." Immediately after, it said with satisfaction, "Sulin and Led can do whatever they want." This made the two young people suddenly look at each other with blank faces. Led waved her hand and shouted angrily at her father, "Dad, why did you choose that?" The orange orb started to act, squeezing out a tear and crying, "I just need some time for myself." This made Lillet yell in frustration, "Is that why you're acting so weird?" Seeing that this pathetic trick wasn't working on his daughter, the orange orb looked up, as if to provoke her. Scared, Let's eyes widened at this. She gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't refute his words. Then, she turned around in a huff and said coldly, "Fine. I'm going first." The orange orb waved a handkerchief and said cheerfully, "Be careful, daughter." Seo Gil was startled to see her agree so angrily and called out, "Led." As soon as they had left, the orange orb smiled happily, which made Excalibur ask in confusion, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" But the orange orb just replied with a cryptic, "It's funny." Excalibur frowned, unable to understand. She sighed and asked again, "What's so funny about it?" At the same time, in the other passageway, Led was walking ahead with a furious expression, while Seo Gil cautiously followed behind, looking at her angry face. The orange orb and Excalibur stopped before a dead end. At the end of the path, a tattered red flag with a strange cross in the middle was hanging. Excalibur said, "It's a dead end." The orange orb said, "Let's go back." And so, Excalibur also skipped back, with the orange orb flying behind her. The orb smiled and started a conversation. "Come to think of it, Seo Gil and Liber seem very close, don't they?" Excalibur replied innocently, "Us? I guess so. The legendary sword and its user." The orange orb suddenly blushed, turning from orange to a deep red. It asked again, "That's not what I meant. I was asking you in case." It asked shyly, "Do Seo Gil and Led make you feel uncomfortable?" Excalibur heard this and looked even more bewildered. She asked back, confused, "Why would I feel uncomfortable?" The orange orb's eyes widened. It stared at her for a moment. Then, it seemed to have understood something and smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Of course. I get it now." This made Excalibur even more confused. "Is something wrong?" The orange orb didn't hide anything and happily expressed its thoughts. I'm very happy that Sulin and Lai seem to get along so well. It smiled happily, and then sincerely confessed. They make a really good pair. I also wish I had a friend like you. Excalibur still didn't understand and asked again, don't you already have lead? The orange orb smiled gently and replied, thanks for saying that. It recalled Lilith's lonely figure and slowly expressed its feelings. Of course, I tried to be a friend as well as a father to Led. But it makes me think that because of that, she's even more lonely. The orange orb's eyes drooped as it said with concern, considering the weight of her childhood baggage, perhaps I take up too much of it. Immediately after, it lowered its voice and seriously requested, please take care of Led, Liber. Excalibur was stunned for a second, then quickly burst out laughing and cheerfully agreed. Okay. At the same time, Seo Gil and Led had stopped before a large door with a tattered red flag hanging on it. Beside the door, two headless monsters stood guard. Seo Gil approached, looked at the huge monster, and exclaimed in fear, that looks a bit scary. Then, he turned his head to look at Lao behind him and suggested, wouldn't it be better to join the other team after this door and continue on, right? But Led didn't say anything, just looked away, completely ignoring Seo Gil. This made Seo Rin stand there in shock, thinking awkwardly, now she's just straight up ignoring me. I miss Liber's nagging. Just then, Led accidentally glanced up and suddenly spoke. She looked at the necklace around Seo Gil's neck and asked, where did you get that? Seo Gil replied casually, this? I got it from an acquaintance. It was a fairly normal answer, but Lilith glared at Seo Gil and then said coldly, you received it? Immediately after, she crossed her arms, huffed, and walked past him with a sulky expression, complaining unhappily, it looks like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. This made the simple-minded and innocent Seo Gil's face turn blank again, not understanding why Led could change her expression so quickly. Seeing her walk forward, Seo Gil immediately ran after her, calling out loudly, wait, Lilith, are you going in there? But Lilith didn't answer and just asked one question. Do you know how long it's been since the first test started? Seo Gil thought for a moment and then answered honestly, no, I don't know. But Lies could answer precisely. It's been 22 hours. This stunned Seo Gil for a few seconds. Led, while using her power to direct fire into the door, continued, I don't know what you think about splitting up before the test. If we go over the time limit. The tattered flag was burned in two. The entire large door was also burned by Lilith's pink flames, breaking the seal on the door. She reached out and pushed the door open, saying indifferently, I mean, I don't have time to think about things like this being the first location. However, just as Led was about to step inside, an arm suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist tightly. Seo Gil held on to Liza's hand and said in a serious tone, wait a minute. He frowned and slowly replied to her previous words. Lilith, you're right. But we're in the middle of a companion mission. I think it's good to listen to what you and Liber said. But Lilith lowered her head, her expression dark, and growled, let go of me. However, Seo Gil didn't back down. He frowned and scolded, why are you being so stubborn? Is it because of what you said before? He then seriously emphasized, if you know you're in a hurry, why did you let yourself fall for that little provocation? Led heard this and immediately whipped her head around, glaring at Seo Gil, and shouted angrily, what? Her angry expression and hostile attitude made Seo Gil freeze up, starting to feel scared. Just a moment ago, he was so bold, but now he was afraid and thought to himself, I've made a huge mistake. Just then, Led suddenly raised her hand as if preparing to deliver a powerful slap to Seo Gil's face to vent her anger. In Seo Gil's wide-eyed astonishment, Lex used one hand to slap the monster that was lunging at him from behind, killing it instantly. Seo Gil's jaw dropped as he watched the pieces of the unfortunate monster's flesh fall to the ground. An arm reached out and grabbed his collar. Led used one hand to lift Seo Gil's entire body into the air and said coldly, listen, Seo Gil. She growled out each word in anger. Unlike you, I can protect my own body. If you understand, don't mess around and just take good care of yourself. Seo Gil was stunned by these words for a moment. He couldn't help but remember an old friend who had fallen in battle and the helpless and frightened expression on Kim Tae-won's face. Seo Gil gritted his teeth and shouted in agitation. What? What's making you so unhappy? Lies just kept frowning, annoyed. She said coldly, I need to become a player as soon as possible. I don't have time to care about anything else, Seo Zin. The same goes for you. Immediately after, Seo Zin suddenly asked, Why did you save me? This made Liek freeze. He recalled the hair-raising moment and her brave back, continuing in a low voice. Not once, but... Seo Gil looked straight at Lilith and deliberately emphasized, twice. Liza's brow furrowed tightly. She avoided his gaze. Then, she seemed to give up on arguing and let out a sigh. Let go of Sulin's collar. She turned her face away and said impassively, All right, let's go. Seo Zin frowned, exposing her in frustration. You're running away again. He clenched his fists and taunted her bluntly. Are you scared? It suits you. Led, upon hearing this, whipped her head around and shouted in agitation, What do you know? She yelled angrily. You don't know anything about me. The surge of anger made Lyle completely unaware of the fact that right at the crack of the door she had just pushed open, a giant monster hand suddenly reached out, about to crush Lilith's small body. The hand reached out as fast as a flash. Seo Zin's eyes widened in shock. Led turned her head in bewilderment and let out a cry. At that moment, while Lilith was still stunned, with no time to do anything, Seo Zin lunged forward as fast as a flash, gritting his teeth and holding Elige tightly as he dived with her. The two small bodies struggled to gain every second as they rushed past the giant hand that was about to come down. Just a second before the hand hit the ground, Seo Zin had successfully saved both himself and Led. They both fell to the ground nearby. Lilith was still stunned, her eyes wide, unable to shake off the shock. The giant hand had slammed to the ground and now lay motionless. A moment later, its fingers curled inward as it hastily retreated behind the door. Both Lilith and Seo Gil stared in shock. Then, for some reason, Lilith and Seo Gil simultaneously turned to the side. Their eyes met. Lilith immediately demanded, Why? Seo Gil calmly replied, Kinha Lilith, I told you. He slowly explained, You were the first person to help me without knowing anything. I tried to talk to you to understand why, but you just ignored me. Lilith listened, stunned, her anger momentarily subsiding. Seo Gil looked directly at her, his expression worried, and asked sincerely, Can you tell me where I went wrong? Seeing his sincere expression and hearing his concerned words, Lilith was speechless. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and avoided his gaze. Just as she was unsure how to react, Lilith's eyes suddenly widened as if she had seen something terrifying. Scattered, faint blue lights appeared in the air. Lilith screamed in panic, Seo Gil, your leg. Seo Gil turned to look where she was pointing and saw that his foot and ankle had vanished, replaced by a brilliant blue light where they had been. The brave Seo Gil from moments ago was gone. Now his face was pale, cold sweat dripped down, and he let out panicked, broken groans. A moment later, Seo Gil's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. He crumpled to the ground, causing Lilith to cry out in panic. Are you okay? She called out fearfully, Seo Gil. A relationship is about being trusted by someone, and the sweetness of it, the weight of responsibility that follows. When I became all too aware of something, there were too many things that had happened when I was a child. Looking at her village, ravaged by a fierce fire, the very young Lilith burst into sobs, her eyes dazed and her face smudged and dirty. Back in the present, Lilith and Excalibur stared at each other in stunned silence for a long time. Excalibur's brow furrowed, her face pale. Even the orange orb was wide-eyed with shock. They both looked at the severed leg of the unconscious Seo Gil on the ground. Lilith lowered her head, her brows knitted in extreme self-blame. Excalibur panicked, calling out, Seo Gil. She rushed over to examine his wound. The orange orb suddenly spoke. His leg is broken. It continued gravely. I've heard that fatal wounds in this rift mean a severance of information rather than bleeding. Then, the information contained within the body will leak out. Hearing this, Excalibur panicked and asked, So what should I do, old man? The orange orb frowned, replying helplessly, I don't know. Its expression darkened as it continued. Unless you possess the power of recovery, this is just a stopgap to treat him in this state. In the end, The orange orb said sadly, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lilith hugged her arms, her head bowed in sorrow and guilt. The orange orb looked over and saw her hand gripping her own arm tightly. While Excalibur was with Seo Gil, it approached and slowly asked, Daughter, what happened? Lilith didn't hide anything, answering sadly, I was ambushed by an arrogant monster on the other side of the door. The cause was probably, she frankly admitted her mistake, because I knocked on the door. Lilith's brow furrowed, her expression on the verge of tears. She admitted her fault. I'll take responsibility for Seo Gil's injury. If I hadn't let my guard down. The more she spoke, the lower her head sank. One hand supported her forehead, the other gripped her body tightly. She spoke in a hoarse voice, that's why. Lilith suddenly mocked herself. Father said it would be easier to go alone, didn't he? The orange orb also said gently, I'm sorry, my dear. Because we split up to move. Lilith didn't seem to pay attention to its words, just kept her eyes downcast. An image of Seo Gil appeared in her mind, his words echoing in her ears. You're running away again. Are you scared? Lilith bit her lip hard, her head bowed, struggling to keep herself from looking weak, struggling not to burst into sobs right there. Excalibur tried to shake Seo Gil, repeatedly calling, Heo Seo Gil, Heo Seo Gil. Then she suddenly shouted, Wait a minute. There has to be something. Excalibur's eyes widened as she muttered in astonishment, That's right. The black cloak was suddenly thrown out. It covered the unconscious Seo Gil on the ground. Excalibur squeezed her eyes shut, sweat beading on her forehead. She clasped her hands together and pleaded earnestly, Please, help me one more time. I kept that promise. Excalibur recalled a fragment of memory from long ago, continuing her plea, to make my dream come true in return. Just then, a voice spoke from behind her. This thing, it glowed recently, didn't it? Startled, Excalibur spun around, both surprised and hopeful. She asked loudly, Lilith, do you know what this cloak is? But Lilith just said calmly, That's not what's important right now. She repeated the question, When did it glow? Excalibur immediately replied, During our final test. Hearing this, Lilith bent down to examine it and advised, You should clean it. She touched the cloak and slowly explained, This cloak is made from the thread of a special mineral found only in terrarium. The property of this mineral is to store and release energy. Then Lilith suddenly said, I heard it glows as a reflective property, which startled Excalibur, but she didn't interrupt. Lilith frowned at the cloak in her hand, exclaiming in surprise, Even a small piece of jewelry made from this is worth enough to buy a ship. But with something this size, how did he even afford it in the first place? Excalibur, both worried and impatient, hurriedly asked, So what now? Seeing her state, Lilith calmly reassured her, Don't worry. She looked down at the cloak and continued, I'll do something with this. A moment later, Lilith called out, Father. A circle of fire immediately appeared. Lilith frowned, forming a hand seal. The orange orb transformed into two fiery horns on her head, with flames crackling around her. The small fireball in her hand suddenly reminded her, Daughter, my power is only compatible with your body. If you want to help Seo Gil, you'll need to form a contract. Lilith, without looking away, calmly replied, I know. She unconsciously recalled Seo Gil's worried and troubled expression from before. Lilith gritted her teeth and cursed softly, TCH. She slowly lowered the fireball towards Seo Gil's body, muttering resentfully, I helped you once, and you didn't show any gratitude. I've helped you so many times. Lilith took out a red, heart-shaped, spiral fruit and declared, Just you wait. I'll make you get up and say something. Seeing this, Excalibur exclaimed in surprise, That's the thing the monkey ate. Where did you get that? Lilith brought the fruit to her mouth and replied, I have it. I wouldn't mind giving it to you, but I'm going to treat Seo Gil with this. Then, she took a large bite of the fruit. A strong gust of wind suddenly appeared, crackling with sparks, blowing back Excalibur's short hair. Seo Gil's severed legs suddenly erupted in a large flame, with pink plus signs floating out. Excalibur's eyes widened. She hurriedly asked, Is it done? Lilith, still staring intently downwards, slowly said, The rest is. She suddenly bit down hard on her own finger. The orange orb suddenly appeared, its expression indignant, and shouted agitatedly, Daughter, no. You're going to give him your blood? However, Lilith ignored her father's pleas and decisively held her bleeding finger towards Seo Gil. She even casually asked, if there's any part one forget, Father, can you help me? The orange orb cried out, wait, daughter, it's possible. I don't know about that. It hurriedly shouted to stop her. If you do that, you'll, but it was too late. The drop of blood had already fallen from Lilith's hand onto Seo Gil. Instantly, a large flame erupted. The explosion startled Excalibur, making her fall backward. A moment later, Seo Gil's brow furrowed, and sweat slowly trickled down his face. He groggily opened his eyes. Seeing this, Excalibur's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with joy, Liber, you're awake. Seo Gil clutched his head, sitting up unsteadily. He immediately asked, what about you, Liber? Where's the old man? Just then, a figure approached and said coldly, you'll have to start as soon as you wake up. Lilith turned to face them, urging them on in a cold tone. If you're ready, then hurry up. There's no time for chit-chat. Surprisingly, both Seo Gil and Excalibur stared blankly, their jaws dropping. They looked at Lilith, who had suddenly shrunk to the size of a child, her face so adorable you could pinch her cheeks. They called out in astonishment, Lilith? Lilith pouted, both embarrassed and shy. She answered sulkily. A burning figure stood opposite them, amidst the desolate ashes. He spoke, I'm sorry, daughter. He believed his actions were noble. Father is only sacrificing his body. All I can do is put this transformation process into a dormant state. Kinha's tears streamed down her face, falling endlessly. Everyone, where is everyone? She screamed incoherently, blaming herself for everything. It's all my fault. It's my fault, isn't it? When she thought of the worst-case scenario, if I die, he reached out a hand towards her and said softly, Daughter, Father, I've become like this, so I can't hug you anymore. Then, he clenched his fist, as if wanting to do something. But, I can do it with my soul. Kinha, her face a mess of tears and snot, looked at the human-shaped flame before her. Don't lump all the guilds together. Her eyes reflected the flames within. All of them. He said something unimaginably horrifying. Until we burn it all down. Seo Gil woke up from a rather long sleep. He asked himself, a dream? His eyes were dazed and lifeless. Khalees had been curiously measuring Kinha's height, but her expression wasn't very happy. Did you turn into a kid after helping us? Seo Gil asked dazedly. What are you talking about? She shrieked. I already explained everything to you. Kinha repeatedly poked Seo Gil in the forehead. Do you want me to explain it again? From the beginning? Is your brain made of tofu? She continued to scold him, her finger jabbing his forehead. I gave you my power to restore your body. That's why my body shrank. She was poking him so hard his forehead might dent at any moment. I'll say it again. I even broke a contract to help you. You have no idea how much I sacrificed. Excalibur leaned her head against the wall, sighing wearily at their loud argument. Can't you understand something so simple? Are you kidding me? What? You don't even know the basics, and you still want to climb the tower? After getting thoroughly scolded, he didn't seem to care much. Whatever. But that dream was so vivid it made me feel awful. It must be the effect of Lilith's power on me. He waited for Kinha to calm down before daring to ask. The little girl in that dream was. She glared at him, confused. Khalees walked over and exclaimed, Whoa. Anyway, Seo Gil, this is amazing. There are 2 kids here now. Kinha's face was emotionless. What do you mean? As Khalees was laughing, a hand covered her mouth and pulled her back. I used to be an adult too when I was with the Lord. Seo Gil reminded her. You can't just say things like that. Khalees looked up. I have nothing to be afraid of. Is there something I shouldn't say? She didn't trust us from the start anyway. But he still told Khalees it was better to be careful with her words. Anyway, just keep quiet. Don't make things more complicated. Khalees sighed in agreement. Fine. Kinha, standing to the side, saw them whispering and asked, What are you 2 doing? Seo Gil quickly explained. Nothing. Right, Liber. Then Kinha returned to her normal mood and told them. Well then, you don't need to worry about my physical condition. She crossed her arms, still looking annoyed. Maybe if I rest some more, I'll return to normal. I can use my ability once or twice, so it'll still be useful for the companion quest. Seo Gil turned and walked away while she was still talking. He gently touched the old, decaying wall. After just a few minutes of calm, Kinha's neck twitched. Wait, you heard the story, right? Seo Gil seemed to have gotten used to her erratic personality. So you'll be back to normal in a few minutes, right? Her face was still extremely annoyed. That's what I'm saying. Seo Gil turned back and said, his expression one of trustworthiness. Then we'll protect you until then. Kinha was silent for a moment, then looked up slightly. The door had opened to a strange new path. What? A giant statue sat in the middle of the great hall. It spoke in a trembling, threatening voice. Who is it? I can't believe someone would disturb Jim. Kinha looked at the statue before her, extremely surprised. A monster with intelligence? Then, Khalees asked from behind, are you talking? Did you blow on his ankle? He answered distractedly with an oh, his mind focused on the statue. My bad. The statue roared, chasing the three of them away. Begone. Jim is not a simple creature to be trifled with. Khalees shook her head, not understanding. What the hell did he just say? I'm sure I learned this from my master. If you say so. Seo Gil reminded her once more. I told you it was above B rank. Kinha had a bad feeling and shouted to the other two. Seo Gil, Liber, let's fall back for now? That monster can't leave the room. The statue had started to move, its actions swift and nimble. We have to think of something. One person and one statue were locked in a fierce struggle. The statue was huge. Seo Gil stumbled several times, his feet unable to hold their ground as he was pushed back. His expression darkened. Liber, do you remember what he told us back then? Khalees grinned brightly, showing all her teeth. Of course she remembered. Of course. When you encounter a rank, A, B, or higher, they both said in unison, with the same thought in mind. You are permitted to use a skill. An extraordinary power radiated from them, pushing back against the terrifying force of the giant statue before them. The statue continued its psychological manipulation to demoralize its opponent. Seo Gil, you know it won't be pleasant if you die again, right? He held his weapon with one hand and retorted, No, I've been sleeping well lately. A few words of advice surfaced in his mind. The most important thing, when using a skill, is an image. The sword glowed, electricity coursing through it. Think about it. The way you see it. The weapon shone brilliantly in the most critical moment, symbolizing their power. The strongest sword. Seo Gil held the sword firmly, raising it high, his attitude uncompromising. Sword release. Suddenly, an image of his master appeared in Seo Gil's mind. Listen, the use of this skill is forbidden. He listened intently to every word. Skills usually apply the special powers inherent to an individual. Your super regeneration is a skill you used instinctively when you fought me. Her face was full of determination. But that's unrefined power. It still contains a lot of raw strength. Skills are indispensable for using power, so I have no choice but to teach it. The master also warned him, it's very dangerous to use it now because you don't know the uniformity of your power and you don't have a class. And to find the best way to use it. Therefore, don't use it. She slowly opened her eyes, presenting a last resort. But if you encounter an enemy above B rank. His master's words echoed in Seo Gil's ears even in this urgent moment. To survive, you can try your best. Seo Gil held the sword firmly, raising it high, his attitude uncompromising. Sword release. The statue before him could crush him as easily as swatting a fly. But Seo Gil was still summoning his power. Suddenly, Seo Gil was caught tightly in the statue's hand. Its eyes showed a triumphant gleam, but its triumph was short-lived. There was a slight tremor within its hand. Streaks of light shot out from multiple directions inside the statue's grip. He successfully shattered its hand and stepped out unharmed. Seo Gil landed and repeated the lesson. Never let go of your own power, Excalibur. Even if your opponent is stronger than you. The powerful sword in Seo Gil's hand unleashed unparalleled strength. Focus and gather it all in one place. It saw this and growled, What is that? Seo Gil smirked, seizing the opportunity. This is it, Liber. Khalees gave an indescribable smile. With a single decisive strike from Seo Gil, only the statue's body remained. Its head had flown through the roof. Kinha looked up in disbelief. Are you kidding me? He stood alone in silence for a moment, the hem of his cloak fluttering in the wind. The sword in his hand spoke. Seo Gil, you're not going to collapse on the spot again, are you? He gritted his teeth. Be quiet for a second. Then, Seo Gil looked up at something. A treasure chest appeared. The seals around the box had been broken. What's in that box? The system displayed a message. Hidden dungeon deciphered. A small benefit for host Gene. You will receive a special reward. The mysterious chest slowly opened. In the cave, at the same time, between two stone slabs, in the rocky terrain, a series of large monsters were being controlled. Sumama, hiding behind, spoke up. That's enough. Just surrender. He wiped his mouth, his eyes still full of confidence. Surrender? That word isn't in my vocabulary. I mean, he warned, summoning power in his hand. If you could just shut your damn mouth, that'd be great. Suddenly, in a flash, he waved his hand and realized, oh crap, I'm done for. He was mercilessly kicked in the stomach by the monster, his body sent flying out of the cave. Sumama turned and shouted. Borigas seemed to be enjoying himself. Oh ho, looks like he doesn't learn. Jonks, beside him, readily agreed. Yeah, no matter how many times he tries, he can't ruin my work. The things in his hands were like a puppeteer's props. Borigas, puppeteer, Group D. Our combined abilities are simply unbeatable. The guy next to him was just as fierce. Jonks, sculptor, Group A. He said arrogantly, become prey for my work. He looked up at them without a trace of fear. A bunch of unlucky bastards. What a humiliating situation. He looked at the monster being controlled by someone else and made a prediction. I can't see his hands because the attacks are too fast. At this speed, it's too much for one person's ability. And then Paste, who had guessed correctly, spotted them. There they are. Over there. He's acting as bait for them. Meanwhile, Borigas was sizing up his opponent. His skill weight is too good because he's controlling unfamiliar puppets. I want to end this immediately, if possible. He sank into the shadows, deducing for a moment. He's never shown his ability before. So, before anything happens, Borigas had to make a decision. I need to apply psychological pressure. He spoke up. Why don't you start accepting the reality of your failure? Just as he planned, it made the other person feel pressured and discouraged. Even if my colleague uses his polishing power to destroy those puppets, you can just use the surrounding rocks to recreate them. Borigas offered some very sincere advice, as if from the heart. Indeed, quite a trick. The terrain, the situation, you're at a disadvantage no matter what. Surrender. He gave a slight, mocking smile. He used his power to throw something at him. Borigas thought, is this how he ends it? Then he said softly, your communication skills aren't as good as I thought. I'm not giving up that easily. I told you, I won't surrender. He was referring to Jonks, who was currently frozen. This is a sculptor's game. Tisdam returned everything. Take it back. Your rocks. I'm giving it all back to you. He had successfully angered Jonks. The fool wanted to attack. Fine. Come on. I'll pound you with my stone puppets. Borigas, beside him, was still clear-headed. Wait, calm down. I'm sure he's up to no good. Before he could finish his sentence, something stabbed him straight in the stomach. Paste's hand sent both of them flying at the same time. After dealing with the two of them, Tisdam exclaimed, thanks for being so smart. Thanks, for the condition you set. He smiled with satisfaction and told them, rocks, huh? We win. That wasn't all. Kim Toon appeared out of nowhere. His words were clearly praise, but something was off. A conditional ability? What an interesting skill. He approached with some scheme in mind. He'll be a good match. A mysterious-looking man appeared before them. The aura of Averland. It was none other than him. He was the leader of Averland, Kim Toon. He had to pass the player test safely. And perhaps, like a rising tide, there should be no random variables in this elite course. A complex relationship was diagrammed. The elimination of Kaloa was expected. As a result, Kim Toon would have to avoid confronting strong opponents whenever possible. That strange man, Absenti, growled. Everything is as expected, just as you wished. After he finished someone off, as soon as the companion quest began, the overwhelmingly powerful forces had gathered. Absenti went to where Kim Toon was waiting, camped at the nearest destination. I've succeeded in teaming up with Kim Toon. The two of them walked to the top of the cliff. There should be no random variables in this elite course. He spoke up. Navigation to the destination is complete. Let's move, Captain. He hadn't uttered a single word. Toon witnessed everything from below. That's a conditional ability I've never heard of before. He turned slightly towards Abseni. But, Abseni, I have a question. His eyes revealed a dangerous glint. How strong do you think I am? The story continues, but there are always such random variables. Abseni gave an answer that was half truth, half flattery to please Tun. I can't answer that question because measuring strength is a difficult task. If we were to rank your pure power, it would be A rank. Tun narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint showing. Meaning, aside from my power, I'd be ranked below A rank. Abseni bowed his head without answering. Tun's voice grew stern as he pressed. Am I mistaken, Abseni? A red bolt of lightning flashed. Besides, I'll find out for myself. He seemed to be going crazy. Don't get in my way. Tun stared down at pace below. I'm going to catch him. In the middle of the story, Khalees confidently told her friend, You've been caught. The plot continues. Kim Tun, who had fallen into the world of the Webtoon player, realized that understanding the differences from the original world was essential. The world turns, and human intellect continues to evolve. The biggest difference is mana and the bodies that contain it, a place where spiritual abilities exist. A rather arrogant character, Kim Tun was assessed as having a good understanding of this. That's the setting of the webtoon I always read. He tilted his head, expressionless. But it's not really like that. Kim Tun was always confident in his strength, despite its weaknesses. I have the ability to copy others' abilities, but it only works properly on low-level enemies. It's very difficult to fight against a formidable foe. Therefore, he showed extreme determination, gripping his weapon tightly. I have to get stronger. What I need to do to achieve that. The image of a fearless Kim Tun, afraid of no one, was to have immense power. A powerful aura shot down from Kim Tun on the mountaintop. And Sumama, currently with his arm around someone, was completely unaware. He only now glanced over and realized a terrifying power was being unleashed. Basically, Kim Tun was confident in himself. Kim Tun felt a huge difference in power during his duel with Dean. He had dedicated himself to identifying the limitations of his current abilities. The flame of power ignited in his mind. As a result, Kim Tun succeeded in understanding a part of his ability. His power was quite limited. He could only copy the abilities of characters from the webtoon. He could only use one ability at a time. Kim Tun looked up menacingly. Rank 73. The distance is effective, too. The weaknesses are being listed sequentially. Some abilities have a time limit. They can be used for a few days. 4. The risk of the ability also increases. And Kim Tun always knew where his strength lay. Copying the abilities of opponents is my ability. The only difference is, perhaps it was also the person he was wary of. At this moment, Paste was trying to fight back. His opponent had a conditional power. He asked, panting, Who are you? Below, he thought deeply. He didn't immediately perform an action related to rock, paper, scissors. Does it need a condition to be met? On the cliff above, Kim Tun was calculating differently. First, I don't think he needs to stare at the target. It seems distance isn't an issue. His expression was extremely sinister. All that's left is just a conversation. Paste guessed his identity, his face mocking. Isn't that the guy who argued with Seo Gil? I'm not the type to not respond. You could say he was a daredevil. I think I know what the condition is. I can't do anything. Waves of attacks from above rained down on him. What am I supposed to do with the remaining cards? Meanwhile, Seojin's side was receiving the reward from the chest. Hidden dungeon deciphered. The system happily informed him. You will receive a special reward. The mysterious chest slowly opened. The light from within gradually seeped out. 2 gems, one blue and one pink, shot out from the chest. They transformed into 2 hovering beams of light. The system specified, special rewards will be divided according to achievement. Seo Gil and Kinha each got one. Another reward now appeared. Blue Dragon's Tear. Unique. Restores all conditions. This made Kinha refuse to accept it. What? That's impossible. She closed her eyes. A golden light wrapped around Kinha. She began to transform. Her hair grew longer. Her waist slimmed. Her chest became fuller. After a moment, Kinha opened her eyes wide, completely surprised. She exclaimed, I'm really back to normal. But Kinha felt something wasn't quite right. No, I feel even stronger than before. I didn't do anything to take down that monster, but I still got a reward? She glanced over at Seo Gil receiving his reward, wondering curiously, So what's Seo Jin's reward? Seo Gil looked confused. A book. Khalees shouted a warning. That book. Something's wrong with it. He turned to Khalees. Liber. But that was just Excalibur's thought, not yet clear. I'm not sure, but I'm certain. I can feel the Lord's power. The book slowly transformed, evolving into something else. Finally, it turned into a king chess piece right in front of him. The system appeared and indicated, player's mark. Epic. Meanwhile, someone was sitting on a precarious cliff. He covered his face, laughing sinisterly. You finally found it, huh? Well done, Seo Gil. Seo Gil looked at the strange object floating in the air. I will grant you a license. The system sent him a notification. User identification complete. Seo Gil. A region of light obscured his vision in the silent space. Assigning rank. Seo Gil's face darkened as he watched intently. The system assigned the rank, Seo Gil, player. The sound of a toilet flushing was heard. The person inside let out a sigh of relief. Dean walked out of the toilet, stretching and yawning. I'm gonna die. Dean complained. What a boring job. All I have to do is look around. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, his expression a mix of curiosity and doubt. How do the guild masters go through this stuff so often? A month later, Dean muttered, anything interesting? Dean was strolling down the hallway when he heard frantic shouts from a distance. Make way, make way. He turned his head, a surprised look on his face. In a flash, Dean was slammed into by a group of hooded figures as he turned to look, his eyes wide with shock. One of them shouted, sorry. This is an emergency, so I need to get through. Dean watched the group rush off, his eyes thoughtful. He muttered, that uniform. Medics. Then he wondered, what's going on over there? Suddenly, Dean's eyes widened, his expression serious as a thought struck him. Dean said softly, wait. That's it. Looks like something interesting has happened. Elsewhere, a medic was whispering into the ear of a pale blue-haired girl. The girl's face looked annoyed. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl's eyes widened, her pupils contracting. She whispered, what? The pale blue-haired girl's eyes were now crimson and full of determination. Standing next to a purple-haired and a blue-haired person, she stared straight ahead, her gaze sharp. She said nothing, but her aura was tense and dangerous. The medic in front of her urgently announced, the test must be stopped immediately. A blue-haired girl, her eyes weary but annoyed, stood with her arms crossed. She frowned and muttered, what kind of nonsense is this? Don't tell me you summoned all the proctors just to say something so meaningless. The medic waved his hands and stammered. Huh. But the medics need to. The blue-haired girl cut him off. Lulu, let him finish first. Then, the blue-haired girl turned back and ordered the trembling medic, explain. The medic replied, thank you. The medic recounted the incident to the group of three. Muryu of Group D was defeated by Kim Tun of Group A. There's a record of him deliberately destroying a drone, and we had planned an interview after repairs to handle it. After a moment's hesitation, the medic said, he died and didn't resurrect. These words startled the three girls, and all their pupils contracted. The purple-haired girl, enraged, raised a vein-popped fist towards the medic and yelled, what the hell are you talking about, medic? The medic waved his hands in fear and explained, it's not my fault. I've been doing this my whole life. Then, he continued to explain, if someone dies in Tarim, they are resurrected in the temple of the appropriate class. As the proctors know, this is an immutable law. The blue-haired girl's eyes drooped, her face darkening. The blue-haired girl said softly, there is only one temple in the hall. So that means he wasn't resurrected. He was permanently eliminated. This enraged the purple-haired girl, who glared and retorted, death cannot occur on Tarim's territory. If this is true, it's unprecedented. The pale blue-haired girl in the middle, her face dark, said only one sentence, postpone the test. This made the other two immediately turn to look at her. The pale blue-haired girl's face was now extremely annoyed. She glared and said through gritted teeth, until we find out the reason, we will prioritize the safety of the contestants. Realizing the pale blue-haired girl was right, the blue-haired and purple-haired girls both bowed their heads without another word. From behind, Dean smiled and spoke up, good decision. Dean had been leaning against the doorframe all this time. He continued leisurely, but I object. The pale blue-haired girl looked at him unhappily and reminded him, "Dean, this is a restricted area for outsiders, even for the rank 2. Hearing her reminder, he apologized, pretending to scratch his head. "Sorry, I was just looking for the bathroom. Was I not clear enough? I object to stopping the test. But I have an idea." Dean continued, making the 3 in front of him look like they wanted to punch him. At this moment, Dean's face became dangerous. He said softly, "What do you think? Want to hear it?" At the same time, elsewhere, on top of a slope, a figure was burning with red aura. Below, someone was trying to stand up. The person standing below, wearing a blue fur coat, was trying to shield someone who had fallen. Kim Tun's face darkened as he looked down. He thought to himself, even though he's inferior, he's still using the same skill. I guess I can't save the power I'm about to steal. Is this thing really suitable for me? As he thought, Kim Tun gathered his energy to prepare a technique. He told himself, this will be a waste of time if I keep fighting. At that moment, a large magic sword appeared above Kim Tun's head. He looked down contemptuously at the person below. If you have no more cards to play, then this is the end. At that moment, under the hood of his cloak, tears fell from his eyes. His lips curved into a bitter smile. Then, his eyes suddenly flashed with extreme resentment, and he gritted his teeth. This strange reaction caught Kim Tun's attention. He carefully observed the situation. He raised the weapon in his hand, and it glowed brightly in the darkness. Instantly, he slammed his hammer onto the ground with all his might. A powerful blue light shot straight into the sky. The ground began to shake, and the terrain changed with the force emanating from Paste's hammer, extending straight up to where Kim Tun was standing, startling him slightly. However, Kim Tun's face was now a little confused. Why didn't he touch me? Is he trying to change the terrain? Do you two want to hide and run away? A series of questions in his head were immediately answered by Kim Tun himself. No, it's too inconvenient to do that. He probably used most of his power to do this. So once again, it's a provocation. Kim Tun could only think of this as the most likely answer. Below, his face remained unchanged, that same smile on his face as he attacked Paste's weak points. Kim Tun smiled triumphantly and thought, excellent. You want to say this is a difference in level? Kim Tun canceled the technique he was using earlier. Holding a phone in his hand, he muttered, I'll have to take a new course. Then, Kim Tun jumped directly down to Paste's area. Kim Tun left a mark and said, I'll be back, Abseni. Take care of yourself. Abseni stood stunned, watching Kim Tun's disappearing figure. Abseni thought to himself, I can't believe I'm being provoked. That brat. Humph. You were right to think this was a learning opportunity. People with conditions are all so picky. Kim Taewon used a magic circle to land. Stone dust flew everywhere. He opened the phone in his hand, and a circle appeared. These are the major and minor conditions for each ability. So what are the characteristics of an authority user's condition? Kim Taewon walked around, observing. He thought, the answer is nothing unusual. It's a difference in mindset. An ability with conditions. Meanwhile, Steve was hiding behind a large rock, watching Kim Taewon's every move. Kim Taewon continued his train of thought, providing the user with an ineffective condition. On Tessa's side, he began to execute his move. He turned massive with leaping strides. Another person also started to cast their skill. Self-righteous thinking has exceeded the level of effectiveness. Kim Taewon's thoughts kept flowing. Kim Taewon suddenly stopped walking. An abnormal choice made out of stubbornness. In front of Kim Taewon was a pile of sand shaped like a middle finger. From behind, Tess lunged to sneak attack Kim Taewon. Kim Taewon said, There it is. Saying that, Kim Taewon turned to look behind him. There it is. A series of bright blue lights illuminated the night sky. Tess's strong suit. Suddenly, someone's feet landed from above. There were now 3 people in front of him. A young man named Seo Gil, and next to him was the pink-haired Kina Lillet. And finally, Excalibur. The 3 of them were the 3 musketeers. Seo Gil spoke up, We're here. The final location of the mission. Suddenly, a voice asked, Your class's player? Caught off guard, Excalibur and Seo Gil looked dumbfounded. The red-haired girl was Kina Lillet. Kina Lillet sighed, then glanced at the flickering flame and asked, I've never heard of it before. What about you, Dad? The flame tiredly replied, I don't know about it either. After speaking with the flame, Kina Lillet turned to ask Hyo Seojin. There's no such class. Is it an ego sword? Hit right on the mark. Hyo Seojin could only stammer a few yes. Excalibur was startled and looked at Hyo Seojin. Seeing Hyo Seojin's guilty reaction, Excalibur rushed up to Kina Lillet and asked loudly, What do you mean by an ego sword? Is there really such a thing? Kina Lillet answered honestly, Of course there is. Then Kina Lillet began to explain about ego swords. Ego swords are very rare, but they do exist. Among them, there's a legendary sword and an 8th circle mage. I heard there are a few among the rankers. But are you sure you're the only ego sword? Hearing this shocking information, Excalibur was a bit stunned, covering her mouth with her hand. She muttered to herself, I see. Then, Excalibur seemed delighted and said to herself, There are others besides me. I thought I was the only one. Hyo Seojin was also very happy for Excalibur. He said, I hope you get to meet them, Liber. Excalibur cheered excitedly. Yeah, that's right. At this time, the flame had been observing everything. It thought, if he's strong enough to take down that boss monster in one hit without even needing a class, then what is this kid's limit? The flame turned to watch Kina Lillet. Her face couldn't hide her private emotions. The flame thought, I hope Lillet doesn't feel too disappointed. Suddenly, Kina Lillet interrupted Excalibur and Hyo Seojin's excitement. You guys, keep your class a secret from now on. Hearing this advice, Hyo Seojin's face looked confused again. Why? I was planning to tell them after this test is over. No. Kina Lillet seriously cut him off. She leaned her face close to Hyo Seojin's, her eyes glaring with intimidation. Then, Kina Lillet explained, with a class like that, do you think it fits the current situation? It only happens in special cases. But I've never heard of anyone having the player class. Do you understand what will happen if other players find out about it? Kina Lillet continued. By now, Hyo Seojin's face was flushed with embarrassment. He stammered, I don't know. In his heart, he thought, she's too close. Kina Lillet went on, her tone growing more serious. You're just a fake, and you can only win with that power. They'll start talking about you. These words made Hyo Seojin freeze. His face couldn't hide his panic, as if she had hit the nail on the head. Kina Lillet looked at Hyo Seojin with concern. She advised gently, so don't tell anyone. You don't want to turn all the other players into enemies, right? Hyo Seojin knew Kina Lillet's words were for his own good, and he felt she was right. He said sadly, I'm sorry. I'll do as you say, Lillet. Kina Lillet then let go of Hyo Seojin and sighed. I'm glad you're not being stubborn. Suddenly, Hyo Seojin thought of something. He called out, Hey, wait. You said, all the other players, Lillet. What about you? Kina Lillet was a bit surprised by Hyo Seojin's question. Hyo Seojin repeated himself to clarify his point. About me being the only one with the player class. Kina Lillet calmly asked Hyo Seojin back. You told me just because you wanted to tell me, right? She continued, if you have the player class and you told me just because you wanted to, that's also a way to live. Because normally you're too indecisive. And if you had bad intentions, you wouldn't have told me about your class. Plus, your brain doesn't seem capable of hiding anything from me anyway. Every word Kina Lillet uttered pierced Hyo Seojin like an arrow. Kina Lillet softened her voice, her face darkening slightly. She said, even so, whether you truly think you're the only real player or not, that ambition is what makes you worthy of this tower. Kina Lillet looked at Hyo Seojin with eyes full of pride. Seeing Kina Lillet's expression, Hyo Seojin seemed to skip a beat. He softly said, yeah. Kina Lillet walked ahead, and Hyo Seojin scratched his head shyly as he followed. Everything was captured in the eyes of Kina Lillet's father. The fireball watched them. She's my daughter, but she gets embarrassed way too easily. The fireball said to Excalibur, one word of trust is enough, isn't it? Excalibur didn't reply. She watched the two of them, happily teasing Kina Lillet. Excalibur was a bit displeased. She let out a soft humph. On the other side, the sharp tip of Tess's weapon struck Kim Taiwan's magic circle. The two powers clashed violently. Tess lunged forward, while Kim Taiwan just stood and watched. Then, the weapon and the magic circle shattered together. Tess threw the broken handle away and ready to punch aimed at Kim Taiwan. He tried to use all his strength to punch Kim Taiwan directly. Another magic circle appeared, reducing the damage from the attack. Kim Taiwan's face remained unchanged as he watched Tess's every move. Another punch from Tess was thrown, and again it was blocked by the magic circle. Tess glared at Kim Taiwan, his eyes full of anger. Tess was knocked back several meters by the power of the magic circle. From the ground, he summoned his hammer-like weapon. He flew straight into the air with the hammer weapon in hand, aiming a direct strike at Kim Taiwan standing below. Tess's eyes were sharp beneath his hood. He carefully timed his ultimate move, thinking to himself, I'm about to run out of power. This might be a flawed attack, but that's fine. Gripping the hammer handle tightly, he told himself, I still have another plan. As long as I can pull it off, I'll win. Instantly, Tess threw 2 daggers at Kim Taiwan. Internal energy enveloped the 2 glowing weapons as they shot forward. By now, Kim Taiwan had raised his guard. A shield was deployed, blocking everything in front of him. Tess charged forward without hesitation, using the 2 daggers to pave the way. He thought, if I guessed right, that shroud can't block it. He can only block when he stares directly at the object. As for Kim Taiwan, he was staring intently at Tess. His eyes showed a hint of shock as the 2 daggers bypassed the shroud and changed direction toward the sides, where there was no cover. In a split second, Kim Taiwan luckily dodged. The 2 daggers pierced straight into the rock behind him, shattering it with their emitted energy. One dagger grazed Kim Taiwan's face, drawing blood. Taking advantage of Kim Taiwan's distraction with the daggers, Tess launched a frontal assault. Kim Taiwan roared loudly. That sound from the bells. I can hear it very clearly. Kim Taiwan's eyes glowed red as he tried to control the shroud as fast as possible. In a flash, the shroud blocked the powerful scythe aimed at Kim Taiwan's neck, creating a massive boom. The extreme force pushed both Tess and Kim Taiwan apart. Both had to struggle to maintain their footing in that situation. Kim Taiwan pushed himself up, his eyes somewhat guarded. In just a short amount of time, did you really find the shroud's weakness? Kim Taiwan's face darkened as a series of thoughts raced through his mind. Sharpness, judgment, and then action. This guy is stronger than anyone I've fought here. Thinking of this, Kim Taiwan's excitement surged. He let out a scoff. A few drops of sweat rolled down his face. Then, Kim Taiwan stood up. The energy radiating from him grew even stronger. His expression had changed. It was pure confidence. Kim Taiwan thought, however, it's still not enough to take me down. On the other side, Tess sat leaning against a sharp pillar. He smirked and replied, that's obvious. Did you think your power was invincible? These words left Kim Taiwan inexplicably confused. Keeping a smirk on his lips, Tess's face darkened. Want to hear me say a few things? The way you are now. You can't defeat Seo Gil with that kind of power. To Kim Taiwan, this was the ultimate provocation. He froze for a few seconds, his pupils shrinking. Elsewhere, Excalibur, Seo Gil, and Kina Lilith's group had arrived at the battleground. Seo Gil spoke up, we're finally here. The final location of the mission. But Seo Gil hesitated a bit, because the person standing in front of them was none other than Dean. Why is he here? Seeing that the players had arrived, Dean absent-mindedly glanced at the group, then let out a huh. He happily waved at them. Hey, Seo Gil. Awesome. You're the first one here. Kina Lilith, standing next to him, jumped in surprise and asked, what? You know the rank too? Seo Gil was also a bit surprised and replied, huh? Didn't I tell you? At this, Kina Lilith got angry and yelled at Seo Gil. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you? Her intense reaction left Seo Gil speechless. He just stammered, You're not hiding anything else, are you? No. Stay away from me. Hearing the two of them bickering intimately up there, Dean just chuckled wryly and muttered, I shouldn't have talked to you, huh? On another side, Dean was standing in front of the 3 proctors. He said sternly, if you don't stop the test, there will be a disaster. The blue-haired girl pressed close to Dean. She scolded him, slightly angry. Are you kidding me? You said you were against stopping the test. Dean just looked at her indifferently and replied, weak. But it'll be worse if you stop this test. Avalon will strip you of your authority. This information left the blue-haired girl mostly stunned and partly confused. Dean continued to explain. The other 2 girls, though displeased, still listened to him. A discredited examiner would also be embarrassed to face another attack. But Avalon wants to put the safety of the examiners first. Dean's face darkened. and he flashed a somewhat mysterious smirk. Avalon set a precedent and proved his ability to run this competition. As a result, they will also strip the examiners of their right to choose. So, it's better to swallow it whole as soon as the curse happens. That's how the rank 1 Avalon Guild rules over the tower. Instantly, the image of a white-haired girl with glowing red eyes manipulating the entire sky Tarim appeared in their minds. Hearing this, the blue-haired girl frowned and smirked, her tone somewhat provocative. If you want to confirm that conspiracy theory of yours, wouldn't it be better to bring some proof? From behind, the purple-haired girl suddenly whispered softly, Vice Guild Master, Van Ziegen. He always arrives right on time. A man with dark purple hair, the same man who had appeared at the test site. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl spoke up. I'm sorry. That was just my opinion. These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Dean smiled and asked, What did you say? You want to continue the test as planned? Every word that came out of Dean's mouth left the proctors stunned for a moment. Everyone was torn about their choice. Dean continued, You want to listen to my conspiracy theory here? Dean's proposal made them even more hesitant. The light blue-haired girl clenched her fists and lowered her head. Then, she asked softly, Dean, let me ask you one more thing. What do you gain by helping us? Her question made Dean's eyes widen in slight surprise. The light blue-haired girl continued sternly, Based on your answer, we'll decide what to do. It seemed everything was going according to Dean's calculations. He smirked slightly. About that. Back to the battle between Kim Taewon and Tess. By now, Tess was almost completely drained of energy, sitting slumped against a rock. As for Kim Taewon, he walked step by step until he was right in front of Tess. He said disdainfully, Thanks. I learned a lot about conditional abilities. Kim Taewon smirked. I'd love to fight you more if possible, but it's time to end this. With that, Tess collapsed. Kim Taewon took a few steps closer. Then he reached out his hand. His voice hissed through his teeth as he commanded, Stand up. I'll help you get to the final playground. I felt it very clearly during our fight. You're not someone who will let yourself be pushed out of the race. Kim Taewon continued, So take my hand. I won't do anything stupid. This offer sounded like nothing more than a sick joke to Tess right now. Even though he was heavily injured, flashing a contemptuous smile was still easy enough for Tess. He slowly raised his arm toward Kim Taewon. Then, using that very arm, he slapped away the hand Kim Taewon had extended to him. This action surprised Kim Taewon a bit. It was clear from this that Tess truly despised Kim Taewon's hypocritical attitude. Kim Taewon himself realized this and felt a bit annoyed. He emphasized again, You don't have the strength left to use your power. The match is over. Who said that? Tess whispered softly, his voice still carrying a hint of danger. His face darkened, revealing only a confident smile. At that moment, from behind Kim Taewon, Sumama was charging in with his blade. That's right. Stay right there. Sumama shouted angrily. With that, Sumama delivered a slashing strike straight at Kim Taewon. It sent him flying several meters away. The ground and rocks around them were split in half. Tess looked at Sumama and asked urgently, Where are we going? Sumama replied briefly, We're going to find him. Thanks for holding out this long. As he spoke, Sumama stomped hard on the ground, and a magic circle appeared. Let's get out of here. Instantly, Sumama grabbed Tess, and the shoes on his feet quickly accelerated. The power from the shoes turned into a streak of red smoke, rushing out of the combat zone. From above, Absen had witnessed everything. He muttered, That's it. Absen looked at Kim Taewon's condition. Having taken Sumama's attack head-on, he thought, This is a complete failure. Kim Taewon struggled to stand up, a few cracking sounds echoing from his body. He smirked. How strange. I'm definitely stronger. I feel like they spent the whole time playing me. Fine then. It's decided, Kim Taewon whispered. His eyes were filled with rage, but a delighted smile still bloomed on his lips. Kim Taewon's emotions were a mix of thrill and fury. He yelled, Next time, I will definitely win. Back at the final battleground, Dean was waiting for the players to show up. Above him were Kina Lillet, Excalibur, and Hyo Seojin. Up above, a bat-winged furball appeared. It was Mikiko. Its eyes grew wide. The red-haired girl watched the screen. It was Dean's face. From now on, we will proceed with the final test. The proctor for the final test is Dean. Sirius turned in surprise and shouted, What? The light blue-haired girl continued. The content of the final test will be decided by Proctor Dean. This is Momo, Lulu, and Bibi. It has been decided with the consensus of the 3 examiners. Besides, the rank 2 player will waive the right to search for candidates for the sake of fairness. The light blue-haired girl finished her announcement. This left all the players in shock. Hearing that the final proctor was Dean, even Van Ziegen was a bit surprised. He said he would play solo forever. And finally, Proctor Dean's last message is. The light blue-haired girl's face grew darker, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. If you have any complaints, come see me. I'll welcome you anytime. Dean's smug face appeared on the players' notification screens. A figure hidden in the shadows just listened in silence. They remembered their deal with Dean. He had simply said, "My goal? It's simple." Dean's face darkened. "I'm just the only one who can't wait to see their damn faces anymore." Van Ziegen's face grew gloomier, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. This isn't good." The light blue-haired girl finished her announcement, and the other 2 just stood there looking at her in silence. She thought to herself, "Dean, whatever you're planning to do, the die is cast. So please, run the test well." The light blue-haired girl's eyes held a hint of entrustment. The final test proctor, Dean, was smiling, waiting to see who would be the first to face him. Outside, the sky was still clear and blue. By now, many players had arrived at the final battleground. Dean sat in the middle of the arena, arms crossed, waiting. Suddenly, he looked up and said, "All right, looks like everyone's here." Dean's eyes gleamed with amusement mixed with a hint of warning. Then, from this moment on, the final test begins. At this time, the duo of Kim Taewon and Absin had arrived. The other players were also getting ready. Hyo Seojin's group was there too. And even Sumama and Tess had shown up. The back of a man appeared. Van Ziegen, a man shrouded in mystery. His face and his past were all an unknown. The only irrelevant piece of information known about him was that he was a player. The man stepped forward. He walked straight into the black void before him. For example, the fact that he ranked 8th on the leaderboards and was the Vice Guild Master of Avalon. And the person stopped. His class was Ego Weapon Master. Van Ziegen smirked and said, "I can't stand this place anymore. It makes me sleepy." Richmond said to the shadow on the ground, "You can come out now, Lucia. Just to make it clearer for you, no one knows what his ego weapon is." As soon as Van finished speaking, Lucia appeared. She laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, this is great. Van, you just took a punch, didn't you? Didn't you, huh?" Lucia, the rank 8 ego gauntlet. Lucia kept talking to Van. "Didn't I tell you? My prophetic powers alone aren't enough. Stand up and fight. I'll take out that rank 2 guy, right? Right." She couldn't contain her excitement, constantly urging Van. "Let's fight together. Just like before. Say something, Van." Gradually, her voice grew softer. "Come on, if you let me go." Before she could finish, Van cut her off. "Lucia, you should know, that's not going to happen. Never." Lucia lost the excitement she had just moments ago. She clicked her tongue and turned back into a shadow. Van just stayed silent, saying nothing. He thought to himself, "This is trouble. I really want to take down that bastard Dean as soon as possible. I didn't expect him to move alone. As expected, he's a guy with no defenses." Van leaned against the wall, pondering. "Nothing is going the way I want it to. It's just a waste of time." He smirked. "Huh, what's done is done." Van stayed there, talking to himself. "Thank you. I have no choice. That's the worst-case scenario." At that moment, a group of faceless people, completely black, appeared. "I have no choice but to test my skills." The scene shifted to Dean. He was currently being watched. "Hey, is that really rank 2? At first, I thought it was an illusion. Because how could such a thing be possible? And the person watching him was Noah. Do you know, if we reach rank 2, can we kill him?" Singon laughed with amusement and replied, "Idiot. Is that even a question? Of course we can." Noah kept staring at Dean and asked Singon, "What happens if the illusion comes back here?" This time, the one who spoke up was Own. He let out an "oh." Pointing forward with an air of superiority, Own said, "Talk your nonsense after the test is over. The plan hasn't changed. There will be a few variables, but it'll fall within the margin of error as long as the test proceeds." He's done this so many times, there's no way he couldn't have guessed it. Dean was still sitting there stubbornly, unaware that he was being watched. On opened his palm and reached forward as if to grasp Dean. As planned, when the final test, the raid, begins, a loophole will definitely appear. We just need to wait for that moment. Just aim for our target. The scene shifted to Seo Gil. Lilith looked annoyed as she said, "So the content of the final test is a raid. We won't be on the front lines." Seo Gil looked very excited and asked her, "Our team has strong firepower but lacks healing abilities. So you're saying we should fight from a safe place, not in the front row, right?" Hearing Seo Gil ask that, Lilith was a bit surprised, but her expression quickly changed to apprehension. "That's right. I'm even more worried when you put your trust in me so easily." Excalibur turned to say something to Seo Gil. She secretly felt guilty. "I feel like I'm throwing a child into the water." While they were still discussing, Dean spoke up to end it. "All right, looks like everyone's here." By now, a large crowd had gathered. Dean smirked and said, "So, from this moment on, the final test begins." Among the crowd were Avalon, Abson, and another group of 3. Finally, there was Seo Gil's group. Suddenly, Seo Gil's face turned panicked. He remembered something he needed to do. "By the way, I forgot. I need to ask Lilith a few things. Look at this." Saying that, Seo Gil held a chess piece. The cross attached to it was emitting something. The system displayed a notification. "Old friend's door. Do you want to log in?" "Yes/no." The system panel clearly displayed every word. Seo Gil looked at it wearily and thought, as expected, no one said anything. "I guess I'm the only one who can see it. Maybe I should ask Lilith after the test." Just as Seo Gil was distracted, Dean clapped his hands to call everyone's attention. All right. Don't look away." The ground was split in half. "Attention." Before Dean could even finish, a monster emerged from the ground. Lilith said angrily, "You're starting it that abruptly? Are you kidding me?" Seo Gil also hadn't anticipated this situation. "Lee Bear, get ready." Only Excalibur seemed so thrilled she was amazed. The monster gradually appeared. It opened its giant mouth wide. It was unclear what was inside. Seo Gil gritted his teeth in shock. "Too much pressure. You want me to hunt those things?" "Can I even do that?" Dean calmly exclaimed. You're complaining. So noisy." With that, Dean threw a punch at the monster, blowing a hole right through its mouth. The monster was blasted to pieces. Smoke from Dean's punch billowed everywhere. His face still held the exact same expression. The crowd stood there, helpless in the face of Dean's actions. Noah laughed until tears came to her eyes at Dean's punch. Haha, what the hell? He's completely insane. You're not supposed to kill that thing. Is he crazy? Singan asked On. He took a hit right there. What are you going to do, Captain? On's face scrunched up in annoyance. First of all, get closer. Noah pointed forward and turned back to say, You know, right? I know that thing is really strong, but I don't think he knows we're here, huh? Her face was now filled with manic excitement. Tell me, do you want me to approach the target? At this time, Dean was receiving all the criticism, but he just scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Number 2 just raided the monster. Exactly. What do you want us to do with our test next? The other players were pointing at him and scolding. I don't want to hear you show off. What the hell is this? Yeah, so annoying. But Dean just put on an indifferent look and replied, How could I do that? Wait a minute. That's not what you guys are going to start with. I think he'll be back here alone soon, huh? Dean's words confused Seo Gil, who asked, He's coming? What are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, someone was behind him. Noah grabbed Seo Gil's shoulder and greeted, Hi. She praised him with amusement. You look really cute. But Seo Gil shuddered in terror. He glanced over. When Seo Gil turned his head to look back, he saw Noah being ridden on the neck by Dean, looking completely shocked. Dean flashed a demonic smile and asked her, surprised? He asked, Who are you? Even though Noah's face was filled with shock, she still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. Momo and the examiners looked up at the screen displaying the warning signal in utter astonishment. A signal? Kitty's grandfather asked Momo. What's going on, examiner? Momo explained anxiously. I think we've lost contact with all the drones. She elaborated on the ongoing issue. But a drone is simply a machine, and it originates from the power of Tarim. Plus, it has the ability to communicate. The number is almost infinite, and mostly no one knows exactly how many there are. She estimated the possible number, then immediately denied it. At least 10,000? No, closer to 100,000. That's impossible. Lewis chimed in practically, but it's actually happening. If they keep doing these kinds of things, then it can only be the infinites. Lewis concluded that a mysterious culprit was manipulating everything. Sirius frowned and scolded angrily. Those idiots. They stayed silent, and he immediately demanded of Momo. We need to do something. Stop the test right now. Momo hesitated a bit and replied, about that. She suddenly fell silent as if she saw something. Van had appeared behind Sirius at some point, advising him, calm down. Sirius called out in surprise, Lord Zegan. Van Zegan asked Sirius, normally, your judgment is correct, but did you forget something important? Who is currently in charge of this test? Van Zegan was referring to Dean. Van Zegan advised Sirius not to interfere. If there's something that can't be resolved, there's no need for us to step in. Let's just wait and see. The scene shifted to Dean's location. For some time now, Dean had been clinging to Noah like a shadow, terrifying her. The moment Dean grabbed her, Noah immediately realized her judgment had been wrong. But right after that, Noah's expression turned incredibly thrilled. The place where Noah and her gang stood was on a cliff. The distance between her group and Dean was nearly a kilometer. Noah had always been focused on observing. If you possess keen senses, you can pinpoint each other's locations. However, Noah thought that Dean hadn't noticed their existence. Dean still couldn't see them. The reason was that there hadn't been any eye contact since they arrived. But his judgment wasn't wrong. In reality, Dean hadn't realized their location. More accurately, he had no idea. Dean kept looking around, but what he focused on were the players. Dean only cared about what was within a 30-meter radius. That was just the location of those taking the test. It's all because I was too confident, assuming he was only paying attention to that single spot. Upon realizing this, Noah's face twisted into an expression of agony. Her emotions constantly shifted. Now, it was amusement. He didn't even bother to care about us from the very first location. I was just too overconfident. Rank 2. Sweat poured down Noah's face as she spoke. As expected. If I run away right now. Noah was now extremely excited and asked, you'll follow me, right? Taegun looked at the scene before him, his expression unsurprised as he thought, is that the spatial family's ability? It's a rare power. He focused his observation. More than that, that purple aura. It's him. Dean was still casually joking around with Noah. Do you want me to introduce you to some of my friends? Are you confident? Dean. A sharp call made Dean stop in his tracks. Seo Gil rushed forward, sword in hand. He said with determination, thanks for protecting me. I'll fight too. But Seo Gil was still a bit worried. Dean looked at him in surprise, thinking, his eyes. Is he on guard? Dean beckoned Seo Gil with his finger. All right, I like that. Come here, Seo Gil. Taegun looked at Seo Gil, anxiously cursing him in his mind. What an idiot. He doesn't even know who he's up against. Now that I'm here. Suddenly, someone called out to him, hey, you bastard. Taegun was surprised when someone unexpectedly called him. Dean pointed straight at Taewon and asked, you know, right? You're the strongest candidate. Dean ordered him. Until I return, you must wait and stay alert. Receiving this order, Taewon was still dazed, not understanding what was going on. Seo Gil dashed out from behind Taewon, shouting loudly, wait for me. Seo Gil tried to run fast toward the closing spatial rift ahead. Then he disappeared into it, until the rift completely sealed shut. Taegun looked in that direction and cursed, coward. Singan jumped down from the cliff. Come here. Because of his massive body, his landing caused a small-scale explosion. Again, Singan walked up to them, asking disdainfully, right now? Now you rookies. You spent a lot of time getting ready, right? Sorry, but this is the first time I've seen it this empty. So I have a favor to ask. Hearing Singan's words, the surrounding players were all extremely shocked. Singan, with a twisted, excited expression, mocked them, please, just go die. Suddenly, a fiery red ball flew toward him, but Singan wasn't the least bit surprised. The person who threw it was Sumama. Like a baseball pitcher, she threw it straight at Singan's face. Another explosion occurred. Sumama's hands were blazing with fire as she said, all right then, you started this. Singan's head was smoking endlessly, obscuring his face. But Singan easily blocked Sumama's pitch with his teeth. Sumama watched in horror, speechless. What the? Half of the ball was being chewed in Singen's mouth. He asked casually, "This is supposed to be lethal, right? It's gonna hurt if you throw it like that, you know?" What a cute candidate. The others don't even have balls to throw. The other players just stood frozen, unable to move. Singan raised his hand, signaling. Okay, next. Who wants to go next? Sumama still couldn't get over her shock. That is. She slowly sank to her knees. Sumama fell to her knees. In another dimension, Dean and Seo Gil had crossed over. Seo Gil asked Dean, "Dean, do you know where this is?" "No, I don't know. But it's definitely within the tower's territory," Dean replied. "And this place gives them the advantage." The them, he referred to were Noah and Owen. The two of them were also present in this place. Dean massaged his shoulder, saying confidently, "I'll win anyway." Sometimes, an ability can be dangerous to the user themselves. So the players made a pact that a certain level of power must be announced through their class. Both Seo Gil and Miraja were players who possessed a class. This was a metric that focused more on anomalies than a player's true strength. By identifying the class, one could deduce a player's power level. There is someone, in the shadows, I am invincible. But that person could also be taken down with a single blow. But we can take you down with a beam of light. It allowed them to come up with countermeasures in emergencies. With the high-level power players possessed, they needed a standard. That was why the ranking system was created. To measure strength and maintain balance. This pact was made to maintain Tarim. But unfortunately, some broke that pact. They didn't want to reveal their power to the public. They were called the Limitless. Singan. A Limitless. Singan was currently standing before the players, aggressively intimidating them. He asked them with amusement, "Who's next?" "No one." Sumama looked at him in terror, speechless. "Monster." She fell to her knees, her whole body trembling. Suddenly, a hand rested on Sumama's shoulder, startling her. "Let's work together." Paste had rushed to her side at some point, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Just assume the test objective has changed." "It's fine." Sumama called his name in surprise. "Paste." Paste tried to encourage Sumama to lift her spirits. "From the moment you entered this tower, you've prepared a lot to fight many monsters, right?" Hearing Paste's encouraging words, Sumama's mood improved. She smiled. Taegun also joined their conversation. "That's right." He shot a beam of light from his palm. Singan looked up, seemingly very curious. From above, an aura poured down, so powerful it punched a hole in the ground. Taiwan's hand remained in place as he executed the technique. He said calmly, "If you're scared, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise." Taegun looked forward and said slowly, "Then fight." Once again, the powerful aura from earlier was unleashed. The ground had now risen, forming chunks of earth surrounding the crater. A hand was desperately clinging to the surface. The surrounding players watched in utter shock. Singan lifted his head, the smile still plastered on his face. Taewon looked at him, his eyes filled with shock and wariness. In this situation, Kim Taiwan's plan had completely failed. Taegun gripped the device in his hand tightly, aura wrapping around his arm. Taegun tried to estimate the time. 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds at most. But assuming I can drag this out for 30 seconds with this ability, I don't believe that monster can break free. Taegun gritted his teeth in frustration. The worst-case scenario is a miserable failure. Kim Taewon had judged it that way. That was Kim Taegun's combat technique when fighting Paste. Taegun swung his fist forward, aiming straight at Singan. He put pressure on himself. The goal of the strategy is to avoid clashing for 5 minutes. There's no need to defeat him. If possible, we need to find a way to get information about Miraja. And Kim Taewon did the same. Taewon motivated himself with determination. "Let's go. I can do it right now." He had begun to feel his own growth. Only when the opponent was a bad guy. Taegun recklessly charged in, facing Singan's giant fist head-on. Right then, he realized in horror, "I'm too late." But the moment Taewon hesitated, the other players simultaneously charged in to attack. Singan hadn't anticipated this either. In that spot, various auras continuously glowed, creating an explosion. Taegun closed his eyes to avoid the dust. Lilith's father was now in the form of a fierce flame. Taegun was so surprised he couldn't even speak. "Everyone, why?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lilith punched him, knocking him backward. Taewon turned around irritably and asked, "What suddenly happened? Do you want to try me, Lilette?" Lilette didn't answer Taewon's question but asked him back, "Raid. Do you know what it means? Do you think we're helping you because we want to?" Lilette's words annoyed Taewon. "What?" Lilette told him coldly. "Don't try to be a hero. If you want to win." Taegun was so shocked he couldn't speak, only staring wide-eyed at Lilette. On this side, Lilette's father was still fighting Singon one-on-one. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Singon's hand was smoking, but he stubbornly refused to let go, making Lilette's father somewhat helpless. "This guy? He doesn't care even if he touches my fire. He can clearly withstand my flames. I want to increase the firepower, but he's putting a lot of pressure on her." Singon looked extremely amused, mocking her. "Is this the firepower of a great spirit? What a wonderful sight to behold." Lilette's face darkened as she raised her fist. She pointed a finger at the sky, making a strange gesture. Instantly, another light flashed, catching Singon off guard. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Lilette's father hadn't expected this either and was extremely surprised. "What kind of firepower is this? Did Lilette do this?" "It's a reaction from that item she got from the cave." A question arose for Lilette. "What are you thinking, daughter?" But Lilette seemed very firm in her choice. She scolded, "So noisy." Facing Singon, who was burning away, Lilette still had the mood to argue with her father. "You only act without discussing anything with me. Do you think you can do that just because I don't know what to do?" Lilette was now furious. She raised her flaming fist and shouted, "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." Facing this fierce daughter, Lilette's father just looked at her helplessly, thinking, "You just took the fire away from me." Singon's body burned fiercely before the eyes of Kina Lilette and her father. The cloaked figure enjoyed the scene from afar, blurting out, "Excellent firepower. I like your spirit. It's a waste of time just standing here." She cursed in annoyance. "Damn it. He's just playing around with those candidates, and now look at him. Is that the handshake that leads him to the vanguard?" Thinking that, she turned to the dark figure behind her and said, "Get ready. Rookie, my name. You forgot, didn't you? I guess it's better that way." The guy remained silent, his eyes glued to her, nodding in obedience. Over here, Singon's body seemed to be incinerated by the flames. Yet, just when everyone thought he was dead, his pupils suddenly moved, glancing at them. Seeing this, Kina's father said, "Withstanding this temperature, that's not just a defensive ability. It might be a conditional ability." Kina Lilette reached out, focusing her power to create a fireball, and asked sternly, "Is the fire warm? Great. I thought I didn't do well enough. I can't turn it into ashes, huh? Then I'll melt it into oblivion." The internal energy in her palm kept increasing, and the fireball glowed brighter. "Home it," Kina Lilette asked strictly. "Kina, are you going to use that skill? If you use purgatory here, everyone else will catch fire." He quickly turned around, trying to persuade her. "Wait, Kina. Consuming energy in this battle is a disadvantage. We need to figure out what his ability is. Put out the fire." Kina Lilette gripped the fireball tightly, saying with determination, "Sorry, Dad. I don't want to stop." The fireball enveloping Singon was a bit strange now, making both of them fall silent for a moment. Kina's father angrily turned and yelled, "Kina Lilette, what are you doing? How many times have I told you not to use your power?" Instantly, Singon suddenly lunged forward, saying to Kina Lilette with amusement, "I got through it." Seeing this, her father turned and called out loudly, "Daughter." Singon was right next to Kina Lilette. He gloated, "Congratulations, spirit tamer. You're number one." Then he raised his hand, about to grab her head. Suddenly, Kim Taewon swooped down from above, slamming hard into Singon's back. Boom. His eyes narrowed as he said sternly, "As expected, I figured it out. Your ability." Singon took the hit and immediately fell unconscious. Recalling the conversation from earlier, Kina Lilette said coldly, "I'll give you 1 minute. Cool your head." These words confused Kim Taewon, making him exclaim, "What?" Hearing that, she repeated, "No, I'll need 5 minutes. You don't have to rush. I'll hold him off until the last second. You'll have to figure out how to take him down." He looked at Kina Lilette, stunned, his eyes glued to her back. The image of Seo Gil fearlessly gripping his sword and running through the spatial portal flashed in his mind. After a moment, Kim Taewon spoke up in annoyance. You want to play alone? Over here, Sumama saw Paste's miserable state and said anxiously, wake up. Where are you going with that body? Hearing that, he replied shakily, coughing up blood. What do you want me to do? You have to take responsibility for this. Kim Taewon then walked over to them, saying slowly, there you are. The conditional ability. Seeing this, Sumama exclaimed in shock. Coming closer, he continued, conditional player. How am I supposed to take down that monster? Paste immediately refused. Why don't you go ask the guys you hang out with? Sumama agreed, yeah. Why should we tell you? Realizing they had no intention of helping, Kim Taewon replied calmly. Being absent means always standing on the sidelines. To make sure I'm the right person to run the Avon Guild later. Hearing this, Paste asked warily, why are you asking me? Kim Taewon replied with a straight face, because I thought you were the most reliable person in this group. He placed a hand on his chest, trying to convince him. And in the plan you created, you'll need me. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Tell me how to win. Listening to these words emotionlessly, Paste finally sighed and said, I have a rough idea of the ability the enemy is using. Sumama saw he was about to reveal it and tried to stop him. Don't. Paste ignored her and continued. You'll be able to win easily if you know about it. But to clarify my theory, his eyes showed a clear coldness. I have a condition. This statement made Kim Taewon curious. Returning to reality, he thought as he delivered the fatal blow to Singin's back. There are 3 conditions in total. First, call him with respect. Kim Taewon's eyes scrutinized Singon. Second, follow his instructions. He was knocked unconscious by the sudden force. Third, Kim Taewon will have to tell Paste all of his abilities. Growling, he channeled his internal energy into Singin's back, making Singon scream in agony. Trying to analyze this sudden development, Singon thought, that bastard. How could he see through my ability in such a short time? No, I overestimated him. The opponent is a candidate. No matter how smart he is, it's impossible. Singin's eyes darkened as he struggled to find the mastermind. We have to find him. The one who saw through my power. The genius who had been observing the battle from afar since the beginning was now being carried on Sumama's back. He smirked smugly, greeting Singon. Seeing this, Singon glared up bitterly. It's him. Now we hear Paste's analysis. The reason why Paste saw through Singin's ability was because his ability ranked 23rd. Rank 23 was never low, but it was an ambiguous position. In fact, they didn't even know his name. But from that number, 23, not only Paste, but many others remembered. Front page on the news. A murder case. The number 23 represented the number of the killer's victims. And the ability of rank 23 was Gaho's eye. Others said that Kim Taewon used his ability to defend and counter Paste's attacks. The previous brawl between the two flashed back. Paste's train of thought continued. To block attacks by staring at the enemy. It's not just similar. It's exactly the same. However, at first, I thought Kim Taewon stole rank 23's ability and killed him. Watching Kim Taewon finish off Singon with an electric spear, Paste continued thinking, but he didn't seem to know anything about that killer. This case caused quite a stir. His eyes focused on Kim Taewon, evaluating him. I can tell he has a very good head on his shoulders. In other words, Kim Taewon's copying ability has nothing to do with that killer. Thinking of this, Paste chuckled and said, but even so, I never said no one actually killed rank 23 and stole Gaho's eyes. His eyes once again looked at Singin's miserable state. Kim Taewon glared at him with hatred, mocking, I can tell from what others use. The main ability shouldn't be overused. The moment the defense system's ability is discovered, it will be attacked. This is your loss, clumsy fool. Singin's tiny pupils looked up, his face covered in sweat. After a moment, he struggled to speak. Loss? Baby, did you forget? His words confused Kim Taewon. Seeing this, Singon continued, we're not playing a game. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword pierced through his chest from nowhere. Singon turned his head, shouting an order, beat him to the end, until one of you dies. Kim Taewon, now at a disadvantage, could only stare at the blade in his chest. The swordsman's eyes gleamed with a strange purple light, his face showing no mercy. The anxious gazes of the other candidates all turned toward Kim Taewon. Paste's train of thought continued regarding the final exam. The candidates who survived are all elites with a lot of experience. Over here, Kim Tae-won, pierced through the chest, cried out in pain. It's only natural that they remember some faces at the test site. They all just watched helplessly as Kim Tae-won fell. So, suddenly, one of them spoke up, trembling as he looked at the person in front of him, muttering, "Don't tell me." Looking at the silhouette ahead, the inner voice still echoed, "I don't think anyone is here." The person from earlier doubtfully called the swordsman's name, Myungwoo. Finally, Pace concluded, "I can't just throw myself away so easily just because of Kim Tae-won." The white-cloaked figure still stood there, observing, and said, "That Mirager kid has been subdued." Recalling Kim Tae-won's attack earlier, she couldn't help but ponder. However, during that attack, someone recognized Singan's ability. Even so, I even tried to measure my own ability. He instantly knew Singan was using Gaho's eyes. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. But how? She looked up, judging Pace's assessment. Now she immediately thought of Mirager. As far as I know, Mirager is the only one who can steal other people's abilities in Tarim. In other words, it's impossible to think about taking someone's ability. In fact, rank 23, the owner of the Guardian Eyes, was killed to deduce Singan's ability with just that much information. At this point, she glanced down at the people below, smiling sinisterly. "So what are you going to do now?" Feel the presence of a familiar candidate. Myungwoo stood still as a statue, his pitch-black eyes devoid of life. Seeing this, she laughed maniacally, boasting, "This will be the worst time for the candidates to face unknown enemies. You can revive even if you die. That arrogance will have to disappear." The other candidates were constantly whispering and discussing. "That guy is from Group D, right? I heard he's really strong. Is he being controlled?" Only Pace clicked his tongue in annoyance. The shaggy-bearded guy placed a hand on his chest and said, "Wake up, Myungwoo. Myungwoo, do you remember me? We took the test together last time. Answer me, Myungwoo. Is someone controlling you?" Myungwoo, no matter what he said, kept a cold face, staring at them. Over here, she continued to laugh and say, "Now show me the end of that overly smart thinking of yours." Seeing enemies constantly appearing, Pace thought in annoyance, "I don't get it." He frowned, his mind in a panic. How many enemies are here in total? If another one jumps out, then we're dead. At this moment, Myungwoo slowly approached Kim Tae-won, pointing his sword down, intending to finish him off. Suddenly, Singan raised his hand to stop him. He cracked his neck, pointing his index finger, and ordered, "Don't kill him. Leave him alone. Mirager said they have some business to do." This statement made Myungwoo beside him a bit annoyed. Seeing this, Singan smirked, arrogantly warning, "So rookie, don't look at me like that. I'll have a hard time restraining myself." He suddenly pointed forward and suggested, "Instead, let's kill those shivering chickens." Singan said as he rolled his shoulders. As if realizing something, he suddenly froze, his eyes darting toward the remaining candidates who were on guard, then back to Kim Tae-won lying miserably on the ground. He slowly analyzed, Kim Tae-won, he's still breathing. But the problem is, he can't fight anymore. Then he continued to look toward Kina Lillet, thinking, Kina looks exhausted too. Probably because she tried her best to buy that much time. Paste remained silent, trying to decipher the current situation. Technically, our group lost our two strongest members. This eliminates the scenario where we can take out the enemy. That's all. Thinking of this, he unconsciously smiled, reflecting on the advantage he had. That guy's ability has been clarified, and we successfully injured him. Seeing him still smiling, Singan rubbed the back of his neck in confusion, muttering to himself, "That's weird. Why isn't he scared at all?" Over here, Pace tried to focus his power, smiling as he thought, "Not much, but I've recovered enough power to use my ability. The same will happen to the others." Singan then spotted Pace in the crowd and cheered happily. "Oh, there you are. The last little hope of your team." Pace's smile became forced. He struggled to create an energy sphere, muttering, "It's not over yet." The cloaked figure still observed silently from afar. Seeing this, she smirked in amusement and said, "It's over." At this moment, Singan's loud laughter echoed, terrifying the candidates. "Ha!" He gleefully stroked his beard, boasting, 5 minutes. He said that right? 5 minutes until rank 2 returns. Over here, Kina Lillet couldn't help but feel annoyed hearing that. Singon wasn't done. He continued to mock. Yeah, I bet rank 2 will be back in 5 minutes. There's not much time left. He paused for a moment, then stomped hard on Kim Tae-won, continuing, but Kim Tae-won felt a piercing pain. Singon mercilessly stomped down, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Unable to bear the pain, Kim Tae-won screamed. Ah yeah. Singon scrutinized Paste. He asked arrogantly, will you live until then? At this point, the white-cloaked figure above exclaimed, wow, I know. I can't understand it no matter how many times I watch it. She slowly took off her cloak, saying with amusement, they proudly declare themselves as players, people who believe they are special. Face reality. As the cloak was removed, she revealed herself. This person was none other than Bebian. She glanced at the trembling candidates below, mocking. All right, you candidates who call yourselves players. Paste was also extremely tense looking ahead. It's time to face reality. As soon as her words ended, Myung-woo began to move. The candidates screamed incessantly, all running for their lives. Hey everyone, where should we hide? This move of theirs surprised all three of them. Paste turned around, thinking in annoyance. You want to be players, but now you're running away? You haven't even tried to do anything. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? He bit his lip in anger, complaining, an unprecedented possibility, abandoning those considered colleagues. Such an unforgivable thing shocked Paste. Now only Kina Lillet and Sumama remained with him. He painfully admitted, I messed everything up. Myung-woo dashed toward them like the wind. On that day, Paste felt helplessness in the face of overwhelming power for the first time. The three of them didn't back down either, charging forward simultaneously. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from above. Seo Gil, quick as lightning, thrust his sword straight into Myung-woo's back, shattering the ground. Seeing this, Sumama was startled. Paste sat down with a thud, laughing awkwardly. Ha! Unlike Kina Lillet's expressionless face, he called out in confusion, Seo Gil? Earlier, at Dean's location, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Seo Gil and Dean glared at the enemy. This hooded guy was On. Limitless. Next to him was the girl named Noah. Also limitless. Seo Gil couldn't help but look warily at the two in front of him, trying to calm himself down. Alright, I need to stay sharp. They're watching me now. I can't become a burden to Dean. They're wary of Dean, which means I can create variables. Looking at Noah ahead, he began to analyze. The woman in front, she's quite fast, probably leaning towards combat abilities. It might be hard for me to face her head-on. Then he glanced at On, thinking to himself, the problem is the guy in the back seems to be the one who created this space. No, I'm not sure. I still don't have enough information about them. Seeing the purple aura burning fiercely behind him, Seo Gil gripped his sword tightly, thinking, then at least I can exploit his ability. And if possible, He exhaled a puff of white smoke, his determined eyes locked onto the enemy. Just like that, he channeled all his internal energy into the sword, continuing his thoughts. We'll be back in 5 minutes. It's possible if I use my skill, as long as no more enemies appear. Only Dean, seeing this, sighed and asked indifferently, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and bring the boss here too. Hearing this, Noah and On froze for a moment, their eyes wide with shock. Despite Seo Gil's confusion beside him, Dean continued, that's not right. There must be a reason you brought me here. Huh, why not call the boss over too? Come on. After a moment, On replied politely, I'm sorry to hear this. Our top priority is to make sure the two people standing in front of me stay in this place. Hearing this, Dean couldn't keep his mouth shut, laughing until tears came to his eyes. You guys, huh? At this, Noah got irritated and mocked back. Are you laughing because you're ranked 2? Right? Let me ask you something. She spoke loudly, preparing to dash. Playing around with those meaningless numbers. Do you guys like that? Seo Gil immediately noticed her strange behavior. He's coming. As expected, Noah rushed toward them, reaching out to grab Dean. Dean easily dodged with incredible speed, boasting, that's right. He even turned around and smiled, saying, of course. This made Noah turn her head in surprise. She was confused, not understanding what had just happened. It wasn't until Dean got close to On that she inwardly marveled. So fast. Dean held up 3 fingers in front of On. His index finger curled up as he said playfully, "Here, there's going to be a mosquito bite." With that, Dean smiled sinisterly and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred. The terrifying power shattered the ground in the distance. Seo Gil struggled to stand his ground against the fierce wind, thinking to himself, "That snap, it's even stronger than before when he fought Kim Taewon." Did he go easy on him? It took a moment before he could open his eyes to curiously check the situation ahead. He could have taken that guy down with one hit. Why did he attack in a different direction? Seo Gil looked in confusion at the long gash in the ground next to Own, surprised by Dean's action. He slid over to the patch of dirt next to him, calmly adjusting his hat. At this point, Seo Gil froze, realizing the truth. "What?" Dean looked at the chain on his wrist in shock, exclaiming. He glanced back, asking coldly, "The shackles of fate?" The other end of the chain was connected to Noah's wrist. Hearing this, she replied, "You have to have something to believe in, right?" The identity of those handcuffs was Noah's ability. The shackles of fate. With it, the target and the owner of the shackles cannot interfere with other opponents, and other opponents cannot interfere with them. Originally, this ability was designed for a strict one-on-one match so as not to be interrupted by others. However, there were still limitations like valid range and time limits. Own smirked smugly. "But, in this space I specially designed for her, there are no restrictions whatsoever." Looking at Noah sitting cross-legged in midair, Seo Gil continued to analyze. "Here, Noah can run wherever she wants. And the enemy has no choice but to chase her to drain her power. But the opponent is rank 2, Dean. No matter how good she is, she'll have a hard time. After watching Own smugly increase his power, that's when I'll unleash my power. It would be better to get out of here together. This confrontation will help determine the enemy's abilities, so this game of hide-and-seek will become meaningless." He inwardly compared this to pushing a boulder uphill. What a waste of time. In the end, he won't be able to do anything. At this point, Own continued his analysis. From the very beginning, there was no definition of winning or losing in this place. This is a prison meant to hold opponents stronger than planned. A prison for those designated as extremely disadvantageous. Obviously, the scales are tipping in Noah's favor. Own glanced at her confident attitude, telling himself, "Dean, think about it. Rank 2 Dean, how long will it take you to figure out what you can do next?" Then he looked toward Dean, challenging him, "Show me your power." Dean kept a straight face and said, "Look, behind you." Seo Gil suddenly appeared behind Noah out of nowhere. He raised his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Instantly, the descending sword slash ripped across the ground. The power was absolutely terrifying. Dust and smoke billowed up. Tassa. When the smoke cleared, Noah was revealed, protected behind a barrier. Seeing this, Seo Gil shouted to inform him, "Dean, that hooded guy blocked my attack. I'll fight him." Instantly, Own crouched down, channeling internal energy into the ground, cursing under his breath, "Damn coward." Next, he called out his teammate's name, Noah. Hearing this, she understood and dashed forward, replying, "I know." Seeing this, Seo Gil thought to himself, "She's running away like a coward, Dean." Then he spoke up to warn him, "I think she has a plan to attack." Seo Gil urgently pressed, "Come on, worry about me." Dean, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all, calmly calling his name, saying, "I'm rank 2. He said that and looked confidently toward Seo Gil. At this moment, he was momentarily confused, looking ahead. Now it was just him and Own. Between them was a strange rushing sound. Suddenly, the ground exploded, startling Seo Gil into shielding himself. Noah was still running for her life. She didn't expect someone to be watching her from above. Instantly, Dean lunged down, raising his fist in Noah's astonishment. The only sound now was the howling wind. Taja. Dean lay dominantly on top of the enemy, his foot stepping on Own's head. He looked at the purple flames and said seriously, "All right, it's the boss's turn, right?" From the flames, a person holding a cane stepped out. He smirked smugly, looking toward Dean. Dean began to recount. "In some nameless trash town, I was a nameless trash kid." Dean sat on a pile of scrap, looking sadly into the distance. "Everyone said I was abandoned." He was beaten mercilessly by others, a foot stepping on his face, distorting it, blood dripping down pitifully. He asked himself, but who threw me away? My country, my family, or my friends? It couldn't be any of those because Dean's skinny figure sat miserably by the door frame. Suddenly, a large arm wrapped around him, hugging him. There was a large crowd of strangers standing there, surrounding him. Their eyes stared endlessly. Because from the very beginning, I had nothing. So who threw me away? He asked himself, his face miserable and unkempt, his haggard eyes devoid of any hope. I want to know that. If God exists in this world. He recalled standing at the foot of the tower with determination. I climbed the tower for that reason. To get the answer. Dean stood strong, weapon in hand, radiating an extraordinary aura. He continued, but unfortunately, no matter how high I climbed, or how high a rank I achieved, I couldn't find the answer to my own question. He had climbed the tower, defeated everyone to sit on the seat of power. But his eyes were still lifeless. Dean sighed in frustration. So, the only logical conclusion is that there is no God in this world. At that time, I was very lost. As he reminisced, he looked down into the distance. Dean suddenly turned his head. He saw two beggar children wrapped in shawls, sitting miserably in the corner of the wall. Their faces were innocent, but filled with fear and anxiety. It wasn't until I met those clear eyes that I finally realized. We weren't abandoned. We just haven't been chosen yet. Then, as if he had found the answer for himself, he bowed his head in thought. At that time, I made a decision. Dean's hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly as he made the decision. I myself, I will choose them. Without waiting too long, he sat down in front of the beggar girl, his eyes shining with compassion. His hands gently embraced her. His steps were firm. My name is Dean. Dean's skinny figure stood proudly amidst the ruins. In this place, he looked at the cityscape from above. Right in front of him was the towering tower he had just conquered. A place where everyone was equal. A village. This is my choice. Thinking that, he smiled in satisfaction. Back to the present, Dean was facing Mirager and the little girl. A dark aura surrounded them. Mirager sneered, speaking with disdain. Hey, Rank 2. Why don't we just talk? His face looked smug, but Dean said he didn't want to. He swung his arm, throwing a punch straight at his face. But unexpectedly, the punch stopped right in front of Mirager's face. He laughed casually, letting out a mocking, "Oh." Then he spun around, delivering a kick that sent the guy flying several feet away. Dean just turned back, his lifeless eyes asking, "Hey, look at this guy. Are you going easy on me?" Saying that, he retaliated with a blow that made Mirager start to get annoyed, but he still smiled mockingly at him. Wow. Tolo Jikiki. Is that why I didn't get the top spot? I told you, you're too strong. I can't beat you. As he spoke, he jumped up, gripping his weapon tightly with one hand, while the other seemed to summon power. Then Mirager kept smiling calmly and continued, "That doesn't mean I want to lose." On this side, Dean wasn't backing down either. Power radiated from his body. His muscular arms seemed to blur. With a playful tone, he asked back, "Oh really?" A glowing golden circle appeared on Dean's arm. Dean's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Mirager, stating firmly, "I think I'm gonna win." Taja. Dean stood there, calling out, "Are you sure? Drawing your sword against someone like me?" Mirager scratched his head and suddenly interrupted, "Is it that bad? Oh, it's not funny, huh?" Before Mirager could say anything else, Dean dashed forward, ready to strike without hesitation. Mirager provoked him. Dean didn't hesitate to punch him straight on, but he quickly dodged it. Mirager backed away. Raising his hand as if to call a truce, he said to Dean, "Hold on a second, Rank 2. I didn't come here to fight. Let me clear up this misunderstanding, okay?" Dean stood there, smiling disdainfully. "Are you okay? My time is a bit expensive." Dean stood behind him, laughing and talking. He couldn't see that the smile had faded from his face. But in reality, it was as if another personality had awakened within him. That smile looks terrifying. Then he thought, so fast. Do you really want to fight? This is hilarious. Very well, Rank 2. Suddenly, a flash of light swept past, forming a winding path. Dean immediately jumped up, preparing to finish him off without hesitation. Take this. But Mirager's hands also began to emit a purple aura. Seeing this, Dean was a bit stunned, staring at him and asking, "Can I tell you a few things, Rank 2?" Mirager controlled the power, summoning Noah and Own to attack Dean. He said, "They won't be able to come back to life if they die." Mirager laughed loudly, despising Dean. "I'm not telling you this to let it go. I'm just telling you so you know in advance." Noah was now burning with anger, shouting loudly, "How dare you hurt Mirager? Unforgivable." Dean turned his back, asking indifferently, "So what?" leaving Noah and Own frozen in bewilderment. Suddenly, Noah's eyes welled up with tears as she stammered, "Mirager, I'm sorry. I couldn't help." Mirager just stood there, smiling faintly, observing everything. He smirked smugly. "It's done." Then Mirager sat down, patted the little girl's head, and said happily, "Dean is the only one I believe is at the top." The little girl just looked up and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Dean called out from afar, "Is Mirager your name?" Mirager stood up, spreading his hands, and asked playfully, "Why? Are you interested now?" Dean just replied softly, "I'm curious." Suddenly, his eyes changed, becoming sharp and unimaginably terrifying. He replied coldly, "Because if I kill you, you won't be able to come back to life to tell me, right?" Mirager slowly pulled something out of the bag on the little girl's back. He provoked, "Too bad. Why do you keep wanting to kill me?" "Oh God, that's not going to happen." Mirager pointed the cane he just pulled out at Dean. "Taja," he mocked Dean. "Because of you, my nose still hurts." Night gradually fell. The flickering moonlight shone down on everything. A girl was sitting under the moonlight, lost in thought. The children have left. 3 days have passed. The girl stared blankly into the distance. The time spent staring at the tower has increased again. Makes sense. The girl reached up to the sky, admiring everything. "The more I think about it, the more hatred and anxiety I feel. Because..." Then that hand clenched tightly, as if regretting something. The girl lowered her head, staring intently at that hand, her face sad as if on the verge of tears. "No more children will come back to me. There's nothing left to hold on to." She began to speak. "Even if it's just a little bit, I should work harder." She looked at Seo Gil and the girl laughing happily, her heart filled with guilt. "Seo Gil, Liber, I'm sorry. There are some things I can't tell you guys. All the time I taught you, it was a series of unexpected stories." The girl was stunned and bewildered. "When you take the test, you'll realize the tower is full of teachers better than me. You guys will become strong soon." Then she smiled in satisfaction. "And you will forget me too." Looking up at the towering tower, she thought, "Go up there. Reach the top." Seo Gil and the girls' faces were more determined than ever. "I know. Seo Gil and Liber have met that teacher's expectations." Remembering that earth-shattering punch, her heart was filled with many thoughts again. When they take the test, they will grow both mentally and physically. They will become stronger than ever. Suddenly, her face changed, flashing a look of absolute terror as if she had encountered something horrible. "I'm very sure about them." A massive explosion occurred right in front of them, as if sweeping everything away. Dean jumped up, fighting Mirager fiercely. Debris flew everywhere, and everything became chaotic. Seo Gil and Liber stood there stunned, watching everything so intently they didn't even blink. "All we need to do right now is just sit and watch." Dean's body moved swiftly, delivering quick, fatal blows. Mirager stood opposite him, smiling even as blood trickled from his mouth, his hands still gripping his weapon tightly. Only then did Dean deliver a powerful blow down on him. The light emitting from it was blinding, making the battle more intense than ever. The two still clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. Another massive explosion occurred. 2 colors appeared, representing the two of them. Dean charged forward, their swords clashing. Their eyes were resolute, neither willing to yield. Dean said, "I'm disappointed, Mirager." Mirager replied, "That cane. Aren't you going to use it to attack?" Mirager sneered, playing with him. "Do something limitless." His smiling face was absolutely terrifying, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He said softly, "I see." Seeing this, Dean was extremely surprised. He stared at him wide-eyed and asked, "You're angry, aren't you?" Mirager replied disdainfully, "Oh, that's understandable." Dean then said, "I am a limitless." Dean looked thoughtful, while Mirager continued speaking. "And you don't even know anything about me." He spoke as if yelling in his face. "I can't believe I understand the tower better than you do, despite the fact that you've reached the 2nd position." Then he laughed terrifyingly like a demon, looking down on Dean. What a pity, Dean. At that time, Seo Gil stood watching the two of them fighting endlessly. Sweat poured down Seo Gil's face, which was now pale white. I have to go help. His hands trembled, sweat dripping down his arms, his actions hesitant, while Dean was blocking his movements. Can I do it? He asked himself, then fell into an empty void, tormenting himself. From the moment he stopped moving, is it my imagination? His face, he's stiff. I wonder what they said to each other. They're too far away, I can't hear anything. Seo Gil's whole body was stiff, constantly speculating. Could it be? Could it be that Dean is losing? That's my suspicion right now. I can barely be sure. Standing there for a long time, he had to quickly make a decision. I need to retreat. His face began to change, emotions overwhelming him to the point of tears. He hesitated endlessly. Is this reality? Standing behind Liber, he remembered their pledge. We made a pledge. And what needs to be done? We even know it without having to say it to each other. Over there, Liber was trembling. Liber's eyes were brimming with tears, crying silently. Meanwhile, Seo Gil was dazed and terrified. Dean, right now, you have to remember. With his thoughts, with his body, with his heart. The two of them simultaneously wished and prayed for Dean. You have to become stronger in the future. Mirager turned his head, saw him, and called out, There you are. Then Dean flicked him, pushing him far away. I see. That's why I brought those little people to Mirager's world. I'll use it as study material. Then Dean slowly approached where he was sitting. Dean wound up his arm, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He said, Keep your eyes on this, you. I'll only let you witness this once. Hearing this, Liber and Seo Gil's eyes widened in shock. Once a year, a speculative tournament is held in Tarim. The reason so many players gather for this event is not simply for entertainment, but also for the fighting spirit of the rankers. They are determined to see the peak at least once. Depending on the number of players who can do it, it creates a difference between those who get to experience the peak and those who cannot. And in this battle, for the first time, Seo Gil and Liber became players. To experience what the peak is like. I can't stop that thing. I have no choice but to use it. Mirager was still very calm, smirking. Then both of them fell down a deep cliff. Mirager stood there, his whole body radiating a terrifying power. He chuckled, then asked curiously and hesitantly, What is that? That thing, since when? Oh my God. A flash of light suddenly cut through the dark scenery before their eyes. Dean calmly took step after step toward him. How amusing. He didn't say anything, just looked at them with indescribably sharp eyes. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Dean. Class, Mechanic. Rank 2. A question arose in his mind. What do I call it? Emergency / right? Dean's silhouette gradually became clear. No, something is very different. From the very beginning, there was no such thing as an emergency / right? Anyway, that's the secret to reaching the absolute realm. It's a long way to go. But is that it? He asked himself again, staring at his hand radiating a mysterious power. Then what should I call it? Rank 2. The scenery was quiet, but terrifyingly desolate. Only those two people stood blankly looking at the sky and clouds. Closer, we can see the depression and disappointment. A heavy silence enveloped their bodies. What was most visible was Liber's face, on the verge of tears from anger, and Seo Gil's panicked, worried face. Suddenly, Mirager called out, Seo Gil. Mirager's upper half was lying on the ground, but there were still signs of life. A horrifying scene unfolded right before their eyes. Dean looked down at him and said, Hey Mirager, you're like a filthy trash can. It reminds me of a bug I killed when I was a kid. He began to crouch down, speaking softly to him. Don't move. Mirager lay blankly on the ground, asking weakly, Don't move? Is this rank 2? Seeing Dean's bewildered face, not understanding what was going on, he slowly confessed, All right, I admit it. He laughed loudly, his mouth covered in blood, looking truly terrifying and haunting. He accepted it. I lost. Oh God. Then a hand from somewhere holding a remote gently clicked it. A purple beam of light appeared from the sky. It turned out the little girl with Mirager had pressed that remote. The little girl raised her hands to the sky, saying calmly, I opened the door. Mirager, lying on the ground, called up, Okay, good job. Dean was left bewildered by this for a moment. He kicked some dirt and rocks onto him, while he asked, "What are you going to do if you actually kill me?" Dust is filling up. Stop. The little girl standing there ran over, hastily pleading, "I surrender." Seo Gil also mumbled, letting it go, "Okay." Mirager asked the little girl, "Hey, rank 2. You used a sword, didn't you? It's really heavy, right?" The girl just replied coldly, "Stop fooling around, Mirager, or you'll die." And he upgraded that sword, Mirager. A keek, really. Seo Gil and Li Bear just stood there blankly listening to them talk. Something's not right. A suspicion arose in Seo Gil's heart. "That child," she said, "Mirager, the hostility I felt has disappeared. What are you going to do?" He looked over there. Dean stood facing the little girl, who was carrying the upper half of Mirager on her back. He laughed loudly and happily as if there had been no battle. He said, "Thanks for watching." He only had half a body, but he was still very calm, even waving at him and asking, "What should we do now? Am I going to die?" The little girl just went over and said, "Can't you see he's lost his mind? Do you still want to kill him?" Dean looked at the little girl hesitantly. What the hell do you want to do?" Mirager never stopped smiling broadly. He asked back, "What do I want to do?" "Simple." With a cunning voice, he said, "Destroy the people I don't like." "You too, right, Dean?" He looked thoughtful and contemplative. He continued to inject evil thoughts into his head. A person only does what needs to be done. Pointing his hand at him. "You and we both hate people who always like to make excuses for themselves, right?" As if realizing something, his eyes lit up, but it was a look of panic and worry, mixed with anger. Seo Gil frowned angrily. As expected, it wasn't an illusion. He has some ulterior motive with Dean. Then he high-fived Li Bear and called out, "Li Bear." The two seemed to understand each other. They knew they needed to act. She replied, Seo Gil's eyes lighting up. His pupils began to turn blue, flashing with intense anger. He called out Dean's name loudly. But Dean held out his hand, signaling him to stop, leaving him standing there stunned, shocked by Dean's decision. Dean spoke softly in a deep voice. "Seo Gil, I have a favor to ask you." Dean ordered, "Leave here right now." Seo Gil was stunned. He was incredibly shocked by this decision, his eyes showing disbelief at his words. "I'm sorry." Seo Gil looked like he was about to cry. Salty drops of sweat gradually dotted his face. But then he had to accept this difficult request. "All right." Seo Gil just stood from afar, staring blankly at the purple light blazing in the dark sky. Mirager slowly stood up and asked, "I sent them back. Now we're in the same boat, right? I have a lot to say, but I haven't had the chance to tell you everything. You understand, right?" Mirager mysteriously hinted at many things. "So, Dean, what are you curious about?" "Whatever it is, I'll answer as much as I can." Dean started to get a bit confused. He asked hesitantly about him. What are you?" After asking, he turned his back, ignoring Mirager who was answering behind him. "What do you mean?" "You already know. The limitless Mirager. That's me." Then he smiled smugly. Seo Gil stood there looking up at the sky, watching the purple smoke rise and gradually blend with the dark sky. He blankly called out her name, Li Bear. He gripped his golden weapon tightly and asked calmly, "Huh? What's wrong?" "I think I tried my best." Li Bear's face just looked down sadly without saying anything else. Slowly, she whispered softly, "Me too. I feel the same way." She sat up high, looking over everything around her. Just like that. There's still a lot there. Seo Gil slowly called her name, Li Bear. She flew up there, only wishing and encouraging his spirit. "Become really strong. We can get up there too." Then a massive blue light struck down from the sky, straight to the ground. They stood there bewildered, not knowing what to say, just laughing it off. Haha. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Seo Gil. He walked out coldly from where the light struck down, holding a large, glowing, majestic sword. Suddenly, someone appeared, shaking the ground. Seo Gil was still slowly walking forward to face everything. As if noticing something strange, Seo Gil turned his head to look. Seo Gil's large hand, veins popping, gripped the sharp sword tightly. This guy behind him swung a powerful fist at Seo Gil and yelled, "Where is rank 2? Seo Gil, with his agile movements, quickly dodged it. Li Bear said coldly and slowly, From this moment on, with a firm voice, he continued her sentence. I am the one speaking. In the narrow hallway lit by electric lights, a quiet voice echoed. Kim Taewon is dying. Seo Gil had reappeared. Hearing this, he just smiled faintly, his mocking tone slowly speaking up, just as planned. So far, his eyes became sharp, his expression somewhat sinister, as he asked with amusement, Absin, based on your judgment of the current situation, who will be the winner? Absin, holding the communication device on this side, fell silent upon hearing the question, deep in thought. A moment later, he hesitantly spoke. I can't guess yet. I think it's still too early to make a judgment. On the other hand, Seo Gil, holding the holy sword, walked slowly out of the smoke and fire. Instantly, Myung-woo's grotesque face emerged from the rubble, glaring upward. He menacingly followed behind Seo Gil's footsteps, crawling on the ground to close in on him. But things didn't go that smoothly. Seo Gil had already detected his presence. His eyes flashed with hostility, frowning as he glanced at the pathetic thing behind him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his leg tightly, using all its strength, making the veins pop out. Right at this moment, Singan suddenly appeared. He channeled all his strength, raising his fist high, aiming straight at his prey, and shouted excitedly, Where is rank 2? Just as the punch was right in front of his face, Seo Gil calmly turned his head. The blurry figure of Excalibur appeared, her mouth slightly moving. From this moment on, Seo Gil's face was gloomy, radiating murderous intent, as he warned coldly, I am the one speaking. The next second, he didn't hesitate to swing his sword, slicing Singan in half from the bottom up, leaving him no time to react. After being slashed, Singan still had an extremely disdainful look, smiling brightly, mocking Seo Gil. I blocked it. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly sagged, splitting into two asymmetrical halves. Before being completely destroyed, Singan only had time to leave his last words in confusion, but I blocked it. Seo Gil looked at him splitting in half silently, expressionless. He stood frozen, looking at the scene before him, his eyebrows furrowing again as if pondering something. Unconsciously, Seo Gil lowered his head, his eyes darting backward. He looked at the person lying on the ground, glaring at him angrily, hands gripping tightly, refusing to let go. Seo Gil muttered softly, Those eyes. His face was expressionless as he stated firmly, It's exactly like Mirager. No doubt about it. Right at this moment, Myung-woo quickly grabbed a nearby sword and hid it behind his back. Before he could even throw a punch, Seo Gil had already made his move. He swept a slash at him. Myung-woo's body was thrown into the air, coughing up blood. Seo Gil said calmly, Rest. Taking a fatal sword strike, Myung-woo couldn't hide his shocked and bewildered expression. He struggled to resist, green veins popping all over his face, growling hoarsely, Seo Gil. But at the last moment, Myung-woo teared up, smiling happily, choking out his last words, Thank you. A moment that left everyone witnessing it completely stunned, their jaws dropping in surprise. Kim Taewon was also lying nearby, clutching the wound on his stomach, exhausted from the pain. He gritted his teeth through the pain, glaring upward, his weak voice calling out, Seo Gil. He was currently standing alone in the desert after eliminating the enemies. He lowered his head in silence, his expression unclear. Suddenly, Seo Gil looked up in surprise, his eyes clearly showing wariness. The next second, a barrage of attacks from Bebian rained down on Seo Gil. Luckily, his reflexes were fast enough to use his sword to block the continuous punches from the enemy in midair. She smiled brightly, her mocking tone exclaiming, What a coincidence. I was wondering who would replace rank 2. She asked curiously, Are you Seo Gil? Making him frown in confusion. Li Bear glared at Bebian, saying in annoyance, This chick is so sloppy. Seo Gil couldn't agree more, grimacing as he exclaimed, She's stronger than us. And she has so many arms too. Right at this moment, BB's massive arm clashed with Li Bear. She said calmly, But Seo Gil immediately understood her intention, nodding in silent confirmation. Right. He gripped the blade in his hand tightly, looking at the monster, and said calmly, She's weaker than Mirager. Seo Gil raised his blade forward, his expression tense, making a decision. Let's do this, Lee Bear. Contrary to his seriousness, BB casually joked around, raising two fists behind her back, exclaiming in amusement, "Oh my, don't be so insolent." As soon as she finished speaking, Seo Gil charged forward with burning momentum. He put all his strength into swinging his sword behind his back. Then the two clashed violently. A blinding magical light flashed, and the surrounding dirt and rocks were blown away. The two charged at each other, continuously unleashing fierce attacks, neither willing to yield. Loud explosions rang out continuously. From afar, the massive shockwave from the explosion could be seen tearing up the ground, smoke and dust billowing up. A close-quarters combat with many fighting combinations. That was the scene witnessed by those watching the match. There was no chance for anyone else to intervene. Watching with a frown, scowling, he thought helplessly, "I have no choice but to stand and watch." His hands unconsciously clenched tightly, trembling. I don't know exactly how this situation will affect the candidates. A feeling of helplessness. Everyone watching had that feeling. All right, there's still Kim Tae-won. His face was now covered in beads of sweat, growling fiercely, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm different. Kim Tae-won stood up straight, shouting loudly, "I am not weak." Over here, Bebian was blocking Seo Gil's attack with one of her arms. Seo Gil had also realized it. His face looked a bit grim as he thought doubtfully. Those arms, they neutralized Lee Bear's power. But then he had an idea. Oh, the other arm. When BB was controlling his blade with two hands, Seo Gil immediately thought, the only thing that can block my attack are those arms. She began to lower her guard, saying disdainfully, "What a waste of time. Just swinging that sword around forever. Can't you do anything better? Don't tell me you can't do anything more valuable without God's sword." These very words made Seo Gil freeze, his eyes widening in shock. BB approached him, whispering in his ear with a smug look, "Seems like you have a lot of friends, huh? Do you know yourself well?" Seo Gil, hit right in the weak spot, became flustered, helplessly unable to retort. She took advantage of this, continuing to despise him. Liar. Seo Gil immediately used his sword to knock BB away, a powerful blow sending her flying into the sky. His face was unusually gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Shut up. I don't know who you are." Seo Gil was truly angry, his eyes filled with disdain looking at the opponent. "Don't pretend to know me, because it's disgusting." This form of his stimulated BB, making her exclaim in ecstasy, "Oh my God." She licked her lips slightly, saying with delight, "Look, I don't hate it. But I guess it's too early. I know why Mirager sent you to me." BB spread her arms, smiling sweetly, and said loudly, "Let's be honest with each other." Seo Gil continued to charge forward, shouting furiously, "Shut your mouth." She just smiled faintly, saying calmly, "BB, that's my name. Don't forget it." Before disappearing, she didn't forget to leave a message for her opponent. "Player, he owes Seo Gil." Right at this moment, Kim Tae-won rushed in to block Seo Gil's sword strike. He couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes wide with surprise. He kept his head down, his expression unclear. When he looked up, his eyes had been corrupted. His pupils were sharp like those of monsters. Seo Gil called his name in shock, "Kim Tae-won." Kim Tae-won clutched his wound, bowing his head in agony. Sweat had already formed streams on his face. He gritted his teeth through the pain and stated firmly, "Don't be ridiculous. I am different." Finally, he managed to force himself up. He shouted angrily, "I am not weak." It seemed Kim Tae-won had made up his mind, muttering to himself, "Fine." The wound on his stomach suddenly changed. It emitted a strange purple light, and the bleeding stopped. Kim Tae-won gritted his teeth, saying in a low voice, "Right now. If only I could fight." His eyes began to mutate, the pupils turning dark purple, his face extremely gloomy. Over here, BB was letting herself drift in the water current. She smiled with delight, exclaiming in amusement, "Those who climb the tower all want to gain immense power. It's sad, but that's an immutable truth." BB remembered when Kim Tae-won was pierced through the chest by the sword. So, when his blood started pouring out from the wound, that's why I planted a seed inside his body. Even Kim Tae-won didn't know. From that very moment, he had been infected with magic, and it will definitely bloom. The blood streaks turned dark purple, forming a rose with many branches, deeply embedded in the host's body. BB licked her lips in excitement, muttering eagerly. Next is you, Seo Gil. The seeds are attracted to those with a lot of power. Her face was full of anticipation. Come here, Seo Gil. Fight. Fight against the player's curse. Returning to reality, Kim Taewon was using his bare hands to block Seo Gil's powerful sword strike. He was so shocked he couldn't speak, thinking in panic. Those eyes, the power of the limitless. Then, looking at his corrupted friend in front of him, a thought popped into his head. If I kill him. The moment he finished off Myungwoo flashed in Seojin's mind. By the time he regained his senses, the sparks were right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, separating Kim Taewon and Seo Gil.